First of all, welcome to the space, Jim, and happy birthday, everybody. Can you give emojis, clap emojis for happy birthday to Jim? It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Jim.
Thank you all very much. That's very kind.
So, Jim knows a lot about this issue, but one thing I just wanted to start with, and then you can chime in, Jim, and then so that was my reasoning, just to explain before we sort of jump into debate. So from what I understand, James started Project Veritas in the sort of the back of his parents' house. So he started this on his own, and he has been instrumental in this. I am not someone who is very knowledgeable about everything the organization has done. Of course, I've read about it and stuff like that, but I'm not familiar with the inner workings of it. But I know that he has said that they, prior to even becoming tax exempt in 2011, he was doing other things and funding similar things and funding them himself. So he's been instrumental in this whole in the whole endeavor up to now. And if Jim, you would like to sort of give people maybe a little bit of background on Project Veritas, and James, that would be great.
Yeah, and if you hear a noise, I'm feeding my dog right now, so I'm cutting her up some meat. But anyway, so
first of all, just so you know, Jim, dogs come first in my spaces, so it's okay.
Okay, good. She's a sweet dog. I love her. Okay, so a little background. James was a student at Rutgers University many years back. I can't remember the year that this happened, but he started kind of messing around with this sort of thing on campus there, stirred up some trouble, but he got connected with Andrew Breitbart eventually. And by the way, I not as well as others, but I knew Andrew fairly well. I was working for Congressman Tim Huell's camp, and kind of right toward the end of Andrew's life. And in fact, I was on the phone with Andrew 3 days before he died. We were planning to do some stuff DC wise. It was kind of a shock, but Andrew had taken James under his wing because James was showing great promise at doing investigative journalism. Andrew, of course, was wanting to make certain that some of these things were happening because he knew the games that the left were playing. So the very first thing that James did, and Andrew helped him with it, helped him fund it, helped him a little bit figure out what to do, although James had already proven himself in many ways. And James investigated Acorn, and he blew the cover off of this Acorn organization, which if people don't know what that was, Acorn was the Association of Community Organizing for Action Now or something like that. But, whenever you hear Barack Obama call himself a community organizer, or whenever you hear that term, Acorn was the major group. And they were doing a lot of underground stuff to take down corporations and to, cause politicians harm. Well, James had done an underground investigation and got them to admit that they would help a pimp bring up ladies to pimp for him, from other countries or whatever. And Acorn would help facilitate that and other aspects of that. It blew the cover off of Acorn in many ways. He found out other stuff from them. And so that kind of gave him his fame. Not long after that, he started Project Veritas because he had such success with that. It was a huge takedown. I think that was 2010 maybe that happened. But it was a huge takedown of a massive community organizing group. And so he started Project Veritas not too long after that. And as you know, he's broken a lot of different stories. I won't go into all of them right now, but it culminated just this 2 weeks ago with this information they got from a Pfizer executive who is apparently 3 levels from the CEO and did have responsibility. And as you all know, it proved that, or at least it was admitted there, that they were doing things akin to or exactly like gain of function research. So right as this story, as you all know now, has broken, you have James being, I guess you could say, sanctioned somewhat from his board of directors, put on paid leave. And we'll talk about more details, I'm sure, as this goes on. But the accusations are just the way related to the way he manages employees, of which they have 65. My background on this personally is I know James, and I am a close friend of one of the board members, Matt Tiermond. And I've known all of them for years, and I got connected to them some years ago. So I have a lot of respect for Project Veritas. I have respect for James, and I'll get into that, I guess, in more detail. But I wanted to give you that background. So it's been, almost 12 years that Project Veritas has existed. Every bit of 10 years. I can't remember the exact year. I was thinking it was 2010 or 11 that the Acorn thing happened. And then the last thing is James is 38 years old, younger guy, not married, and totally focused on this work. And then the last thing I'll throw in there is Project Veritas goes through, an extensive process, not just of recruiting people to do their investigative journalism and to run the operation, but they go through an extremely intricate, detailed process of production of stuff they find to make sure that they are accurate. They don't put anything out that is going to, once under scrutiny, be found to have cut corners, broken laws. It's a pretty detailed thing, and they had at one time, who doesn't work for them anymore, someone who had been a producer for 2020 and 60 Minutes way back in the day when they used to do this kind of investigative journalism. And this person helped James kind of build that system. Again, he's since gone, but they still follow the same processes. I find Project Veritas to be a very high quality organization. This is a real shame what's going on. But then again, we'll talk more about that. I just want to give that a little bit of background. I think that'd be helpful.
Thank you. Go ahead, Phenom.
Hey, I just wanted to say I'm excited about this because I first started following his work when he investigated Planned Parenthood and the selling of the baby parts. My phone kind of skipped out, so if you already talked about that, I apologize. But
no, but let me throw something in on that. It amazes me things I get connected with. Actually, that was not primarily Project Veritas, although
the
they
Center
did
for Medical, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So that organization was started by who most people realize by David Daleiden, but it was also started by a very close friend of mine, Troy Newman of Operation Rescue, and they were the ones that blew that cover. Project Veritas came in and did some of that investigative reporting afterwards, but that effort was inspired by a lot of what Project Veritas has done. And again, this is something that James deserves a lot of credit for. He has inspired these efforts in various places. And so what is concerning to me about all that's going on right now is that James could, really be I just don't want to see Project Veritas go by the wayside. I think it's been a great benefit, not just to the conservative movement, because they're not honestly trying to be conservative per se. I think there's a more conservative traditionalist understanding. But James is honestly just, and I'm telling you this as a quasi insider. I'm not the deepest of insiders, but I know the folks. James is honestly just being a journalist, and he'll take on Republicans if there's corruption going on there, just like he'll take on Democrats. So it's not a partisan thing in that regard. But anyway, yeah, James, because of the groundbreaking work of what Project Veritas has done, we have found out a lot of things that are very, very important that needed to be revealed. And so anyway, I'm just hoping and praying this all works out. So we'll talk from there. That's my kind of input.
Thank you. I want to welcome our other co-host, Texas Lindsay. I usually just say the part of the names that I can see, but I'm not going to call you Texas Lee. I'm just going to call you by your real name. I just want to thank you very much for doing this. I know you've been traveling. One thing I want to say is, because I'm already seeing some comments. First of all, everyone, please retweet the space, because we have some knowledgeable people here who can speak on this stuff. And I think we're gonna touch on some angles that perhaps haven't really been touched on in other spaces. And we're not really gonna do the whole clickbait thing, but the actual topics itself, I think, is much more interesting than the clickbait stuff, like, is Pfizer trying to blah, blah, blah. So, but what I want to say here is, because I've already gotten messages about it. So where is James O'Keefe? So here's the thing. I don't know. I'm not his wife or his girlfriend or his mother. Also, we never said that he would show up here. Also, he has been going to spaces, but he has not been speaking. So my guess would be that's on purpose. He's not speaking at the moment. So yeah, if he shows up, I don't think he would speak, just so you know. So I would like to sort of fast forward, and we can go back in time, whatever, but to the issue at hand, because it seemed that with the Pfizer thing, he was quite celebrated by the public, and still is. And before I talk about one of the main things I want to talk about, which I haven't really heard addressed in other spaces, I do want to kind of mention what has happened with respect to this situation. Again, I think that, Jim, you know more about it, but there have been employee complaints. There has been a memo, but this is an internal situation that the board of directors was informed about. Do you want to go into that?
I can a little bit. I will say this. I don't know from the inside what's going on. I just want to make that very clear, and I don't want anyone to mistake that. So more may develop on this that I am not aware of. Now, not only am I not pressing for that information on a personal level, because, again, one of the board members is a very close friend of mine, but I'm not pressing on that on purpose for their, ability to keep things internal. But, legally, they shouldn't be telling me anything anyway. When you have these board decisions like this, you will have certain agreements, maybe NDAs and stuff like that are in effect. But there are very serious legal matters that are required to be undertaken here. And so out of respect to that, I'm not going to press or push. I have not even texted James, and that's on purpose because I don't want to bug him on that. I may sometime soon, but I haven't. So my information is, any information that I give here is what I'm willing to give, first of all. But secondly, it's mostly based upon me reading the same stuff that's publicly available out there, and then just ascertaining the best I can from whatever knowledge of unrelated matters there might be. But that disclaimer having been given, I read there is a memo out there that has been leaked and is being reported on. And it it outlines. It's apparently it's claimed to be an internal memo, and it outlines apparently the stuff that led up to this decision.
Jim, did
So
you just put something in the microwave?
I did. Is that causing problems? Hey, it's my hey.
I just had to point it out. I was like,
Yeah.
I think
I
he's
knew you were
cooking.
gonna cause I knew you. She always causes problems.
That's
Everybody.
No, it's not a
I want to
problem.
apologize for my co-host. She doesn't go rogue. She was born rogue. Go ahead.
no worries at all. But by the way, Lindsay, it's my birthday, so I can do whatever I want.
Happy birthday, Jim. What are
Thanks.
you making yourself for dinner?
Well, actually, I'm just heating up my coffee right now. I haven't gotten to dinner, but I'll do that when I'm muted here shortly. But anyway, so anyway, back to what I was saying. So, it's done now. By the way, Lindsay, just FYI, just so you know. That with that background, any of my understanding of this is just from what I think I know of the organization and what I'm willing to share. You know, I want to give them their ability to work it out. Okay, so the memo seems, I don't have it verified, but it seems legitimate to me. And it outlines a combination of employees that are very upset with James and the way he treats them. It gives and lays out accusations of some, frankly, pretty severe treatment by James. I can't validate or verify any of the specific matters. You have a combination of employees who are very upset with James, who brought all these issues up, but you also have those who are defending him. Typically with comments that, yeah, James is tough, but we're doing great work and I really respect him. There's one former Project Veritas employee, Cassandra Spencer, who was one of the original Facebook whistleblowers, who doesn't work there anymore, but had just started working there just about the time I first got acquainted with James and with Matt Tiermon, the board member. And she has been she's been defending James too. She talks about how tough he can be to work with. The thing about James O'Keefe that I do know that I think relates to all this is James is a savant when it comes to doing this stuff. Like, he really does understand it. I have a deep well of respect. He's a young guy. I mean, I'm 58 today. He's 38, so I can call him a young guy. He's a young guy, and but he really does understand what he's doing, and I think he deserves a whole lot of respect. I do know that he can be very tough to deal with when you're working for him. So I think, from my opinion, there's probably some accuracy to certain things in that memo. I think you have to take it with a grain of salt to the extent that these is just a compilation of employee statements, and employees are going to have there's sometimes going to be accurate and sometimes inaccurate because there are emotions involved when you're doing this sort of thing. So I don't take the memo at face value in terms of its accuracy, but I'm certain that there's some truth in that, and so therefore I come to the conclusion that what's happening here is there are certain matters that came to a head, unfortunately, right when the Pfizer thing was coming out. And they're going to deal with it in as appropriate manner as they can. And I'm convinced with a view to trying to have positive resolution and to move forward from there. So that's my assessment. Some people have been speculating, is Pfizer involved with this somehow because of the revelations that came out against them? I don't know for a fact one way or the other, but I'd be very shocked if Pfizer was meddling in this in any significant way.
Thank you. So I just want to go over a couple of things. So one, and then I'm going to give my opinion here. So one employee, for instance, said that he was spat on for a tweet. Others say, like you said, that he's simply difficult to work with. And then there's this thing about the which I know that you aren't aware of, but that I have read about the taking in additional money for performing in theatrical plays. But this is, but I don't let's put the play thing aside for a minute. Let's consider that somebody is extremely difficult to work for. Okay, I just want to say this, and this is my personal opinion. Okay, it's not, doesn't mean anything more than anyone else's, but my personal opinion, if somebody started something and built something and is the core of something, but is hell to work for, I'm going to leave. Okay. I'm not going to try to oust the person who created it, built it, run it, is breathing, is the heart of the organization. That is me. To me, it seems for the board to, again, I have very limited information, so you have to realize that that's where I'm coming from. But it seems to me, if I think of any company, whether it's a nonprofit or not, clearly these people who have complained think they are talented. I don't doubt they are. But this happens a lot. What people do is they say, okay, we're going to do it our own thing here. We're going to leave and do our own thing here. Nothing stops people from doing that. As I say, the leave button's on the top right. Okay. So it's kind of like, to me, it just doesn't, I'll be honest with you, it doesn't sit right when you're going to go and try to oust the person who started the organization, who is deeply involved in the day-to-day of the organization and all the projects and all the investigations. I mean, if he was just came in once in a while, but spat at people every time he came in, okay, but he is fully in this. I don't know why they don't just leave. And the one guy got fired and then wrote that, I got fired last night and I hope you guys, and he was saying you guys to the board, do something about this. So anyway, I just wanted to say that's kind of how I feel about it. I wanted to put that out there so far. If anyone else would like to comment, go ahead.
Well, let me throw something in there. I would say that generally I agree with that attitude that you're describing there, and one would hope that would preferably be what people would think. That said, if there's any truth to any of these allegations by the employees, which in my opinion, unfortunately, have been leaked and are now out there in the air, and again, I don't verify that the memo is real, but I don't know any reason to doubt it at the moment. But we don't know precisely what's going on. If there is mistreatment that is truly bad enough that the board is taking action, then, you can understand someone I agree with you, it's wrong, but you can understand that there would be people who might have a desire for a takedown and to cause a takedown. And the report is that there are 11 employees who signed a letter to do something. Well, unfortunately, this is getting aired out somewhat in public. And as a board, you hope somehow to keep things quiet so that you can deal with it before having to make a public scene about it. And I don't know that in an organization like this, it's reasonable to think that can be easily done, but certainly you would try to do what you could. If it is as we're being told, then it sounds serious enough that the board needs to do something to try to fix the situation. And I think anyone has to respect a board for that. I have not read the cease and desist letter yet, so I'll look into that. So I'm saying what I'm saying without knowledge of it. I hadn't seen it until Lindsay put it up here in the at the top. So I'll take a look at that while we're talking and kind of scan through it. But you can also understand how donors would be very concerned, because it could very easily, cause the organization to go down. James really pretty much is Project Veritas. I think the board can reasonably say that Project Veritas mission could conceivably move forward, although harmed and hindered with James gone. I'll give you a relevant circumstances in a situation that I, at the moment of what I'm about to describe, I wasn't directly involved with, but I was still very close to all the players. I worked for Focus on the Family for a few years, and maintained efforts in Colorado politically that kept me quite connected, including starting a family policy council, Colorado Family Institute, which still exists to this day. So I was under those auspices connected. And it wasn't this kind of a circumstance, because Dr. Dobson with whom I am still in contact from time to time, is an upstanding man of great moral character and a fantastic person. But succession plan issues were a concern, and eventually he was, I don't know if you can use the term forced out, but that, under some duress, he left the organization. And I remember saying at the time, no one is, there aren't going to be anywhere near as many people that are sitting around saying, I wonder what Jim Daly, who's the now president of the organization and whom I know and have respect for, but I don't think people are going to be sitting around thinking what Jim Daly has to say about families, but they definitely are going to think about what Dr. Dobson has to say about families, because he's a trained child psychologist. He ran one of the child psychology department at one of the major medical universities in the country, USC, before he ever went to do Focus on the Family. Highly qualified and knew exactly what he was talking about. And when I was at Focus on the Family, there were nearly 1,400 employees, and today there aren't more than 300. So much of what I said was correct, and they still do great work, and I have great respect for Focus on the Family. But that is what happens when the major leader of an organization goes. And as young as this organization is, that could be very challenging. So I can understand a group of donors being concerned about that. But to put out a cease and desist letter, and again, I haven't read it, but I'm just conceptually, if you're doing a cease and desist to try to tell the board not to do anything, well, donors have no authority over that. And they might try to do lawsuits or whatever, but the reality is that the board has all the legal authority related to it, and they must do things appropriately. In fact, board members often carry errors and omissions insurance, and or should. I've advised a lot of boards through the years of various nonprofit organizations, and you have to carry errors and omissions insurance because you can make legally bad decisions. I'm not convinced that there's any of that happening now, but I also say that in light of a cease and desist letter, a donor doesn't have too many specific rights in terms of board action. And I think that's excessive, in my opinion, and unfortunate that they would do that. They should have private discussions with the board and ask what, if anything, they can say about what's going on, and give the board an opportunity to let them explain what they're trying to accomplish, knowing that there is some degree of fiduciary responsibility there, but it's not a binding one. So that's unfortunate too, because that makes things worse, and it doesn't allow the board to do what it's trying to do here. And my assessment, with no internal knowledge at all, by the way, but just having familiarity with the characters, my assessment is that they're doing the best they can to take the right actions for the health of the organization. Others may disagree with that, but that's my assessment.
Yeah. I want to welcome Jack to the stage. Jack, we'll get to you right after Texas goes, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Texas.
Hey, Jack, I'll let you take my spot. Thanks for retweeting the space and joining us. But I'll let you go first, and I can follow up. Go for it.
Welcome, Jack. Happy you're here.
Yeah, hi guys. Thanks very much for coming on. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. So I could, I'm just have put out a little bit of reporting on the all hands phone call that's going on right now at Veritas, as well as the board meeting as far as it went this morning for its session, then the afternoon session. The fact that, so I can update people on that. So James was not there today. He was represented by his lawyers, of course. What we were told is that despite the all day essentially board meeting, it looks as though right now the meeting has ended. There is no decision that's yet been made on James O'Keefe or whether other people will be leaving or if everyone's staying, etc. None of the, I mean, there's a lot of permutations about what could happen, but what I'm hearing so far is that none of those decisions have yet been made. There's on the all hands call right now, folks were, essentially the staffers who had, because of course their names are all out there now, so everybody knows who the 16 are. So there's no element of privacy here. So they're sort of defending the memo, despite the obvious public backlash that I think everyone has seen. As far as the cease and desist letter, which essentially is saying that, the major donors for Veritas are going to pull out if, and then also threaten, obviously clearly, referencing legal action if they go along with this. I've also heard that in addition, some other more donors are signing on to the letter, signing their names onto that letter. And let's see. Oh, I'm also hearing that that PV has gotten a lot of donation refund requests from people just in the I don't know how many days it's been. I guess two days or so since this broke. That a lot of people sometimes donate on a recurring basis. So you might have I have donations to various things, and it's $10 a month here, $100 a month there, et cetera, whatever it is. And so though a lot of those are getting turned off, refund requests are getting submitted. And let me see. Sorry, I'm actually getting some messages as I talk right now. And I think I've got all of it. So yeah, that's what I'm hearing as of this point, that no decision's been made. Certainly whether to resolve things amicably and have folks just, go back to work, which I think is what a lot of people would really like to see, or a decision as to, separate James from the organization, which of course would, be very, very risky for Veritas, but, open to questions if folks have them, at least as far as what I know.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that and appreciate you retweeting the space and joining us. Do you have any sense of the sentiment of the board? I mean, taking into consideration that, the donors don't have any sort of legal standing, but to be able to pull all of that money is certainly a kind of a sway, I suppose.
Well, I mean, it would be kind of silly to say that donors don't have influence over the organization that they fund. I mean, of course, donors have influence over the organization. So it's one thing to say that, do you have specific legal liability? That's obviously you'd take that up in court. But, obviously if they pull the plug, then there's no more Project Veritas.
Yeah, so I think it would be interesting to know, like, the and I mean, we don't need to know it now, but it seems like it's a significant enough chunk of that donation amount that really would have an effect on things. So thank you so much. Go ahead, Texas. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
Oh no, I think Lindsay, did you have another question?
Well, I was just going to weigh in here a little bit. Whenever I was working with Dr. Andrew Huff, the Eco Health Alliance whistleblower, one of the first things I did was connect him with James and Project Veritas. And they had 2 reporters fly out to Michigan, where Andrew lives. And it was like 3 feet of snow. He was worried the guys were going to get snowed in coming out there to interview him to see if they could cover or publish anything on his story. And they went out there, they stayed overnight and then interviewed that day and the next day. And Andrew got to know him pretty well. One of the guys, it turns out, was actually former CIA, which it's kind of an oxymoron because there's no such thing as former in CIA. Even the CIA admits this. Once you're in their program for the FBI or CIA, they essentially own you for the rest of your life in some form or another. You're still working for them, whether you know it or not, or they have some influence over you by bringing you into that program. So I think when you have former, I say former in air quotes, CIA and FBI agents part of your personnel team, with what we're seeing right now with our intel agencies infiltrating all these different programs and things, I think that that could also play a factor here as well. And I think it's just important to note that I'm not saying that all CIA and FBI agents can't be trusted. I'm just saying it's an important thing to note when you have former intel community members a part of your news organization, and the intel communities have a certain agenda to play out. And if you're absolutely disrupting whatever that agenda might be, then having the division amongst an organization so public like this, it just, to me, it smells
Well,
bad.
I got to
It
tell
looks
you,
bad.
you should definitely never trust any former intelligence officers, especially former Navy intelligence officers. I hear they're the
Jack, I
absolute
was waiting for you to weigh in
most
there.
suspicious and least trustworthy. Those guys, you can only trust them as far as you can throw them. As far as
You know what I'm saying? Like, just having that as a factor, you just need to take like the whole thing into perspective. And for all these people complaining that, oh, it was a rough environment, like, I'm sorry, suck it up or leave. Like, if you don't like it, I was a part of an organization, and I gave them notes and advice on things they could do to make it better, less toxic. When that wasn't received, I left. I'm no longer a part of that organization anymore. So people can either take your feedback and improve, or you can
well,
leave. Like,
I
this
will say
whole
this
thing
though, and
crunches.
actually, this is something that I've been thinking about today, and it does piggyback off of kind of what you just mentioned there, but for different reasons. So, having worked in the intel community, but then also, doing what I do now with
Yeah,
human
we can't trust you,
events,
Jack.
and we've you have work with sources and subsources, and with whistleblowers in general, you're asking someone to put their livelihood on the line. You're asking someone to essentially commit career suicide in order to give you, which for you might be, might be one video, two videos that do really well. But guess what? If you're, 30 years old, what are you going to do for the rest of your life? Because now that you've blown the whistle on something, you're kind of unemployable in that field after that. And so the only way that people would do that, if, even with the level of, obviously James has taken, and I'm not going to speak to anything I know about Veritas's work and their sources and methods. But what I will say is that I've never had anything other than professional interactions with him, and obviously I've interviewed him a million times. But the idea is also that all source management is based on trust. It's based on being able to not only trust the person that you're speaking with, but trust that person with essentially your life. If you've got a family, if you've got kids, if you've got all of those things, then you have to build up that level of trust. And so when people who are potentially in that situation where they think, I'm here at the FBI. We had this story about the FBI going after Catholics today, right? We know that because of a whistleblower, because someone leaked documents. So you've got to be very worried about what's going on, but at the same time, you have to be able to go to someone that you trust. And when people, sources see drama like this, when they see this high stakes, these high pressure tactics, leak into media, memos, letters, etc., it just gives off a perception of untrustworthiness, of instability. And if you're looking for someone to turn to potentially, take your own life in your hands, you're not going to want to pick an organization like that. So you're not only hurting trust with whatever current sources you have, but the future potentiality of sources and source recruitment that you could be doing, or subsource network, which is a whole other thing. Sources recruiting their own sources in organizations, like, pick Pfizer, obviously James has no shortage of enemies that he's made over the years. That as you're building these things out, well, if people say, hey, this guy's not trustworthy, or this organization's not trustworthy, they've got some stink on them because of X, Y, and Z thing that happened, then all of that goes away. And for me, that's actually, regardless of my feelings of the people involved and relationships involved, et cetera, because I know people on both sides of this, that I just worry that it's going to do irreparable damage to the work, or the potential future work that we don't even know about yet, because people are going to say, oh, I can't trust these guys anymore.
Yeah, Jack, I'm pretty close to, Matt Tiermon's a very close friend of mine, but I also know James. That is really the thing here. And my best estimate is that the board is, and again, I have no inside information on this because I'm assiduously not wanting to, honestly. But just knowing the personalities involved, I think the board is actually has been trying to deal with things, and knowing the risk of this coming out like this. But I think that is the potential harm here. And that's why I'm hoping very much that they can resolve it well, and then take some time to fix the problems that will come with it. Because what you describe is definitely maybe the greatest. They can bring James back and get this all resolved and figured out, and then they're going to have to clean up the very mess that you describe. I think it's a very real and important point that you're making.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Brexu, did you want to?
Yeah, just to add in on that point, James O'Keefe. Now, unlike Jack and Jim, who've just spoken and have interviewed these people and are familiar with people in the organization, I'm looking at it from the outside in. Now, clearly, I'm pretty well involved in staying on top of politics, so maybe I have a little bit more knowledge than some here. But I think we all, I think I view myself as a layperson looking at Project Veritas. And Project Veritas, to me, is James O'Keefe. He is the head. He is the figurehead of that organization. It follows his ethos. It follows his pattern. He is the one who makes it work. And I do believe that if he came back and board adjustments were made, and he was transparent about what those changes were going forward, as well as what type of ability an existing board would have to do something like this in the future, I think that would regain a lot of the public trust that Jack mentioned, is potentially compromised. Because, as he says, how are you now going to go to Project Veritas as a whistleblower, put your trust in James O'Keefe, only to have it upended 6 months later when the board pulls some sort of shenanigans like this because he ate a sandwich or drank somebody's Pepsi? So, I think it can be fixed, but it takes James O'Keefe coming back. It takes definite changes to the board, and by that, probably personnel changes as well as possible policy.
Well, one thing I want to throw in here, Brick. I'm not negative on the board. I don't think the board is undermining all this. Now, in effect, that seems to be what's happening. But I read the memo that's out there, and being close to one of the board members and knowing the character of those people, there was report immediately that the board was undermining James. Now, I have a deep well of respect for James. And I do agree with you that Project Veritas really is pretty much James. I don't know if you heard me earlier talking about a similar, less problematic transition that I experienced, being close to and being a former employee of Focus on the Family when James Dobson went out. And it's still a good ministry in many ways, but it's much smaller than it ever used to be. and that was part of the reason why. But so I agree with you that James pretty much is Project Veritas. But yeah, I don't think what is needed here is the board getting put away. In fact, to the contrary.
Well, let me just qualify before you go on too far, because I don't want to say that I feel that the board is at fault. I'm just going to say that public perception, may demand that, and not to say that the board is acting out of ill will or malice, not making any characterization of that at all. I'm just thinking about how the public would perceive it.
Yeah. Well, so you would not want that to happen on the, I mean, I do agree with you. The perception's bad. Absolutely. Jack's points are very well taken. I think he's right on target about sharing the concerns and from a lot of experience as well. But if you undermine a board in this situation, then you undermine an organization, because what you actually want, what is healthy for any organization, is a board of directors that actually oversees it. One of the biggest problems with nonprofit organizations is having yes men board members. Now, again, there are things going on right now that I know nothing about internally, and so I wouldn't represent that everybody's actions are all in the up and up. But so I'm speaking from just my knowledge of the players, unrelated to anything that's going on right now. But nonetheless, you want a strong board that would take action if there's something to do. And that's in the long term healthy for an organization if it's done properly and with the right kind of moral behavior behind it. So in that sense, I would stand up for the board, although I just really don't know enough of the actual details of what the board has done in relation to this. But so some of that will come out, and if it's negative, then action should be taken. But we want, I think one of the great lessons of this is that you want strong boards that are not yes men, that actually look at situations. That's the whole purpose of it, because I got to tell you, I've advised or been involved with very large not-for-profit organizations, mostly in the political arena, but somewhat in the ministry space as well too. And I've seen too many yes boards, and that causes even worse problems than I think what you're seeing with Project Veritas right now. So net, it can be very healthy, but they're in a very touchy situation right now.
So why do you feel an allegiance to the board here, Jim?
I have no allegiance to any side on this. I'm as allied to the board as I am to James O'Keefe, because I have deep, respect for James.
Just to be brief, the one thing I will say is that, the board is there to basically protect the organization or the company. And so, assuming that what's happening with James is not like financial, like there's no misappropriation of funds or mismanagement of money, removing James would basically destroy the organization. And I think that would be derelict of duty by the board to do so. And, it's just up to us to make it known that, hey, a lot of the support that this organization receives is due in part to us having trust in James. So if it's not financials where money's disappearing and it's going to have the company in some hot water, then, you do that. We're going to make you pay.
Well, listen, that is the risk that's there. And the board has to take that into account no matter what they do. And I don't want anyone to interpret me in making this statement that I know for a fact that the board is doing all the right things. I don't know that because I don't have all the information. But I feel it's very necessary for those of us who care about organizations to do things that we need them to do, like what Project Veritas does. It is also necessary to have good board direction. That's a fine balance, because you get yes men boards who just let people go off and do things that are irresponsible. And fiduciary responsibility isn't the only major thing here. If what's being reported is accurate, then it would be necessary, particularly when you have a highly creative guy like James O'Keefe doing what he does, it would be very necessary for that board to help him maintain what he does while also helping the organization be healthy. Because it would be far worse problems. And I mean, to the credit of the employees, apparently they went privately to the board with this. I mean, it's come out now, and I don't know how or why, but it would be considered a high level of responsibility if it's accurate, if my understanding is accurate, that these employees went directly to the board with their concerns. Then that is a very healthy process. And that means they had trust in the board. I mean, everything I'm looking at from the outside of this tells me that this was a healthy process of a healthy organization. Now, it is unfortunate that it has come out the way it is, and that does breed a lot of concern and suspicion that is natural when this stuff becomes public. But what I'm seeing is the beginnings of a more healthy than an unhealthy process. And again, James is James, and you need him to be who he is, and he is this organization. So, and I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone, guys. I just want to reiterate, I am assiduously staying from trying to dig into this. I'm just giving you perspective just because of my outside knowledge of the individuals. And I deeply respect this organization, and I think it's a fantastic organization. And I'm hoping, just as you are, that things go on the right foot. And Malcolm, your concern is my concern as well. So that is where I, I'm hanging on a thread, frankly.
We have Swig in here now, who's been dropping a lot of the stories in articles coming out about PV and even the attorney's rebuttals. So you want to weigh in here, Swig, and add something?
I actually don't. I was kind of just listening. I don't want to add anything additional from tweet threads. If you haven't read the tweet threads, please go read them in detail. They're from a primary source that is directly involved, had access to said meetings and obviously said documents. If there's further updates, I'm still in contact with the source. I will tweet them, but trying to make sure that we're responsible with not giving a lot of speculation. We want to be accurate. But yeah, I wanted to weigh in that I do support O'Keefe significantly, and I think he needs to keep his position. I think it would be a disaster for investigative journalism to have him fired. That's about all I have to say.
Swig, thank you for coming up to speak, even though you just wanted to listen. One thing I did want to ask you is, and thank you for the thread. I appreciate it. It's very informative. One thing I did notice was that in one of the tweets of the thread, you mentioned that it's actually made of two organizations, one being a 501c3 and one being a 501c4. I have founded and advised. I've founded two 501c3s before and advised others. I went and pulled up the 990s, and from what I see, there's no mention of a 501c4. So I was just wondering if possibly there's other information that you have about that, or if there was something that I was missing, because I looked at the 990s from 2000 all the way up to 2019, which is what's available online now on GuideStar and other sites, and there's no mention of a 501c4.
I'll go back to my source and see if I can get some clarification on exactly what he was talking about when that was explained to me. And
Great.
I'll update the tweet thread.
So I can give something of an answer to that, even though I'm kind of surprised you didn't find the 990s, but I didn't look and I haven't had time to re-verify. But I think it was around 2018 they formed a 501.
Wait, Jim, I did find the 990s.
For the C4?
No. I'm saying I'm saying I found the 990s that are out there for Project Veritas, but they all mention that it's a 501c3. They don't make any mention of a 501c4.
Yeah, it might be
they do have a
Veritas
C3
Action.
and a 4. Yes.
By the way.
Yeah, that's there are other affiliated 501c4 is the Project Veritas action, which is directly linked to their investigations around politics and
Right.
exposing
So
corruption there.
yeah. So to finish what I was saying, yeah, it is a C3 and it was founded as a C3. Project Veritas Action was founded, I think, in 2018, if I recall correctly. It might have been 2016. But they were doing things. They needed to do it because some of their investigative journalism related to investigations of political campaigns necessitated that and the implications of those investigations necessitated that they be able to do it as a 501c4 basis. Now, what if just technically, and this is like one of my areas of expertise because I've dealt with this for 30 years of politics, but the 501c3 can be issue based and or mission based, unrelated to politics. They can a C3 can do things related to actual issues, not for specific legislation, but specific issues if it has political implications. But a 501c4 can
That can
only.
be overtly political. It's much like Turning Point
Yeah.
USA and Turning Point Action. One arm can do absolutely, completely political things. One is totally enjoined from doing them. So that
Yeah, but there are specific restrictions, like you cannot advocate for candidates or against candidates with a 501c4, and and at most you can do specific legislation or specific ballot measures, but you cannot advocate for candidates. But see but you can urge candidates or urge politicians who are sitting politicians to do certain things. So that's why they had to go against that. So you can only
getting back to the whole board point, though. I mean, the whole thing, public perception here and public trust is going to be so huge. And I understand, and I don't know the people on the board the way you do. It's like, even if they are acting totally appropriately and doing their due diligence and doing everything as exactly as they should, I just don't see how Veritas goes forward taking back, we brought back James. It's all kumbaya. Everything's good. And there's no changes. I don't see that happening.
What change are you looking for?
Well, I'm just, I don't know. I'm just talking about general public.
The distrust of the organization itself.
Hold on. I'm sorry. There's an echo when more than one mic is unmuted. But Bricksuit, when you said I didn't hear it. You went out. What did you say? You said, I don't see them bringing James back if everything being kumbaya. If there's no what?
Well, what I said is, I don't see that if they just bring James back and they say everything's copacetic now, we've had our kumbaya moment, and then the public says, oh, okay, and continues to donate and trust Project Veritas and volunteer to be sources for them as they have in the past. I don't see that happening. I just see, no matter if that occurs, and like I said, even if the board is doing their due diligence and acting as they should in their stewardship of the company, the public perception of these actions alone will not be erased simply by taking James back. I think that it's going to require something beyond that. And that may be a sad fact for the people who are on the board. But again, like I said, I'm just only speaking about the public perception. And then besides the public, who do provide a lot of the organic support and some of the financial support, I don't know what the percentage is on what small donors are versus large donors, but there's also the issue of large donors for Project Veritas. And, how comfortable will they be going forward if they don't see the type of changes that ameliorate their concerns that they may have with the board, if any?
Okay, so let me address that. And again, everything I'm saying is with no particular knowledge any more than anyone else on this space has about what's going on. But let me just say this, Brick. I mean, I totally sympathize and accept your concerns. But what if the board had not taken action now, and if these claims that we're reading about from the employees are real, And those employees decided, without any board direction or help of the board, to go out and cause problems because they got so frustrated with James. That would be a far worse circumstance than the board trying to internally take action, where someone has unfortunately already apparently leaked a memo. So, if this kind of circumstance compared to people leaving and telling dirty little secrets without this kind of a process would be far worse for the organization and far
Jim, I
more
completely
difficult.
agree with you there. I completely agree.
Okay, so
But
so
the
therefore
reality is,
so
that
there
the
no, hold
member,
on, Brick. So the
the
baseline,
reality is, the member
therefore,
of the public just doesn't. The general
I
public
get it, I get it, I get it.
doesn't have the
That's the
understanding of
risk.
that.
But then, therefore, if that's the case, so if you and I are agreeing, which we are, on what you just said, then the case is, if James is causing this problem with the employees, then the board must deal with it at any cost to help maintain the organization. And I
Yeah,
will tell you this.
your
So
framing is bad though, because these items were not leaked out of malice to the organization. They were leaked because of the organization's treatment of James O'Keefe. It was done in
exactly.
support of him. It was not people
And
sabotaging the organization. They were trying to support him.
And
Uh,
there's the real big issue here is because I think that they're responding to the online pressure campaign, which, let's be honest, the people are already giving the donors, or, the donors are already giving the board all the signs and indication as to what would be more detrimental to the company. Letting James O'Keefe go is by and large a poison pill by the board. Now, one of the issues that I have here is that there has never been an organization where a board has made a company successful, but a board can easily take down and drag a company down. And like Brick has said, again, a lot of public perception right now, because they see that James currently is undergoing what appears to be a soft coup. Let's just call it what it is by the board. Whether or not you think it's reasoned or not reasoned, it undermines the trust in Project Veritas and the direction. If we're giving our money here, what's going to happen to the company? What's going to happen to this board, which seems utterly capricious in how they're handling things? Because again, a lot of these reports have been uncorroborated. And honestly, losing an employee, okay, you put them on an NDA, or you make it so that they can't disclose any information. If they do, they're subject to legal action. Problem solved. Now you lose James O'Keefe. You've lost your brand. You've lost the head of your company. You've lost everything. So I think that that's really what we have to look at. And it's like Brick has said, how do you go back from this? The toothpaste is already out of the tube. There have to be consequences here, and somebody's going to have to be put out, and you're going to have some sort of transparency by the board. So if there is a underlying financial issue, if there's an underlying issue that's going to sink the company, then we pressure them to release it because they need to feel the heat. If there's nothing and they don't release it, okay, now they see the noose tightening. They see the fun slowly stopping. And when that happens, then we can see who's really at fault here.
so Malcolm, and by the way, when I'm pushing back on anything you're saying, I have the deepest amount of respect for you. So, and I think you know that already. But listen, what I want to ask you is, what do you think is capricious about all this?
That, again, we haven't seen any sort of evidence. We don't even know if the board has any evidence of, the claims, and what even is a toxic, or, what's the standard that they're using to say that he's basically abusing and mistreating employees. What are the claims? Like, is he just a hard boss? Does he push hard deadlines? Is he, hiring somebody to maybe tail like employees in situations like that? Okay, given the nature of what you do, where it's almost, borderlining, working with whistleblowers, I think that I think that's kind of par for the course to see whether or not somebody's leaking your information. So I'm not seeing where they're outlining that he's damaging the company more than their own actions, with how he's running it.
So did you see that leaked memo that came out, Malcolm, by chance?
I glanced at it cursorily.
Did you read some of the employee comments that are supposedly, assuming this memo is accurate, but did you read those employee comments in there? Malcolm?
Oh, sorry. I was on mute. No, not in detail, but again, I've just seen a lot of people covering it, and I've seen most of
Okay.
the gist of it.
So this is the thing. This is what's really tough about all this, guys. And I'm not trying to stand up entirely for the board, and I'm definitely not standing against James, whom I know and I have a deep well of respect for, and I agree with everyone's concerns. James is Project Veritas, and I think it would be tragic if this thing went all down the tubes. But if those employee complaints have any degree of accuracy in them, and I think even in a memo like that, you're going to get a mix of someone spouting off in their emotions and not being accurate because of those emotions. I mean, it's just a standard epistemological work. Someone says something and it goes way overboard, or someone says something and it's accurate and they don't give it proper credence. If there's any truth to any of that stuff related to those employees, would we not want to make sure, would a board not want to make sure that they try to deal with the issue in one way or the other? I mean, this is what's really challenging about them, because we're all worried about the fact that they just broke a huge story. And that's a significant story for the health of this nation. And if anyone was undermining James unnecessarily and trying to knock him down, then that's really tragic for all of us. But then you got to be a board too and deal with it. And again, I just want to reiterate, I don't know what's going on there. And I'm only going by what every one of us here knows. And I think that the reason I'm having this kind of discussion with people that seems so board centric is because also all of us can try to figure out how to evaluate it the right way, so that when this gets resolved, we can come back and support James even more and help him to be highly successful. And I think that that's important too. I get what Brick's saying, and I understand. And Malcolm, I totally respect you, man. I think you're one of the most reasoned voices anywhere that I hear on Spaces, and I've been in a lot lately. But that's just my perspective on it, and I think it's really important to understand. And I'm not carrying anyone's water on this.
Another concern I have too is that we don't know how these concerns were expressed to the board. This is not necessarily, and I have read that memo, and is this independent accounts from employees who came to the board, or did one person go to the board and say, hey, I'm having this problem, and then the board starts bringing in people one by one saying, are you having problems? Are you having problems? Here, write about the problems you're having. Now, we're not privy to that. We don't know what's going on there, so we don't know what's going on like that. What we do know is it's not a situation like Matt Lauer with the lock button in his office and something totally egregious and criminal or something like that. None of those allegations have been put forward that I have seen. So, we're looking at this, and I think the public looks at what's being alleged, and they're just kind of like, that's it? That's why he's on leave. That's what this whole thing is about. And they're not understanding it, because it doesn't seem like the reaction by the board is proportionate to the allegations being made in the complaints.
Well, so
truly, at this stage, we don't have any way of being able to evaluate that.
I want to give a couple of examples of the complaints because this has come up. So one of them was, one employee said that James spat in his face over anger due to a tweet. Another was just overall bullying, being yelled at, and mistreatment, that kind of sort of bullying within the workplace. There was, in addition to that, an accusation that he was paid an additional about $20,000 or so for going to, I think it was Virginia, to star in a production of Oklahoma. But the mistreatment was like that. Like one was spat on, the other was just complained about, sort of just being yelled at, kind of harassed, not sexually harassed, but just, be sort of bullied. And from my understanding, other employees that were not actual victims of this kind of berating or whatever also signed on to this. This part I'm guessing because I don't know, because they either witnessed it or whatever. Otherwise, I mean, why would they sign on to something? But I just wanted to give some perspective to that. Go ahead. I don't know if somebody wanted to comment on that specifically, or if not, we can go to the plot.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, guys. I just want to say thanks for letting me talk. I know there's a couple heavyweights here. I just want to first start off by saying, looking at what I've seen on the memo, if you go to the Daily Beast, they said while employees signed their names in the memo, they didn't reveal who wrote the comments, and the Daily Beast was not able to independently confirm the anecdotes. So if you've read the quote-unquote leaked memo and you have every a news outlet saying they can't independently confirm it, well, why are we talking about it? And, this is like Anderson Cooper gets a scoop, gets 30 million views, the biggest story of our lifetimes, potentially. And the board decides to yank him over a sandwich. That's not how business works. What they would do is they would take these people aside, they would write James up, or they would have these things internally. Why would they sabotage their own organization over a sandwich? This is a concerted effort from Pfizer, and I'll give you reasons why I think that. Because I know some people have said that Pfizer has no connection to this, but I believe that they do. You had someone on the board who previously worked at CNN and did not like James. James had done reporting work against CNN. There are a lot of people that could potentially be sabotaging James. And you don't get this kind of success and then have random employees that should be managed internally. I work for a large company. I've had to fire people. I've had to work with HR. This is not how these things work. Board members don't care about these kinds of things. And he, I just find it very hard to believe that we've got people kind of talking out about both sides of their mouth.
So one thing I will say, though, and I appreciate you for sharing, but we have a lot of requests. One thing I will say, though, I think the point has been made, Plot, that the it's not necessarily what my point is, okay? But I think one point is, and then this has occurred to me as I was talking about before. I think perhaps before you came in, I was talking about, in my opinion, I was saying, look, somebody starts an organization, is the heart of the organization, is living and breathing the organizations, is involved with the day-to-day, with all the investigations of the organization. If it's that bad as an employee to work there, just leave. But I said that...
Could I please, I had to cut you off, Sphinx.
No, I'm sorry. Hold on a second, because I want to say this, because it goes to what you were saying. The thing about it is, for a nonprofit board, though, it is a little bit different than a regular company. And I have been the president of a nonprofit board the president of a nonprofit that I started myself. And I did have to answer to a board, and I hated it. I had to explain everything, and I did hate it. But that's kind of how it is. But I still think what I originally said. But I will give that it's not exactly the same as a corporation, but a nonprofit relies on those donations. So if they are being threatened that all those donations, as Jack said when he was up here, are going to be taken away, I can see how that would push a board to do something, to at least appear they are doing something. Having said that, I do think that he is the organization. Go ahead, Plot. Go ahead and just finish it out.
Yeah, I did some quick research yesterday, and it may be nothing, but I think we have to ask this question because we do potentially have one of the biggest stories of our lifetime, and what Pfizer has done to people, what they've admitted, and then this organization that found it out is suddenly being destroyed from within. So Daniel Strack was the man who made this happen, and he is basically their group. He's a manager, a high up manager. He used to be a high up manager at Goldman Sachs, like very high up. He answered directly to the CEO. He was there he left in 2016. And, he had a lot of dealings in buying quick stocks and selling quick stocks in bulk. But, he's the guy that made this happen. He's mentioned in the initial statement from Project Veritas saying, we're
Okay, Plot, I'm going to give you about a minute to wrap it up because we're going into features you've done about Goldman. I want to wrap it up in a minute.
Yeah. So if you look into Albert Bourla's connection to Goldman Sachs, he last year he was on one of their earnings calls. He got to give a really big speech on their January earnings call, and he also spoke on some other big events. So he's very chummy with the people that run Goldman Sachs. So you're telling me a guy who runs the board for Project Veritas, who used to work at Goldman Sachs, has no connection to Bourla? You're saying Bourla couldn't make a call and say, hey, let's dream something up? I mean, they've got the entire weight of Google, LinkedIn trying to censor the story, and you don't think that's possible? Let's look at Goldman Sachs, and let's look at Strack's connection to this. I think it's something worth looking into, because trying to say Pfizer has no role in this, and that's just not how it works. But anyway, thanks for letting me talk. And, if you want to look into the sources for where Bourla spoke at the 14th Annual Healthcare CEO Unscripted Conference for Goldman Sachs, you should be able to Google it and find it. But if you need the source, I can provide it. Thank you for letting me talk.
So let me just quickly address that. Again, I just want to reiterate, I have no information on this specific thing that's going on right now. And to the credit and character of the board, I know nothing, because I am close to one board member. He's a very good friend. But I'm going to tell you this. What I do know about the board is they don't give a flying flip about Pfizer or anybody else. So, that's why James has, in part, why he's been so effective, is he's had a board that has stood firmly behind him in just as bad situations as this one. Like, they've had serious people coming after them. They spend a lot of money defending themselves, and they've had major news organizations, major corporations coming against them for years, and they've stood up to that. So I would be shocked, and I do not believe that Pfizer's been able to come after them. They've been fearless about that. That's to James's credit, because he's fearless, and I'm going to stand up for James because I know that he doesn't always maybe necessarily do everything perfect, but that man is fearless. He's got this figured out, and I am totally on his side. But he's also been able to do that because he's had a board that stood with him as well too. So,
okay, Honey Badger.
Thank you, Texas. So I first have a question for Jim, and then I want to go back to the point that Sphinx was talking about earlier. Thank you so much for letting me speak. So Jim, you said that you have close personal relationships with some of the board members. Is that correct?
One of them.
So
yes.
One. So did he explain to you, did he tell you his history in terms of these complaints, HR, how they were addressed? Was he ever put on a performance improvement plan, or did all of these complaints just come out at once and they said, here are all the complaints, you're suspended with pay? How did that play out?
I have no information from him or anyone else on this present situation. And I don't dig into their personnel and policy issues. By the way, there's someone here who can.
Okay. Thank you. If we can get back to that in just a second, because what I'm understanding then, and I appreciate your answer, but I'm understanding then, because what it appears to everyone is that all of these complaints came out all at one time, and for that he was suspended. That would seem very suspect for a company with a board of directors. There's a process when a person is complained about, and it's addressed. Each individual is addressed, and when it's identified as a problem, then that leader gets put into what's called a performance improvement plan, or whatever it's called in a given company. So the way that this came out, and if anybody has any information to the contrary, as he was spoken to several times and he just kept going and he never changed anything. All right, so table that for a second, and I want to go back again, Sphinx. I wanted to talk a little bit about what you said earlier. The night before last, I was in a very large space, and it just so happened that a Project Veritas employee, one of their earliest whistleblowers, came into the room to talk about it. And she came into the conversation very, very clear-headed. And she said, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but she said exactly this. Was James O'Keefe a tough boss? Yes. Did he yell sometimes? Yes. He is the kind of boss that expects his employees or everyone around him to be working as hard as he is. Some people don't appreciate or care for that style of leadership. And so the question was put to her kind of soft, like, do you hold any grievance? And she said, no. So I know that that's a bit anecdotal. She was pretty clear in what she said, but sir?
Just to interrupt her,
Yeah.
manager, that employee happens to be facing up as a speaker right now.
Yep. Oh.
Yep. Just brought her up.
Well, I hope I represented
I
hope I represented your words well, Cassandra.
No, that you did. You did.
Cassandra,
I kind of waved. I was like, I think she's talking about me.
So if I could just tie it up, and I'm glad I got it right. That makes me feel very good. Because it's going back to that, and what you gave was a fair depiction and a very level-headed depiction, in my opinion. If you look at it this way, and you look at the type of person who doesn't appreciate the type of boss that doesn't, that wants you to work as hard as they do. Well, if you're a for-profit company, I'm sorry, I don't understand that complaint for people. But again, I personally have been in the workforce for 30 years. I have been a boss. I have had bosses be really hard on me. I've had bosses yell at me, etc. And you know what? It made me better. Now that's just my attitude, But I will kind of land it there. If you need a job and you need to work hard, and there's no perfect employee and there's no perfect boss, and so I will just leave it there. I mean, this all.
And by the way, one thing I want to throw in here, because Cassandra's going to speak, and she's not going to explain why, and I'm not going to tell you why, but Cassandra knows why I understand even what she's saying. Would you agree with that, Cassandra, based upon what we've talked about?
Let me just also welcome Cassandra to the stage. Welcome. It's good to have you. Go ahead. The mic is yours.
You're muted, Cassandra.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Sphinx, and thank you for hosting this space. Obviously, because I decided to come out and speak publicly about this, since I haven't worked there for 3 years, I have nothing to gain from defending James. He has not paid my bills in a very long time. But our relationship, was because I was the first whistleblower, and what happened back then in 2017 and 2018, and it's why I'm very suspicious of what is going on now, is there were some employees at Project Veritas who wanted to see the company take a completely different direction than where it's been for the past few years. There's been articles in the New York Times that have corroborated this, because they wanted to basically make it seem like Project Veritas was, owned by Blackwater, and they were trying to run a domestic spying operation, which absolutely was not true. But there were some people who used to work there before I started that we're trying to turn it into that. I know that because they told me all these horrible things about James. They said that he was the reason that I got fired from Facebook. They said that I can't trust him. You know, he's a narcissist. All these sorts of things these gentlemen told me. And they offered me a substantial amount of money. They said they were going to start their own organization that was going to be for profit. And in their words, pay for play. I was uncomfortable with that because I've always been a very ideologically driven person, which is probably why James and I got along. And so that's what bothers me about this, is because it brings up a lot of red flags for me of what happened in 2017 and 2018. And when I read the employee letter, I look at the complaints, and a lot of them, frankly, you know, and I know that some of, you know, maybe Jim has a different opinion. They are not that big of a deal at the end of the day. They're not egregious, fireable offenses. And
I do agree, by the way.
okay, yeah. So, like, your boss yells at you. I came from a military background. I was used to people yelling at me all the time, whether I had actually done something wrong or not. And so, you know, occasional yelling and having a boss who's hard on you is not something that I was foreign to. And when I went to Project Veritas, I had just tanked my career. You know, I was working at Facebook. That's gone. I'm not going to work in the tech industry again. Before, I used to be a TS/SCI clearance holder. After all this, the odds of that being maintained were slim to none. And so James gave me a chance and hired me as a journalist because of my background. And it ended up being really great. Like, if you watch the Project Veritas videos from the time I worked there, about half of them you'll hear my voice in. And so that doesn't mean that the job was always easy. And that doesn't mean that he was always like a nice boss. He and I got in, you know, there were times where he would sometimes say things that were really harsh. And I had talked to him privately about it. And it was never a situation where if I talked, I never felt like I couldn't tell him, like, James, you know, I don't think that was the right thing to do. And I don't think that he's that unreasonable to where you can't tell him, like, hey, that might not have been cool. So I'm just really suspect because this isn't the first employee issue they've had. I'm sure some of you know that there's an ongoing lawsuit from some former employees that may have an axe to grind. I'm not going to comment on any of those specific claims. But when they talk about toxic workplace, I took a look at the complaints and I took a look at who signed the letter. And I can tell you, because some of the people I know, that it is very ironic to me of at least one person I know who I would say is an instigator of a toxic workplace, signing a letter accusing James of creating a toxic workplace and talking about yes men when perhaps at least one or two of these employees that signed this letter were not, weren't being mission first. We'll put it that way.
I just wanted to say there was a really bad echo there for a minute when I brought up film is the canvas of dreams. So I'm going to bring you back up, but there was an echo, so I had to move you back down.
That's because he didn't mute. You got to mute when you go up, or I'm going to drop you again, please, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Cassandra, do you have grave concerns about the board? Do you feel like that this is a process where they're trying to work through the issue that's come up, which they obviously, you know, as you point out, they've had to at least think through from time to time. Do you feel like that they're and you know what I think about Matt, but do you think that they're trying to fairly work through this? Do you have any concerns about that memo having gotten leaked out somehow?
I'm less concerned about the memo having gotten leaked out. I mean, it is concerning because any leaks from Project Veritas compromise the mission. And when it comes to the board, you know, since you mentioned him, Matt is the only board member that I ever had any like significant conversation that I can remember with. And I always had a good impression of him. That being said, I don't trust some of the employees that signed off on that letter. And I'm worried that some of them may have garnered undue influence within the organization. And that's kind of more where I'm coming from. I want to believe the best of people who I've had high opinions of, but that doesn't mean that I think that any of them, whether it be board members, employees, James, anyone, any human being, is immune from bad influences.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people representing various things that they say they know. I mean, I wouldn't have said anything about this had I not been on Grant Cardone's space the other day, and Nelson just brought this up, and they knew that I was somewhat connected with them already because I had been on the PV spaces that were talking about the recent Pfizer thing. And James brought me up and asked me to talk and stuff. So I still maintain the deepest well of respect for James O'Keefe. And I think he's a fantastic guy. And I desperately want to see him be able to continue this mission. I'm personally convinced, and I've shared this privately with Cassandra too, but publicly as well, that at least speaking for Matt, who I'm close to, that I think it's all meant to be something very good and to be done properly. I've only had brief conversations with the other board members, but and I don't know any of them well, but I can just tell you, you know, this is tough. I was very concerned when I saw the memo go out because it's one of these employees had to have given it to someone. And that's very concerning because that undermines Project Veritas's mission in my mind more than anything the board might be doing. And the board has been getting a lot of shade for all this. Well, I want to know why, because it had to be one of these employees. Why would they put it out there? And that was very concerning to me. And I was very sad to see that.
Hey, I just want to say to the co-hosts, some people I'm inviting up myself, so please don't drop them if I'm bringing them up.
Just so you know, Sphinx, I'm not dropping anybody, but I accepted some of the requests, and then the person just disappeared. It happened to Cassandra whenever she requested earlier. I accepted it, and then she just went away. So there's some weird glitch, and I wanted to tell people in the room. There's a few people that I accepted, and then they just disappeared, and I don't know what's causing that, but just FYI.
Gotcha. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being patient with us. Go ahead, Brick. What you got?
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to rule out that this is a case of a disgruntled employee. This is a case of an employee knowing that, okay, I don't like being pushed this hard in this workplace. What are my ways? Knowing that if I go to the board that I'm going to be able to force the board's hand, because we all know we live in a litigious society, and the possibility exists that if this employee is going to the board and they're allegedly documenting things that are allegedly taking place and the board takes no action, as Jim has pointed out, down the line, that creates a situation that's even worse for Project Veritas, where the board is then culpable and the organization is liable because they didn't act upon complaints. I understand that the board needs to act upon complaints. That does not, however, mean that every complaint is valid. And, this and the perception here is what's difficult. If this were just a privately held company or a company with a board that was in manufacturing that made gears, and those gears went into transmissions, this would not be an issue. But the problem is Project Veritas is very public facing and needs that public trust. And I still am of the position that even if I want James O'Keefe back, absolutely. I don't want him to have to start over from ground zero somewhere else. I don't want that to happen. I don't want that time for that organization to spool up to occur. I don't want that to happen. I want him back at the head of Project Veritas. But I think the board really needs to look at it, and if they are really truly interested in doing what's right for Project Veritas, that might include potential changes to the board. And I'm not saying who or what or when or why. I'm just saying that the board looks at, okay, James is back. Now we're going forward. What's our biggest obstacle? It could be that one of those is the perception that the board has some sort of bias against James. I'm not saying that's what it is in fact, but this is a possibility. And unfortunately, like I said, because this is a public facing organization, they need to worry about that perception more than a company that just manufactures an item that goes into another product.
To me, it sounds like there was some journalists there that joined and worked really hard on a story, and they wanted the spotlight. They couldn't get it because James is really the face of the company. And I think that can create some envy and some turmoil within the organization whenever someone has, worked hard to do the story, but they're not the ones presenting the story, and and the public doesn't see them because they're behind the scenes. And I think there's some egos at play here that what they don't realize is that James has been the face of Project Veritas for a very long time. And I think that when you throw in people's feelings getting hurt and all those other factors at play, you can, kind of, it may sound elementary to look at it in that way, but I really think that that's probably part of this, and a lot of the pile on, because they wanted their own moment to shine and to deliver the news, and that's just not how it was structured or set up. Maybe that changes at some point as part of the restructure, but there is no Project Veritas without James O'Keefe, in my opinion. So, Cassandra, and then Success, you had your hand up after her.
Yeah, just to that, I mean, when you join Project Veritas, there is the expressed understanding that your work is going to be in the shadows, that you're not going to get credit for it. Now, they have started to have more public-facing journalists as well as the undercovers. If you'll notice, like the Pfizer confrontation that they uploaded the other day, even though it wasn't well received due to everything that's going on, was done by James Lolino, who I know, and he's been a journalist there for quite some time. Christian Hartsock is public-facing now. R.C. Maxwell has done public-facing content. And so Project Veritas has opened up and allowed more employees to be able to take some credit for the work that they do. But if you're too public, and this is the problem, this is why James can't go in the field, even though I know for a fact he's told me on numerous occasions how much he wishes he still could. But once you become too public-facing, you can't really go undercover. If you'll notice, like the other whistleblower stories, they almost all went public. To this day, on the Project Veritas website, you won't find my name or my face on there. And that's because that was a agreed upon, understood decision that revealing my identity and going public with the Facebook documents I had would have made it where it would have been very difficult for me to go undercover after that if I had my face splashed around. And so that's just what I want to say about that, is it's essential to the mission that, and really for the journalists to be able to keep their jobs, that they not have their face out there too much.
100%. We also have Laura Loomer in here now as well, who is an investigative journalist for Project Veritas. I know Success, you had your hand up, and then I we can go to Laura, then Chris.
Yeah, I just want to, since you mentioned Laura, I just want to welcome Laura to the stage. It's so nice to have you. I'm glad you could make it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Anytime. And I can't wait to hear what you have to say. So who did you say was next?
She can go before me. I know she's got a lot of good insight, so she can go before me.
Well, there you go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, so yeah, it's been pretty shocking and disappointing, I'd say, to see everything that's going on with, I would call it an internal coup, right, of Project Veritas and James O'Keefe as the face of Project Veritas. And as somebody who worked for Project Veritas, I started working for Project Veritas and James O'Keefe when I was in college. So I was a senior in college, and I was doing undercover work for them my senior year. And then ultimately, I ended up getting kicked out of college a month before graduation because of one of my exposés I did on my own university. And so after that, I moved to New York full time, where I was undercover in the Hillary Clinton campaign, doing undercover journalism throughout the 2015-2016 race, and traveled the country with various aliases, going undercover, exposing the Clinton campaign. And my videos were actually utilized during the debates and utilized by President Trump himself in that election, of course, between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And what I'll tell you is that from the time that I was at Veritas to now, the company has grown substantially. We were in a small little office that is actually right next door to their main office now. And, it wasn't as like tight of an operation. When I say tight of an operation, it wasn't on the scale that it is now. In the statement that Project Veritas released the other day, they talked about how regardless of what happens, they're still going strong because they have, a team of 65 plus journalists and, employees who work there. Well, the whole dynamic and the excitement about working for Project Veritas comes hand in hand with working alongside James O'Keefe. And while James himself doesn't necessarily do as much undercover work anymore, he does, as they were just discussing, the more forward-facing confrontations. That wasn't a thing when I was at Veritas, right? So we only really did undercover work. And then that was kind of an element that developed when I left, right? This idea of like having other people other than James O'Keefe go out into the field and confront people on camera. But certainly, people know Project Veritas because of James O'Keefe, right? He is the face of Project Veritas. It's his company. He made it. It was his vision. And I think that as a former Project Veritas undercover and communications director, and also somebody who, traveled with James, kind of as his, like, when I say body man, like, I would travel with James everywhere he would go, right? He always needed somebody with him, who would take care of things. And that was me. And up until the time that I left. And I'll just tell you that the company would totally fail if they pushed James O'Keefe out. I mean, he has a relationship, not just with the donors, but also with all of the supporters and the fans, right? And I think that there's no way to actually really keep, Project Veritas alive if this coup of James O'Keefe is successful. And, I posted about this earlier in the week as well. I think that there's some power struggle dynamics taking place, especially among the board members, some of which have conflicting political aspirations, because what people tend to forget is that there's Project Veritas, okay, which is the undercover journalism, non-political aspect of Veritas, the 501c3. And then you have Project Veritas Action, which is the political arm of Project Veritas that does, the undercover work inside the campaign. So it's more political in that sense. And so, I think that the public is thinking of this as, oh, it's just Project Veritas. And they're not thinking of the fact that, yeah, the board oversees both, right? So you have Project Veritas Action. And I want everybody to think, what's going to happen in 2024? What's already happening? Okay, we're seeing this. It's pretty obvious to everybody that Ron DeSantis is going to be filing to run against Donald Trump. He's waiting to file until around May or June because he's waiting for the Florida legislature to change a law that requires the governor of Florida to step down from their position within 10 days if they file to run for president. And so he's kind of secretly, but also not so secretly, pressuring the Florida Republican legislature to change that rule so that he can maintain his position as governor and run against Donald Trump. And look, it pains me to have to say this, but you know, I'll choose James O'Keefe over anybody else that I had a relationship with at Project Veritas any day. Okay, I have friends who still work there, and I have friends who I've known nearly just as long as I've known James, and I've known James for 10 years. I met him when I was 20 years old, and I'm, going to be 30 this year. So almost 10 years. And I've been friends with Matthew Tiermont, but I will say that I think that this is an incredible act of disloyalty. And I even publicly posted and tagged Matt, and I texted him, and I don't really understand what's going on. I know most of the board members myself personally. And I know for a fact that some of these board members have been donors to Ron DeSantis in the past because some of the board members live here in Florida and I know them. I'm not saying they're bad people, right? These are people who I like very much. I like everybody from Project Veritas. But there's no denying the fact that there's a power struggle, right? Because Project Veritas is a weapon, okay? And just imagine the damage that they do when they go undercover in campaigns. And I think that there's probably some conflicting interests among the board and some of these members. And James does a really great job, by the way, of never telling the public what his political views are. Even when I worked at Project Veritas, James never talked politics with the staff. We had political investigations, but James never would, express partisan or what you would call bias or preferential opinions, right, towards any candidate. Obviously, President Donald Trump is a fan and supporter of Project Veritas, and it's publicly known that Donald Trump even once donated to Project Veritas. So you can see that, this, and I can confirm this because I know this to be true, is one of the issues at hand, right? Is just this looming power struggle leading up to 2024. And some of the board members are very closely affiliated, like Matt himself. And again, I like Matt, but I'll choose James O'Keefe over anybody any day, right? It's just, it's Project Veritas is James O'Keefe. James O'Keefe is Project Veritas. And simply because Matt is associated and is publicly showing support and making, in my opinion, inappropriate statements like Ron DeSantis is the 2024 Republican frontrunner, right? That's what he said when he was hanging out with a lot of these alleged, what some people are saying paid DeSantis influencers who are astroturfing this non-existent but kind of existent presidential campaign. And you shouldn't be making positions like that. You shouldn't be making statements like that if you are on the board of Project Veritas or Project Veritas Action. So there's a political struggle. And then also to, one of the board members, I guess, who has ties to Goldman Sachs also has some, connection with Pfizer. And, this is what I'm told from people who I know who still work at Project Veritas, who I'm friends with. And these are James O'Keefe loyalists. So whether Project Veritas and, the staff and the board members want to come clean with the public and be honest about what this is really about, who knows, right? My loyalty is to James O'Keefe. I love Project Veritas. I wrote about my experience extensively in my book. James O'Keefe wrote the foreword for my book. We're very close, but at the end of the day, how do you support, a company that chooses to exist without the founder of the company or completely pushes them out? It's like a theft of his idea. It's a theft of his creation. So, I think that that's how most people feel anyway. So I feel confident in saying all these things because given the backlash that Project Veritas has received online, it's obvious that they're going to completely fail unless they keep James O'Keefe on. It's going to be a terrible decision for them because he could easily just go create some type of Project Veritas 2.0 and take all the donors and supporters with him. So we all need to support James.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much, Laura, for joining us and saying that.
Yeah, and I'll just say one last thing too before I let somebody else talk. I will say that, I don't hate Matt. I'm just disappointed, right? Matt has been a friend of mine. I've been close with Matt Tiermon too. Like I said, I know the board members. I'm close with some of the board members. Some of them, supported me when I ran for office. I'm not saying that these are bad people, right? I don't hate any of these people. That's why this is so sad to see, because these people are my friends. They were my colleagues. They were my acquaintances. Matt and James and I have known each other for almost 10 years, right? Or at least I've known both of them for 10 years. And it's sad to see people who you thought were, tied together through, I would say like we're not related, right? But almost like kind of like a blood connection, because that's how James would talk to me. He would call me his sister, right? He put that in my book. And that's how I feel. I feel like these people are my family. James is like family to me. Like I would actually take a bullet for James O'Keefe. There's not many people that I like on this planet. There's not many people that I trust. There's not many people that I would really consider or call one of my true friends, but James O'Keefe is one of my best friends. He's my mentor. And it's really sad to see people who, presented themselves as a trustworthy friend to James O'Keefe kind of turn around and stab him in the back. So I hope that, they change their behavior soon.
So next, I know we had Success up next, and then Chris, and then Aaron, and then Veteran. So in that order, go for it, Success.
Thanks, Texas. Appreciate you guys, Jim, Sphinx. Love all you guys do. Appreciate it. So I just wanted to kind of interject here. I agree with a lot of what Laura said. I'm just an outsider watching this whole thing go down. And from what I've saw and what I kind of witnessed, I don't believe it's a personnel issue. I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, but if you work for Project Veritas, I would think you'd have to have some pretty tough skin to work at an organization like that. And for what's transpired, I think it comes down to the corporation, and that's what kind of out and what.
Oh, no, I was just going to tag on to what you just said because I didn't even cover that element of it. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I will say you're absolutely correct in what you're saying. Look, if you're going to work for Project Veritas, which is the most elite, I would say the most elite undercover journalist organization in the entire world, you have to have thick skin. And, I personally would butt heads with some of the journalists who didn't make it when I was there because obviously I'm very brash, Some people think I'm really aggressive, but I was also very good at my job. Like there was a point in time when Veritas was much smaller, when I was producing, over 80% of the content that they were pushing out, right? My first ever video at Project Veritas was a front page story on the New York Post when I was still a senior in college. And so you have people, right, who really aren't like cut out for the job, who think that they're just going to like be undercover journalists or that they're going to be able to like survive in this industry. And they have no idea. They think it's easy, like, fulfilling a script or playing a role or, carrying out an operation, whether it's what they call a smash or grab or a long-term operation, and I did both at Veritas, but it's much harder. It's much more anxiety inducing than it looks to actually wear a hidden camera and carry out this work. And then you have people that just get too sensitive. And, James is a master of this. And, he's not a bad person. He's not mean. I've never seen him ever verbally abuse anybody. Okay. And, like I said, Veritas has a lot more HR protocols in place now from the time that I worked there. And James has always been somebody he's probably the best person I've ever worked for. He's very understanding. He's very compassionate. I think that he's a very loving, kind person. So I just call bullshit on these people who want to say like, oh, that James is like verbally aggressive to them. I know in the article it mentioned Spencer Mead saying that, James called him a pussy. Okay, tough shit. Get over it. Like, I mean, I know Spencer, and I like Spencer. And so I just think that a lot of this is like ginned up. And I think that it's manufactured and that they went to the staff, like people in the board who are engaged in this power struggle, just kind of coaxed or maybe, promised some of these employees something to get them to go to the board and complain about James so that they would have a reason. Because what are they going to say? Oh, we're going to fire you for no reason, right? Leading up to the 2024 election. No, they want to try to like present this false idea that he created some kind of hostile environment. Like, I'll just say, during the 2016 campaign, I slept on the couch in Project Veritas like for an entire like week and a half leading up to the election. Okay, you don't sleep. I was working like 22 hours a day nonstop, and that's it. If you want to work for elite people, if you want to work for people who are changing the world and their videos are literally being mentioned by the president of the United States and impacting presidential debates and being talked about by members of Congress, then I'm just going to say it. Don't be such a pussy. Like, learn how to actually like work with key players and get tougher skin. So I don't think James's comments, if he even said that, personally, I don't even believe it. I think it's all bullshit. But even if he did say it, like, who cares, right? It's just part of the game.
I agree completely, and that was more the basis of my point is. And then, like, from a standpoint of, okay, what kind of money does Project Veritas bring in versus a company like Pfizer? So all it takes is a quick, swift action coming in with some serious amount of money, and you can pretty much change anybody's mind. So in my opinion, I think a lot of this has to do with, I mean, what is the coincidence of one of their biggest stories or the biggest story of the year, pretty much ousting a lot of and debunking a lot of the crap we've heard over the last couple of years, and straight up telling U.S. citizens that we're using tax dollars money to pretty much, essentially use us as, dummies to it just, the whole thing, it reeks, it smells, and it just seems the timing seems so weird that to me, something's going on more than just a bunch of, employees that are disgruntled or mad at somebody.
Yeah,
And
it's
it just
the
seems
DeSantis angle. I'm telling you, there's a DeSantis angle here because, look, I understand there's a Pfizer angle as well, through the board member who's tied to Goldman Sachs. From what I'm told by employees of Project Veritas who have been communicating with me, but they're still pushing out Pfizer videos. Today, they just released a video of one of their undercover journalists trying to confront the president of Pfizer, the CEO of Pfizer. So if there was some kind of, complete deal to axe all Pfizer stories, you wouldn't be seeing them still push out Pfizer stories or confrontations with the head of Pfizer. I think that it's really suspicious that Libby Locke, the lawyer who had once represented, I guess, Project Veritas in a defamation suit with the New York Times, met with Ron DeSantis on his panel where he was kind of taking jabs at President Trump and Truth Social in a very veiled way. And then the very next day, right, you see James gets pushed out by the board of Project Veritas. I think that the board needs to come clean about their associations, their political associations, and kind of like where their loyalties are, because there's a lot of people right now who are not being very transparent about, who they're working with behind the scenes politically, who's paying them. And I think that unfortunately that's starting to seep over into the boardroom of Project Veritas, because there's a debate. There's a really big debate right now between who are we going to choose. And Project Veritas is not supposed to be a partisan organization. And I'm not accusing them of this. They are not a partisan organization. But obviously, like most of the board members, right, I would say that they're conservative or libertarian. And I really think that some of them are forward thinking and thinking to themselves, oh, wow, like Project Veritas action could be so weaponized in the presidential primary. And given the fact that Matt, and like I said, Matt has been a friend of mine. I'm very disappointed that I even have to talk about this, but he has not been shy about his bias towards DeSantis at all. And I think that, there needs to be more pressure put on board members to disclose like who they're working for politically speaking.
And I just want to say, I don't want Laura for you to feel weird for saying the P word, but I once called a guy a pussy, and he came back and he maced me at close range. And do you guys want to know why? I'll tell you. 'Cause he's a freaking pussy. Okay, who's next? Who's next?
We had Chris up next, and then Aaron.
You guys retweet the space.
Yeah. I think I was next. I'm Chris.
All right, go ahead. Don't mace me, Chris. Go ahead.
I definitely will not mace you. I actually read through all of the employee comments, the full memo, so I saw everything. And let's just say, even without taking James's side of things or somebody else's side of things, let's say it's all accurate. Okay, so James, based on that, okay, let's say he's an asshole or he can be an asshole. Okay. Well, like Texas Lindsay said quite a while ago, I worked for two different assholes before. I stayed for a while, but then finally it's like, all right, I've had enough. I'm leaving. I just told him, all right, I'm done. I'm leaving. So that's what you do. Now let's say, this board is really trying to help the company. They have a little intervention completely privately. A group of them get together, talk to James, and they just come out right out and say, hey, look, James, you're an asshole. We want this, and this to change. And then and it's all done in private. There's no official meeting. There's no, memos need to go out. And if James doesn't agree, the people that aren't happy, they just leave. That's how it goes. But at this point, now that this has happened, now that all this information is out there, the people that were part of this, as Malcolm called it, a soft coup, or maybe it's even not so soft, they're going to have to go. Even if you're friends with Matthew Chairman, he's going to have to go if he was the ringleader. Any other ringleaders? And I got to say, when you start talking about pussies, I mean, the one guy says, "Oh, I stood up to a bully." Well, what sort of man in a talking about verbal altercations refers to somebody as a bully? I wouldn't.
Sir,
this
is
a pussy, a total pussy.
Sir,
this is to another man. So James,
sir, this is a respectable place, sir. Please do not use that language, okay? I don't know where you got that from, but we do not speak that way here. Now I'm going to unmute you. Please behave yourself. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your following the rules in advance. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, unmute.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what I said, but I'll move right along. The idea was talked about earlier that the donors don't really have any say, and certainly I don't agree that that's true at all. You've always got legal causes of action. If big donors in particular want to make a case that they gave money and under false pretenses, now that James has been ousted, they absolutely are going to have a cause of action. And I absolutely do not think that would get kicked if they were to bring that suit. It's not going to be quickly dismissed. Maybe they win somewhere down the road, but it's going to take time. It's going to cost them money. And, anyway, getting back to Jack's point earlier, and I think other people made it publicly, yes, for Project Veritas to regain its previous stature after this happened, the people that did this are going to have to go out the door. Just kind of like when Steve Jobs was brought back into Apple and he, ousted all the people that had previously ousted him before they brought him back. So, and my final thought would be, I really, really, really think it's a non-value added exercise for any potential Republican candidates to just be attacking one another and trying to destroy one another and shred one another. It plays right into the left's hands, and I always try to discourage anybody from doing it. So, thanks for the time.
So let me address just one thing there. No, donors have very little cause of action unless there's fraud involved. If there were fraudulent means of obtaining contributions, then that would obviously be a serious issue. But no, they have little cause of action except to just not give the money and or make a stink, and that they have
If
those two.
James, if I give money based on James O'Keefe being the man, and then you remove him, I can say that's fraud. I can
Yeah,
absolutely
but
say that's fraud.
if a board took action legally to deal with an employee, and remember the board have rights in an organization too, and I'm not trying to dig into who's right and who's wrong on this because that's not where I'm at, but I'm just telling you general legal principles. If a board takes action and it's appropriate action, and I'm not saying it is in this case, and I'm not making any of those claims, but what I'm saying is if a board takes appropriate personnel action, even if a donor had anticipated that money would go to a certain purpose and now the employee action was taken, then a court of law would even say that the board has rights. So no, you don't have an absolute right when you voluntarily give money to an organization and the board takes what is actually legal action. Now, in this case, I'm not making any representations about that in this case. So but I'm just trying to correct your point. No, a donor doesn't have absolute legal right to their money when they give to an organization. They do have a moral case to be made if they feel actions have been done wrongly, and they might have other forms of recourse, but a legal one is very limited from people who have given money to an organization voluntarily.
But they
So
do have all the
that
power. People that donate have all the power here because when the money stops flowing, they're in real trouble.
correct.
So I would
No,
argue
but
that the
that's what I'm
donors
saying.
have way
Actual
more power
recourse.
than the board in this case.
That's right, and that's the risk that a board takes as well when they take action. And again, I'm not making any representations about this particular circumstance. I'm just trying to clarify so people don't misunderstand what rights a donor has. And a donor has an absolute right to never give again. And if you take board action that harms your reputation potentially in the future with donors, then that is something that would be very stupid to do as well. So in this case or any other case, you got to be very careful what you do as a board. The second point I want to make here is, and there may be a misunderstanding, what I understand of what's going on here is what the action they took with James was not leaked out by the board at all. I think it was leaked out in other manners, and the board did put up a statement once that information came out, and they had to address it because it was now public information because someone put it out there. The memo that has been referred to a few times here by me and by others that's out there, that memo was not an official board memo. That was a memo, apparently, as I look at it, if it's actually authentic. That memo is the memo that was sent to the board by employees, and now it's out in the public domain. So if this memo is even accurate, and if that's the case, and I think Laura has appropriately laid out her understanding of the people that are on there, but what that means to me is that this memo was leaked out by someone of these employees for some purpose. I'm not saying that absolutely. I'm just saying that's what seems to be the case. The best I can tell is that the board apparently was trying to deal with this internally, and that information has gotten out. My understanding is
Can
the
you rule
board
out?
didn't
Can you
do
rule
that.
out that it's not a board leak, though? Can you rule out it's not a board leak?
I'm about to address that. So if that was sent out by an employee, then they've undermined what the board was maybe trying to do privately. If the board themselves put this out, then that becomes a very serious issue. And by the way, would be a legal issue. My judgment is the board did not send that out at all. I think they were trying to deal with it internally. Everything that I've seen, the board just tried to address when it became public by putting the statement out that they put out. But I'm going to tell you something. It's not fair to anybody to make presumptions. There's no
Wait, you
trail
just
of
made one.
evidence
You
where it
just
came.
made a presumption, though, Jim.
No. I made presumptions based upon certain criteria. I have no idea. the answer to all that. In other words, what I'm saying is, if the employees put this out, then they're undermining the process. If the board put this out, they actually have done something quite wrong.
I guess I shouldn't be so hard on you, Jim. It is your birthday. But Aaron had his hand up next. If you want to weigh in.
Oh no, I can. Hey, I'm a big boy. I can
say
take it.
before Aaron,
Happy
Aaron
birthday
is
to
another
Jim.
professor. Hold on, Aaron. Professors tend to go on. Hold on a second. I just want to say, Chris, you didn't do any. I say that lovingly, Aaron. Aaron knows I love him. Listen,
Guilty as charged.
Chris, you didn't do anything wrong. I was just teasing because Laura and I both said the same word, and I was getting on your case about it. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your thoughts. Please come back anytime. Aaron, the mic is yours, sir. Doctor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Sphinx. And you were right about the guy who maced you. He is exactly what you said he was. Let me preface this by saying I'm generating a hypothesis, not a conclusion. I'm just trying to make sense of things. And I can't help think about the timing of this in relation to the Pfizer videos. And look, Project Veritas and James didn't just go after Pfizer. Okay, they went after this particular product that Pfizer has generated. And when you go after this particular Pfizer product, you go after the biomedical security state. You're talking about going after not just Pfizer, but the Department of Defense, which was running point on our pandemic response, the Department of Homeland Security, and HHS. So you're talking about the military intelligence industrial complex. You're talking about going after a group of people who are deeply invested in this particular product, being seen in a particular way by the American public. The board's behavior is very weird. It could easily tank Project Veritas, either because the donors, run for cover and their funding dries up. That's a very real possibility. Or because the new leadership is not James O'Keefe and, the thing tanks of its own accord because, as one of the previous speakers that has a lot of experience with the organization said, Project Veritas is James O'Keefe and James O'Keefe is Project Veritas, and he could go reboot and do version 2.0 someplace else. So the board is behaving very strangely for for a group of people with fiduciary responsibility to keep this organization strong. And, it'd be one thing if they came out and accused O'Keefe of some kind of felony or really egregious crime. And, they had to do this. But the things they're accusing him of were, HR issues, personnel issues. So the deep state has the power to, make people behave in a certain way. They have a lot of blackmail power because they own the means of surveillance. Pfizer has the power of the purse. They could have bought out any number of these board members. Okay, you're going to make this organization tank, but, we'll make it worth your while. So I just can't rule out the Pfizer hypothesis. And I just want folks to keep in mind that going after Pfizer is about going after the federal government and aspects of the federal government, people within the federal government that have all kinds of different powers besides just the police powers of the state.
And Aaron, you weren't in here earlier when I mentioned this, but one of the Project Veritas reporters that went to Dr. Andrew Huff's house to get his story shared that he is a quote unquote former CIA agent who's working with Project Veritas. So that also adds a whole nother layer to all of this.
Well, I want
infiltration. Yeah.
Aaron, let me throw something in here though. I want to address some things you said. And Laura Loomer's certainly welcome to counter me in any way she wants. But listen, you didn't hear this earlier, Aaron, but Matt Tiermond is a very close friend of mine. I happen to be a Trump supporter, and yes, Laura's correct. He's been very supportive of Ron DeSantis. That's maybe the theory that at least Laura has thrown out there, and I'll, with respect, let her make that point. The Pfizer one, I have to tell you, knowing Matt, having had only ever brief discussions with the other board members whom I don't know well, and knowing James, whom I know and have remained in contact with for years, who I have a deep well of respect for, and I feel very sad about all this. But I I would be extremely shocked if there were a Pfizer tie to this, because two, this board has stood up strongly for James O'Keefe in very similarly risky situations in the past. And I would be shocked if that suddenly changed now. And there's no doubt, and it's fair to point out, that money can influence people. But I would be, none of the people on the board, as far as I know, have any problems personally with money. And I don't know that any of them could be influenced by money because of their personal wealth. But
I was speaking mostly about like their previous job history, like one of the individuals. And, you know, I have to be careful of what I say, obviously, because I'm not trying to like burn anybody. But at the same time, you know, I have contact with a lot of the employees, and I even know board members at Project Veritas. And there's an individual who, through employment, from my understanding, what I've been told, at Goldman Sachs, like has previous associations with people from Pfizer. And then, of course, there's this lawyer, Libby Locke. So I think that it's just like people are blinding themselves by only like thinking of the Pfizer angle as well. I think you also have to keep in mind that there's two elements of Project Veritas. Like I said, Project Veritas and Project Veritas Action. And we are entering a political season. And if you have a power struggle among people on the board who have conflicting political interests going into 2024, you know, like I said before, Project Veritas is a weapon. They take people out.
So, Laura, you know, I have a lot of respect for you. I just want to say this. I think it's also important to point out or to reemphasize what I just said a little bit ago. Like, if everything that I've looked at, and I may have missed something, I certainly may have, but everything that I've looked at as I've paid close attention to this since it all rolled out, this current situation, my understanding is that the board truly did try to keep this private and quiet, and that I don't see the trail that they put anything out on James. And it seems more likely, and I think you attest to the fact that of concerns of some of these people that signed on this, that they may have put this out to undermine James in the process because they also went to the board. So if that's the case, then that's a huge, huge problem. And I think potentially exonerates any political things with the board. But my knowledge of Matt Tiermond and discussions that he and I have had over many, many years, he's been highly supportive of James. Highly, highly supportive.
Yeah. And look, Matt's a friend of mine. I'm not saying that he isn't supportive, but clearly, you know, he hasn't really, from what I've seen, he's not really countering anything. I've texted him just for like total transparency, asking him like, what the hell's going on, Matt? You know, because he's being called the ringleader of this. And I don't dislike Matt. This is very shocking to me because I consider Matt and James both to be very good friends of mine. You know,
I'd like to break in. Excuse me. Can't we all just get along? If they are all just the bestest of friends, I apologize here, but I work for the people. And I believe in freedom of speech and everything Project Veritas
Rodney King has nothing
speaks
to do with this. Rodney King's got nothing to do with this. Sorry, never mind.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. I work for the veterans, ma'am, so you can mind your business.
Yeah, well, by the way, let me just throw this out here. I don't think there's any evidence that first of all, there's no evidence of a coup. We can speculate and wonder and all this kind of stuff. But two, Laura, I'll bet you got the same response from Matt that I do from text, which is he's not talking about it. Would that be correct?
I'm not going to disclose what Matt, you know, texted me. Like Matt actually, I mean, there's not really much to say, but Matt had actually messaged me last night and said, can we talk? Because I'm sure he saw my Twitter posts. And I said, yeah, sure, let's talk. But I never heard from him. He didn't call me today. I was at dinner with somebody last night when he texted me, but I said, fine, call me. But I haven't, you know, I've tried calling James. I've tried talking to James. James is, you know, obviously very overwhelmed right now. And I don't blame him for not really wanting to talk to people right now.
Aren't we all?
In other words, in fairness, veteran, hold on a second. In fairness to them, no one's talking about it. All the major players.
But there are people talking about it, though. There is a total split, and I'm telling you this right now. There's a total split within Project Veritas right
James
now.
needs to hold the line
Because James
hey,
is
veteran,
Project Veritas.
just hold on, please, okay? Go ahead, Laura.
There's loyalty to James, and so this has been very upsetting to people within Project Veritas who are not necessarily on the board. And
Listen,
I'm just
Laura,
telling you, people are totally talking.
Laura, you
And
and I are in total agreement on this. Listen, I consider Matt a very close friend, and
I like Matt. He's a friend
my wife
too,
and
but
I
I'm
are very
disappointed
close,
in
but
him.
I consider James a good friend too. We're not as close as Matt and I, but I have total respect for James. I want this to work out well. I'm like you. He is fantastic in what he's doing. This needs to continue. What I'm concerned about, what truly concerns me, is not Matt or the board at this stage. And not even to a certain degree, James, who I know can be very tough to work with. There's no doubt about that. You know that. Cassandra's talked about it. That's all there. But let me say this. What I'm concerned about is that this is even happening in the public because some employees may have put something out. And again, I can't prove that, and I don't know. But the memo that is out there is what was sent to the board. And either the board sent it out, which would be a breach of their fiduciary and other responsibilities, or an employee put it out, which is a breach of their responsibility as an employee as well, because they're probably under an NDA.
Well, either way, I think that I want to clarify something when you say that James is hard to work for. It's not that James is hard to work for. It's not that there's anything wrong with James. He's
By the way,
a genius.
I didn't say hard for. I
No,
said,
but I just want to clarify. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just simply saying that it's a high stress job. You don't have a personal life. Like when you work for Project Veritas, you basically assume your alias or aliases, and you can't even disclose to your friends or your family what you're doing. And so obviously, like, there's people that are fit for that job and they're cut out for that kind of high pressure work. And then there's people who think that they are and they're not. And so I just personally think, like, the people that are complaining about James O'Keefe, they're not fit out to do this job. And it's a problem with them, not with James.
and that's the point I'm making too, because what I'm really concerned about with all this is that it has gotten aired out in the public. I'm not convinced of the Pfizer theory, but certainly you can't rule anything out. But I'm not convinced of the Pfizer theory. What I am concerned about is apparently a few people that had a beef for whatever reason that they had. By the way, in that memo, if anyone reads it, you'll notice that there are employees on there as well who say, yeah, it was tough with James with this or that thing, but I get it. And I love James and I think we need to stand up for him. So, but I have to tell you, the fact that we're doing it out in the public has been harmful to the organization. If we were to find out that it was merely one of these employees that has been putting out the information, when this all could have been taken care of privately, then I think that would be the scandal that would be most concerning to me. If there are other factors, which I hope there are not, and certainly you can never rule anything out, and I have no inside information, but that would be bad as well, and we would need to know that. The sad thing is, I appreciate everyone personally, that's including Laura, that stands up for James, because I think James does a fantastic job. He's not a perfect individual. None of us are. I've worked with organizations many times. You see the imperfections of people that others in the public just laud as wonderful folks, and they're human beings like the rest of anyone else. So, but I also personally have, because of my relationship with him, have deep well of confidence for Matt Tiermond as an individual, because I think he does have character in all this. And it's my hope and my belief as well, but also my hope, that this is being handled in as appropriate a way possible. And now they're just trying to clean up a mess. And I'm literally praying for a good resolution for that. My wife and I both, because we have great respect for James and the board, and we want to see good things happen in the future.
Yeah.
Jim, can I just ask you something real fast? If
Surely.
The board is truly trying to just do the right thing and maybe they just want to address this letter, internally, I don't understand why during their meeting today, James wasn't immediately reinstated. That raises a red flag for me.
Well, it's not necessarily a red flag for me because I don't know the actual circumstances beyond what's out there in the public. Like, I have no inside information, so I can't assess that. But I can say that if one of these employees were the ones who put all this information out there, they've exacerbated the situation. Jack Posobiec says, and I don't even know if this is true, but he was saying that James's lawyer was in there. Well, if an employee had thrown this out and the situation has gone this way and it's exacerbated the way it is, then James might feel that he couldn't have been there and needed to have his lawyer there. And you know what? I don't know what's going on precisely, and I don't know that any of us does. And it is, the way that this is out in the public right now, you can imagine that if the board is trying to do what's right, then you wouldn't necessarily come to the conclusion that they reinstate him now. Because they also, if there are real issues to address that matter, and I'm not saying there are, I'm just saying if there are, then they need to be able to address them in the best way possible.
Yeah. And I saw Jack in here a little while ago again, but I don't see him now.
He's at the gym.
What's that?
That he's at the gym, but he was listening.
Okay. So I was going to say, why I like Jack? Because he retweeted the space. That's why. But what I was going to say, you guys, that's me indirectly shaming everyone. I'm sorry. I can't help it. But at least I tell you, but what I was going to say is, veteran, I dropped you because of the interruptions, but we can bring you back up. I can't find you now, so just request. And I'm happy to bring you back up. But just so you know, my little thing, Rodney King thing, unfortunately, I have an unusual sense of humor. It's unusual in the sense that I'm the only one humored by myself. So, I apologize. So you'll just have to get to know me. Let's go to Brick and then Make the World. Go ahead.
All right. So I just want to read something from the Veritas official statement, and 2 lines in there. The Project Veritas Board of Directors and Management are constantly evaluating what the best path forward is for the organization. The board and management are continuing this internal evaluation to assure our long-term success. So, my feeling is they need to be held to that statement, and I don't think that there's any way, like from the outside looking in, I don't think that they are ensuring the long-term success of the organization if they bring James O'Keefe back and there are no changes on the board. I don't see that as the board acting. This is a really weird situation in which the board, in order to ensure the best outcome for Project Veritas, needs to change itself. It may be a little anti-logical there, or it may be, not exactly what you're thinking about is the right course of action. But from the public looking outside in on Project Veritas and the public at large, not necessarily knowing the intricacies of how boards must respond legally to complaints and everything like that, we're talking about a loss of public trust. And I think it's going to be something that if the board elects to bring James back, which I'm absolutely hoping that they are, I think their next question is going to be, now what do we do about ourselves? Do we, as the board, still have the vote of confidence from the public that will allow Project Veritas to succeed going forward? And if the answer that they find to that is no, then the makeup of the board would need to change, in my estimation.
So let me address a couple things with that, because
let me ask one thing. So, Brick, you think that if James stays on the board, then the composition of the board needs to change going forward? You don't see a situation in which James can stay and the board as is can stay. Is that what I'm getting? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I think that's a low probability for me. What could happen? James comes back and there's some sort of, release or video where they all talk about it and there's full transparency to the point that they can convince everybody and all the donors and all the public who support them that this isn't going to happen again in the future. I don't know. So what I'm saying is that there's a range of possibilities, and somewhere up there in the middle of the bell curve, I don't even think it's unlikely. I think it's more likely than unlikely that if James O'Keefe does come back to Project Veritas, that the board of directors, the next step is that they have to evaluate whether or not their leadership is appropriate for the organization going forward.
So one thing to address on that, you need to ask what you just read a couple lines from that statement. You need to ask, what was that statement addressing? And what I understand it addressing is leaks that were put out that undermined the process that they were taking.
I read those two sentences as standalone sentences about the intentions of the board.
Okay,
and those are really very general guiding statements about the board. And I don't think that they are like, in relation to any specific issue. I think they are talking about their duty as a board.
Okay.
I don't think they're talking about
so therefore, Brick,
previous instance or that.
So therefore, Brick, if it is just them talking about their general duty of the board, which, by the way, that is the general duty of a board. like that is totally what a board is about. So that statement's appropriate. And I've worked with boards for 30 years in nonprofit religious organizations as well as political ones of some nature. That is their responsibility as a board. So that does not specifically state their intent to undermine the organization, and it may state their intent to help uphold the organization, first of all. Secondly, that statement even ever had to come out because someone leaked the information that James was being disciplined in some fashion. That was not.
Yeah, but that's besides the point, because the information is now
not beside the point, because if they did not do that, Brick, if they did not put that information out, then no, it's not beside the point. If one of these employees put it out, well, again, this is something I don't know, but if the employees put it out and not the board, then no, it is the point, because the board, if that's the case, was acting within its duty to say nothing. But then once it became a public issue, it was their responsibility, both fiduciarily and otherwise, to state what their intent was and to also not undermine what they were doing with James. And then the last point I want to make is, if we must make the decision that the board has to go once this is all resolved, well, then now, if that's truly the case, and if that can be rightly asserted, then now we are pitting James against the board in a manner that goes way beyond what they were doing already, which exacerbates the problem even further. You got to let these organizations figure this out, and maybe there's someone wrong, and we got to figure it out, and there might be a reason the board would have to go away. But don't set that scenario up right now. That's not fair to the board if they are doing what is right.
Okay,
and
so
I'm standing for James in all this too, by the way.
Yeah, I just want to say this.
The board isn't doing anything right, though. If anything, they're going to be the ones responsible for damaging Project Veritas for even entertaining this intervention or coup, whatever you want to call it. Because the idea that, I just think that it's, as somebody who's worked for Project Veritas, okay, and has seen, internal, when I say HR issues, I'm talking about people being fired or issues with disgruntled employees who, start to get nasty or things like that. It never escalated this much. So it's very bizarre to me to see them take such a drastic approach of putting James in a room for 6 hours and berating him. I mean, it just sounds like a form of enhanced interrogation, torture.
How do you know he was in 6 hours being berated? 1, and 2, should a board receiving this information from employees going around the person, should the board do they have a responsibility to deal with that as an HR issue, or should they just blow it off and say, "Oh, you guys are just complaining"? I mean, what do you think they should do? I'm not saying that they're any of this is right.
Personally, I think, and maybe this is going to sound harsh, but look, if no one's forcing them to work for the most elite undercover journalist operation in the world, if you're that sensitive that you're going to go and cry to HR about James O'Keefe raising his voice or being stressed out, then maybe you should just go find another job.
Well, I just think, by the way, Laura, I agree with you 100% about that fact. But a board legally must deal with things. Now, the extent to it and the exact process, we can argue about how appropriate that was. But they have a legal, any board anywhere, not just Project Veritas, has a legal responsibility to deal with issues like that, even if they're false. They have a legal responsibility to appropriately deal with those things.
Of course they do, and nobody's saying they don't. But I want to touch back on one thing. You said that it does. I said it doesn't matter that this is why they had to put out the statement, and you said it does. So that's why I picked those two statements that even you agree are the most general statements of how a board should act in the best interests of its organization. Regardless, if nothing had been leaked, those two statements alone should still be true in a vacuum. That they should always be looking out for the best thing for the organization and for the organization going forward. Which is why I still think that even if James does come back, it's counterintuitive. I know it's counterintuitive, but then at that point, the board would, in my estimation, have to consider the fact that do we still, as an organization, enjoy the depth and amount of public support and donor support that we enjoyed prior to this with the board in its current makeup? And that's all I was trying to say. Not that they're doing things deliberately to undermine things, not that they're doing things that are underhanded. The genie is out of the bottle. It's outside of their control. A huge portion of this is public perception. And to some extent, I feel that there's a possibility they will need to address it, as counterintuitive as it is.
Jim, can I say something to that?
You have to consider.
Yeah, Make the World's been for a while to chime in here.
If they resolve this,
go ahead, Make the World, and then go ahead.
So, Jim, if somebody founds a company and that company rises to the top and you have their prime time, something that never happened before, what does it benefit the board to take this guy out? And what got us in this place is that we had governments, big pharma, and a lot of institutions working together to put out this product, what Project Veritas can say that it's not the best product because they investigated it and some intentions are bad. And the thing is, it's true what Laura says. When it's a high-stress job, why would anybody try to undermine that they are changing the world? So I wanted to ask the question to Laura and to Cassandra, because we, Project Veritas, seen opposition from everywhere in the world, censorship on all platforms. How likely is it, Cassandra and Laura, that all these systems together got inside of the office of Project Veritas, and maybe it was as simple as just using one employee and leaking this memo? Because I really want to know, how from 0 to 100, how likely is it that Pfizer and all the systems got under the skin of Project Veritas trying to discredit it? Because if they are fighting against the dragon and everybody looks at James as the dragon, they have to cut his head off. And that's what's happening right now.
Well, I'll just tell you, when I worked for Project Veritas, and this is a common thing that James says to people during orientation, and
I don't know if her mic is working or not.
I think it's
got just left.
It is.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
I can't hear her.
Laura, you're fine. Just a second.
Sorry. I had an issue. I had to leave and then come back in because I couldn't hear other people. So there might be a glitch.
Go ahead, Laura. We hear you.
Okay. So he always used to say that if Project Veritas was ever going to fail, it would fail from within, because there was no taking Project Veritas down from the outside, And I think that, we've had conversations about that. I know that another former Project Veritas employee reached out to me today, and we were actually having a conversation about that, and, just how interesting it is, because James always used to say that if Project Veritas was ever going to be taken down, it would be taken down from within. And, I think that's what we're seeing right now, unfortunately, because, I don't know, maybe perhaps look, when I was at Project Veritas, it wasn't as big as it is now. I mean, we were still breaking massive stories, but obviously they have much more money now and much more name ID. And so, like, perhaps, like I said, there's conflicting interests among board members and conflicting interests among people there who are engaged in a power struggle, because I don't see anything in that memo that would warrant such a drastic that would warrant such a drastic move as putting James on paid leave and pushing him out. There's nothing in there that's really eyebrow raising. I mean, it's just standard HR. I don't even understand why it needed a board meeting. Usually you have a director of HR that takes care of petty HR issues in a large company or in, a multi-million-dollar organization like Project Veritas.
I don't think so.
Okay, so.
Yeah, Victor's gone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't bringing him up, even though he was requesting 25,000 times. All right, go ahead, Laura. I apologize. Continue, please.
That's fine. I didn't even hear what he said. I just think that these are little petty internal HR squabbles, okay? It's something that an HR director would deal with. When I was at Veritas, journalists would argue amongst themselves all the time, and you would have conversations. I mean, it's a high stress job. It's not like it was a toxic environment. It was the best job I've ever had, because then after Veritas, I was self-employed, but there was nothing bad about working for Project Veritas. It's just you're either fit for it or you're not. And I don't see anything in this memo that would require a board meeting, something that your standard HR director, and Project Veritas does have an HR director, or at least they did when I was there. There's nothing, if you have a problem, you go to the HR director and you sit down and you have a conversation. That's how
But
I completely agree.
what I also don't get is that, like, when you are going against the world that everybody is covering for everybody, YouTube, Facebook, Google, all the big companies on the world, that in this investigative journalist, the board would act up to put him out. It doesn't benefit Project Veritas in, like, for no % at all. I just don't get it.
That's what I'm saying. It's an internal power struggle. I think that people's egos are getting to them. And I'll just tell you, it's a lot different than when I was there. When I was at Veritas, journalists were not allowed to have their own private social media. Now you have journalists there who are public doing confrontations. They have their own social media. I had my alias social media accounts for like the different fake identities that I assumed for my undercover roles, but you certainly didn't have journalists like making statements about the company or, showing their face publicly in videos and having their own social media account. So, I think that, now whenever there's companies that grow, and Project Veritas has grown substantially larger than the time I was there, you're going to have power struggles. I think that's just a natural process that plays out as companies expand.
So that's the policy for personal social media accounts at Project Veritas.
Right. So a question for you, Jim and Laura. This is so fascinating.
Wait, hold on a second. We're going to go with hands. I'm sorry. We're going to go with hands. So if unless Laura, were you done speaking just there? Because it seemed like
I heard somebody say something like, I think they asked, I don't know who asked it. What did they ask? What's the policy for personal social media accounts at Project Veritas?
No, I said it's Jim. I said, who sets that policy? Who would have changed that policy, in your opinion, Laura?
Well, Project Veritas, like I said, when I was there, it was a much more tight-knit, smaller organization. And, it was James and a few people. And, it wasn't as large. They didn't have, the extensive HR apparatus. So you would I think that those decisions would probably be made either by the executive director or maybe even by the board themselves. I can't speak on this because
You're saying make the policy. James wouldn't make the policy change?
Well, it's like it's a collaborative discussion. I think that, you have discussions during the orientations. And when I left, around the time I left Project Veritas, they were engaged in expanding their vetting process. And, I'm not going to say too much because obviously I've signed NDAs, but there's a very extensive vetting process. And I know that this process had been discussed extensively by the board. And you don't just apply for a job at Project Veritas. Like, there's a very extensive interview process and, very strict rules that you have to follow. And I don't know if that policy is still the same. It doesn't look the same because you see a lot of different Veritas employees, aside from James, tweeting and their personalities themselves. But I just know when I was there, I managed James O'Keefe's social media. I managed the Project Veritas social media for a while. And I didn't tweet from my own personal social media anytime that I was undercover at all. Like, it had to be completely deactivated. And so, you have a lot of Veritas employees that have their own social media accounts. And you were, like you were just explaining several moments ago, you said, well, you have people clearly talking. It's pretty obvious that there are people talking within, whether it's board members or whether it's employees. But, what the elephant in the room is that obviously the board has not really issued a statement other than the kind of, jibber jabber statement they put out the other day that didn't exactly explain what was going on. It was very hokey in my opinion. And that's why there's all these different theories about what's going on at Project Veritas right now. Somebody just needs to actually make this process public. There's no reason why the public should be left out of what's going on.
Yeah, the problem is they can't make it public for legal reasons. Like that's see. Laura, I sympathize with your concerns, to be candid with you, because I love James and I'm 100% behind him. But I also know how board process works, and I know the legalities. I have consulted boards of very large and small organizations for years, 30 years working in politics, 8 of which I was working on Capitol Hill, but outside of that, working with boards. I totally understand how challenging the legal issues are around boards. So no, it can't be a public process. By law, it cannot be a public process.
Yeah, but the board is effectively destroying Project Veritas right now because people who are diehard Veritas supporters and James O'Keefe supporters are unfollowing Project Veritas online. And there's social media movements right now telling people, oh, block Veritas and don't donate and mark them as spam, blah, 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 until, they reinstate James O'Keefe. Like, they have done so much damage. The board has done so much damage to Project Veritas and James O'Keefe right now. It's disgusting.
But Laura, I'm not saying this so much to counter you only, although I know I am, but I'm saying this for everyone else's benefit too. That's true. Everything you said is absolutely true. The problem is, even at the risk of that, a board cannot make public certain things. There are HR laws about this, and they are not allowed to say certain things if there's something like this going on. We don't know precisely what the issues are, and it may be sabotage, and if it is, we're going to find it out. But a board cannot legally deal with it.
I understand that. But I understand that. But to the title of this space, can Project Veritas survive without James O'Keefe? They're destroying themselves right now. They are destroying themselves because
we're all in agreement that that's happening right now. Absolutely.
And the longer that they wait to put out a statement and tell people what's really going on, and they leave people in the dark, and they ostracize James for what seems to just be like an internal HR issue that could have been handled by the executive director, didn't need to go to the board. It's just stupid. It's self-sabotage. Like, how could you not say that? And I'm not saying that you're not saying this, but I would say that this is sabotage. They are deliberately sabotaging themselves through their actions right now. And I say that as somebody who used to work for Project Veritas and has great respect and admiration for James O'Keefe.
Gianni, you had your hand up. I'm sorry, Cassandra, go ahead. You unmiked, and then Gianni, you had your hand up. Go ahead, Cassandra.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I think Jim has a good point that when it comes to whoever made this what should be a very petty HR issue public. I think Jim has a really good point that the board has less to gain from this petty HR issue playing out in the public square rather than whoever leaked this, and possibly it only makes sense that it would be one of the employees who signed the letter. Let's be honest. Because if they just had a genuine concern, like, oh, James, spoke too harshly one time, you could take that to HR. First of all, you could take that directly to James. I've taken those sorts of things to James. If I thought like, hey, you were being kind of harsh. And he's not like this unreasonable human being. Sometimes he gets caught up in the heat of the moment, just like any other passionate. There's a lot of people here, like Laura, like myself, who are just extremely passionate about what they do. And so sometimes, you get caught up in that. And it takes people who are able to tell you, not in a way that's derogatory, but like, hey, maybe that was just a little much. And James is not the kind of person who's just going to be like, no, I'm right, you're wrong, especially if you're just coming up to him in that sort of manner. Like, hey, I think this could have been handled a different way. He's not the kind of, he's not this tyrannical monster like the letter was trying to say he is at all. Because I have had those conversations with him privately, and he's never acted in a tyrannical way about it. And in fact, there's been times where he has gone back and been like, okay, guys, it was, we're all under a lot of pressure right now, but, let's all focus on the mission. So the idea that James is some kind of toxic employer, especially if the only issues they came up with are these completely nonsense things like, and I'll stand up for Spencer. Spencer is not one of the signatories to that. So you're basically like making a complaint on Spencer Mead's behalf and on Eric Cochran's behalf, but they didn't sign this letter.
I was wondering, Jim and to Laura, is there a way to put this toothpaste in back into the bottle? Because it sounds to me that the board is trying to do the right thing, and James is trying to do the right thing. Is it possible that this can only be resolved for somebody outside? Because this is...
Go ahead and finish. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, this is so... This is so emblematic of a when Catholics go and ask for confession, and the guy goes and asks for his confession. He tells him that he's gossiped, and the priest says, "Okay, for your penance, go and throw feathers at all those people that you gossiped to." And he was so happy, he threw the feathers liberally. And then he came back next week and he said, "I did it." And then the priest says, "Okay, now go and pick it up." Well, they've done damage. Is it going to be possible for somebody else outside of this to be able to bring it together and resolve it?
Well, outside, inside, let me just say this. This has been damaging, okay? If this were able to be resolved soon, then I think it's possible in a short period of time to fix the circumstance. I'm not, at least at this stage, it's not a toothpaste out of the bottle. But let's just be fair and frank about this. And I've seen I've seen actually one other situation of this magnitude, not with all the same kinds of circumstances, play out. And that organization is much less now than it was before, but it still operates and it still does good work. It's a very large organization, but no, it's hard to come back from this. Now, the footprint that Project Veritas has as an organization and what they are right now, I think there's probably even a better chance of getting it back to where it was with the least amount of harm. And there are going to be, like, Brick was recommending you got to get rid of the board, after this and go anew. That actually may be the case. I don't know if it's the case or not. But, there might be little tweaks and fixes like that would have to happen. But to get out of this, they need to resolve it quickly. If this plays out over time, then it's going to be very damaging to the organization. And everyone's concern about that should be very real, because what James O'Keefe has done is something we've needed badly in this country for some time. And he is doing the kind of work that is actually, in my opinion, saving the country. And that needs to continue. So they need to figure out how to get past all this. I was not happy to hear, if it's true, as Jack Posobiec was reporting, I was not happy to hear that James only had his lawyers in whatever meetings were taking place today. I didn't even know if meetings were taking place. I only know it from Jack. But if that's the case, that's concerning to me, because you need James in the room. They need to be able to talk about this and get to a resolution as quickly as practical, dealing with any appropriate issues that are there that none of us knows about if they exist, and then get to a plan together and get back on the road, because they do need to get back on the road as soon as
Well,
possible.
after this leak, though, there you have a defamation potential on that was thrown at James by this guy. If the allegations are true and he can prove that they're not true, he can't prove that they're real. That might be why his lawyers stepped in for him instead of him showing up. That would be a plausible explanation to it. But we have two Brian.
That's
We have
totally
two Brians,
acceptable.
and
Yeah.
they both have their
Hold on,
hands
I do want to see if Gianni wanted to speak, because he had his hand up earlier, and then we'll go to Brian KR, and then we'll go to the Brian with the muscles. Go ahead, Gianni.
Thank the opportunity to speak, Sphinx. Much love. Much love for everybody in this room. A great way to have a conversation and share information. At the end of the day, we all have to understand that side, peeking through the window, trying to speculate to the best of our ability, which is fine. I really enjoy Aaron's hypothesis because of the things that came to light within the last month. And I was in all those spaces where they were interviewed, and some Matthew was in, and James was in, and then Project Veritas. And at the end of the day, James is Project Veritas. Without him, there is no truth teller, because he's the seller truth that company produces. And how we have to look at it is that's what they produce. And when they produce the truth, it causes a wider conversation and a stronger conversation, and more questions arise. And we also have to understand that truth may shine a light, but sometimes it does for a payment or a price. And the thing is, what Aaron said, you have to think about, because a few of us have said it in here, that the inside could have been infiltrated. Again, none of us really know, because we're all speculating. And the one thing that we're looking for is the truth. With that, I'll yield. Thank you, and Sphinx. Much love. And everybody retweet this space. This space is on fire.
Thank you so much, Gianni. Always love to hear from you. Please hang out with us. Brian, go ahead. Brian with the red circle around you. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Hey, Jim. Hey, Laura. I was wondering, Laura, do you know what the inner dynamics are of Project Veritas at the current state, or are you too far removed from it? I was curious because I got this sense that Matthew was sort of on a different page than James may have been. Maybe I read it wrong. I had some private conversations with both of them, and they seemed like they were kind of going in different directions according to what I heard from them.
I mean, I've signed NDAs in the past, and I'm not going to get into like too much of the inner dynamics, especially because James is my friend. He's like a brother to me, and I'm disappointed in Matt, but I would say Matt is a friend. Matt has been a friend for the last 10 years, but I'm disappointed to see what's been going on. But they're both my friends, and so I will just say that it clearly appears to be a power struggle, and that's where I'll leave it. But I've been, public about, what I think. I think there's a power struggle. I think there's various conflicting political interests heading into 2024. And, I think unfortunately that's causing, whether or not they want to disclose that publicly or not. I mean, I know it's the case. I mean, I'm not going to be told by people who don't work at Veritas and have never worked at Project Veritas that it's not the case. But that's really all I'll say. I think that there's definitely a power struggle going on, but I don't want to disparage anybody. I am disappointed in Matt, but I have considered him. He's always been a good friend to me over the last 10 years. I mean, we've had our disagreements for sure. We've gotten in very passionate disagreements and conversations, but I hope that this can be resolved, because I would hate to see such a strong bond between people who I thought, James obviously considered Matt to be a very close friend, and these other board members as well. It'd be really sad to watch these nearly decade-long, sometimes even longer, relationships completely get destroyed over this, what appears to be just a very petty HR issue.
Is there a way to stop this happening in the future?
I don't see how Project Veritas can move forward as, an undercover organization that is supposed to have a foundation of high levels of trust now that this has happened. If I was in James's shoes, I wouldn't be able to trust the board after this attempted coup. So I think that if Project Veritas is going to be salvaged and come back together, there's going to have to be serious changes with the board, because this is just such an act of betrayal. And I understand, some people will say, well, you can't really say it's an act of betrayal because, boards have legal responsibilities to address issues. But it is an act of betrayal to push James O'Keefe out and to publicly humiliate him, the guy who created Project Veritas and built this whole movement himself. It's an act of betrayal, and it's extremely disloyal. So I would, I hate to say it, but they're probably going to have to clean house with a fresh slate with the board, or kick some people out once more details come out regarding who's really behind all of this.
At the end of the day, Project Veritas can survive with a different board, but Project Veritas, I truly do not think at this point could survive without James O'Keefe.
100%.
I think it's really important for James to be able to come back, but I'm going to have to run in a minute, but I want to say this. I do not at all see this as a coup. And with all respect to you, Laura, and I mean no ill towards you in saying this, I'm just telling you my opinion. I do not see a coup happening. I think it is, and I've dealt with very serious board situations similar to this one. Ones I've been on, by the way, and ones that I've advised. And I have to tell you, when something like, if that thing, that memo that's been put out there, if that accurately was taken to the board in that form, then that would necessitate the board take some action. Otherwise, they would be legally liable for doing nothing. That is a huge, huge challenge for any board. It's no fun when it's there. And I really, really think that everyone needs to be patient and let the process play out, recognizing that there are exacerbating circumstances that, to me, seem were not under the board's control. I see no evidence that the board was putting this information out. I do think that the statement that they put out was an appropriate one to put in there, both to address any concerns with donors as well as to address the general concern. I don't see them trying to take James out or anything. I just am not. I mean, it may be there and something I don't know. I have not specifically asked any board member for information. So, and I'm purposefully not. It's not fair to them. they shouldn't be talking anyway. So it's my hope that they bring James back and that they just get all of it resolved to everyone's satisfaction, but that they set standards for employees. If there were employees that put this stuff out, they're the ones that should go, in my opinion. As a board member, that's what I would be seeking to do. If they leaked anything out related to the circumstances going on, if the board did that, they have broken a serious responsibility. And either the individual board member who did it or the board in general, if they did it, would have to change. That would be a serious offense to the stability of the organization, and they would be responsible to it with legal liability if that's what they did. So I don't believe that's what they did. And they're having to deal with a situation made tougher by the circumstance getting leaked. So I don't know everything that's going on with it, but I have confidence in all the players because I've been close to the organization and in certain ways. I mean, not internally, obviously I wasn't, but I have friends whom I respect, Matt and James in particular, who I deeply respect, both of them, and I care greatly for both of them. And I'm hopeful that what we get out of the back end of this is a stronger organization that will continue to do the work it has. That may be a challenge to get to, but I do actually believe if this gets resolved soon, that can happen. If it takes longer, it's going to be more of a challenge. And that is my concern, even with the board deciding what to do. So that's something that they may have made a mistake on, but I'd have to know more information to know that's the case. Anyway, with that, I'm going to run. I promised someone I'd.
Everybody wish Jim a happy birthday.
Happy
Today is
birthday.
his
That's right.
birthday.
It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Jim.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Jim.
Someone's got a good trigger there.
Thank you so much.
I love all you guys, everybody here. You're fantastic. Even Brian Krasenstein, everyone thinks we hate one another, but we kind of like one another, even though we disagree on almost everything.
That's right.
But anyway, thank you very much. That was really kind, Sphinx. Thank you. And Laura,
Happy birthday. Have a
Thank
good
you
night.
very much.
Have a good birthday.
Thank you, everyone. We'll talk soon, and I'll be back.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome, Justin.
Hi, guys. How are we doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I thought I'd be just an archaeologist on this thing. I knew James back when Jim and I were roaming the halls of D.C. here and there with the Tea Party, that first round of things after Obama handed us our hat in 2008. And it gave rise to the top conservatives on Twitter and all sorts of fun people. Of course, that brought us Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio and Mike Lee. And my candidate then was Chuck DeVore, but he didn't make it past Barbara Boxer. But, just a little history. I know that James, back then, he was a young upstart. He had just really whacked Planned Parenthood. He had the incredible fortune the next year to take on Acorn. And of course, he was an acolyte. As his mentor was Andrew Breitbart. And I know many of you here were close to that effort. And I will tell you, the persona that you see on screen of James is much different than James kind of off camera. I would say, talking to my wife, Jenny, who knew him too. And I said, he's just he's kind of shy off camera. And maybe the worst case, he's unapproachable. And you might say that he's curt and a little stringent. But look, I think there's a comparison here. I think this is kind of Steve Jobs' 1985 when the Apple board fired him, right? Same sort of personality, incredibly brilliant, fearless, relentless, kind of a one-man show though. But making that entire thing of Project Veritas, he was a one-man show for a long time. And then he built up this incredible prowess. And what happened, I believe, is that, it becomes a very different game. You see this in startups all the time where the founders will get ousted because that sort of rigorous, relentless personality
doesn't jive well when people are like, hey, you're now supporting the salaries of 50 people. I don't know how many people are over there. It's probably not that many, but it became a very much even though it's a nonprofit, it's a business, and the acolytes, the ancillary benefits of working as a reporter on Project Veritas or being involved with that group. I mean, it'll propel you into really incredible conversations and meetings and people that you'll know, and you have a great trajectory if you stick in politics. But sometimes that probably isn't compatible with a one-man show. I'm guessing that's what happened. Now, my wife is saying I'd be too kind and that James can be a little bit of a jerk at times. But that was just my perception from an archaeological perspective going back a decade. Take it with a grain of salt, but that was my take on kind of where things are. James and I haven't kept in touch very much over the years, but we knew each other back then, and I would say he was kind of shy off camera, but everyone was sorely impressed, and he had guts. And I know talking to Andrew a few times, he was so proud of that guy. He was so proud of James and what he was doing, and he just egged him on, keep going. And if there's one person out of that entire crew, and that crew included everyone from Ben Shapiro on to Laura here, to people who were part of that whole gang. He's been incredibly successful. I think more than even Steve Bannon, he's kind of carried that banner that Andrew started, which was relentless alternate media shaming people that have an agenda on the left and are hiding it. There you go.
Thank you so much, Justin. I appreciate your contribution always. Please feel free to hang with us for a bit if you wish. Also, Laura, I sent you a co-host invite. I don't know if you saw it. Feel free to accept. I'm going to go to Brian. He had his hand up. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, and happy birthday to Jim, even though he's not here. Let's just say a lot of people seem to be expressing a great deal of confidence in, is it Matt? Is he the chairman of the board?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, everybody seems to be expressing a great deal of confidence in Matt and James O'Keefe. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that both of them understand that Project Veritas is nothing without James, but something's happened. So let's just say that you're sitting on the board and somebody comes with a horrific allegation. I don't know if everybody knows it, but a Matt Gaetz kind of allegation about James O'Keefe. If you're sitting on the board, you want to get this resolved. You have an obligation to get this resolved, to investigate it, right?
Let's go with a Matt Lauer allegation.
I don't know that one, but, let's just assume that there's a horrific allegation, something, really that is the immediate termination type of offense. Like, if it's true, there's no more dealing with that person. But you're on the board, and the company isn't worth anything without James. And you like James. But you now have a responsibility to investigate this. But here's the thing. If you put out what it actually is, just like Matt Gaetz, the news media is going to tar you with that forever, even if they find you innocent. And so you're sort of backed into a corner if you're on the board, right? You can't say, well, James O'Keefe has been accused of sexual abuse by these women, because even if you find him innocent, the news media is always going to be saying forever and a decade to discredit James James O'Keefe, who was accused of sexual abuse. You can't say that because the media will run with it. But you have to say something because somebody's leaked something. And so you put out a sort of ambiguous, non-specific letter saying, we have these allegations to deal with, and, we're looking into it. There's a lot of hypotheticals you can draw up that way that back the board into a corner. They have to say something because somebody's leaked something, but they can't say enough to make any of us happy, because if they do, then the mainstream media is going to forever tar him with that brush. And so they're sort of stuck, as it were. And it seems to me, at least, from following this case, that it looks like something like that. And Jim was trying to say it before he left. But it feels like the board is backed into a corner. They can't say exactly what it is, because if they say exactly what it is, then James O'Keefe gets tarred with that brush for the rest of his career. But the organization is nothing without James O'Keefe, so they can't get rid of him either. And James, for his part, would probably be telling the board, don't say anything, or say as little as possible. And if the board got this kind of allegation about James,
I'm just going to say that I disagree. Like, James is not that kind of person.
I know he's not that kind of person.
James has more integrity than anybody I've ever met in my life. And if there was something damning that James had done, he would have the integrity to step down and preserve Veritas on his own. Like,
I have no doubt he would.
I'm not attacking you when I say this. I'm just simply saying that I wouldn't even entertain the idea of James O'Keefe doing something wrong, because he's like, and I'm not just saying this because he's a good friend of mine and because I worked for him, and he's very, I'm very close with James. But honestly, like, I've never met a more honest and morally sound individual in my life than James O'Keefe.
I understand that, and I've watched him for many years. I've never talked to him.
Because Brian, I want to wrap it up because I don't want to go with hypotheticals. We've had specific complaints from employees, so and we've gone over them. One was spitting in his face. The other one was yelling and bullying. So the complaints are out there. I don't want to go over, like, what if he did this or that. So let's wrap it up if you don't mind.
Sure. I was just putting out there that there are ways in which this could be completely above board and trying to do the right thing on the part of the board and James without dragging his name through the mud, so to speak.
I think given the leaks, that is not realistic. I think that if there had been something more than what's in the employee complaint letter, that would have been leaked as well.
Hey guys, I'm going to take a minute to ask people to retweet the space, please. My dog wants to also request that you do so as well. And we're going to go to whoever was next.
I'll let answer for Sean go, Sphinx, because I'm a gentleman.
Thank you very much. Hi, Lindsay. Hi, Sphinx. How are you? I just wanted to say that James, in my opinion, is a hero. An ultimate hero. He nailed them. My boy Sean played hockey his whole life. And to keep playing hockey, he had to get vaccinated. He took one shot of Pfizer and died 33 days later. He was found dead on the floor beside his bed. I was told by many people, Dan, you need to tell Pfizer about this. You need to report it. So I did. Sean died in 2021. On April 16th of 2022, I called Pfizer. I have the call recorded.
and one day I'll get to use it, hopefully. And I reported Sean's death, and they said, "We take this very seriously. We will be back to you in the next couple days." Well, now here we are in 2023. I haven't heard one word from Pfizer. Not one. I tried to report my son's death, and they ignored me. James, in my mind, is an ultimate hero. He nailed them. He nailed those scum, and we got some truth. I just want justice to come more than anything in my life. And James is a person who can help us get there. And if they think of getting rid of him, that's the biggest mistake in history. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I have heard you share in other spaces, and I am so sorry for your loss, and I appreciate you blessing us with your presence here today and your experience and sharing it with us, though I can tell that it is painful. Thank you so much. If anybody wants to share about that, please go ahead.
Well, I guess I'll hop in. Sphinx, it's an honor. I love that. When I saw you doing a space, I said I have to hop in. And then saw that you have Laura as a co-host and just wanted to hop in even more. Laura, I love your work.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I absolutely love your courage. I think you're a great example for all of us for speaking our truth and having the courage to do so. Especially in the face of so much gaslighting. That's a word that I didn't really use too much few years ago. And it's a word that I'm using a lot now because it's being done. And it's being done at the detriment of good people. Gaslighting, that is. And I just want to say that I don't think that it's an accident that this is happening to James shortly after this blockbuster, groundbreaking video comes out with a high-level Pfizer executive saying what that gentleman said. I don't really believe in coincidences. I'm not saying that all journalists are bad. They're not. But I myself have been in the newspaper. They got my name. They spelled my name wrong. I was over a motorcycle accident that I was in where a girl died that was on the bike with me. And they got basically the whole article was wrong. So that's something very small that happened to me. But I can attest to the fact that oftentimes articles come out that the information is wrong. And that's just on a small level. So I won't take up too much time, but I think that, we had this, what's her name? Cassandra was in a space the other night, and she was basically trying to say to everybody,
She's
yeah,
here right now, by the way.
wonderful, yeah,
Yeah, she's
I
here.
see her, yeah. And she was basically trying to say to everybody that several times have, I'm going to call them left-wing media outlets, reached out to different people that worked for Pfizer asking for comments, and I wouldn't put it past
I think you mean Project
that.
Veritas,
I'm
not
sorry.
Pfizer, just to
Yeah, what did
clarify.
I say? I apologize.
You said
Pfizer,
Pfizer.
I'm
I just
sorry.
wanted to
Yes.
be
No,
clear.
thank you. Jeez. My apologies. And we've all seen hit pieces done, and I don't know exactly what's going on here. I'm not going to pretend that I do, but I don't think it's a coincidence. And I even had the thought, I don't mean to use conjecture too much, but that maybe it's possible that this man's life was threatened and he's not upset about this whole thing. Maybe but then today came out a video. He's not really in hiding, So I don't know, guys. I'll wrap up with this. The space that I was in last night that Cassandra was in. Also, there was somebody who's known in these spaces. She's a retired lawyer for being left And she even had the audacity, and I called her out over it, and they booted me off the stage afterwards. She even had the audacity to say, oh, well, they did find porn on his computer, and what if it was child porn, guys? What if it was kids on there? We don't know. Like, there's the gaslighting. Why would you do that? And I actually told her she should apologize. That's wrong. That's a horrible thing to say about
They said
somebody.
this. Who said this?
Forget. I'll say her name. Her name is Tara. She's on a lot of the Grant Cardone type cases. Yeah, and I called her
Yeah.
out, right? And I said,
That's
Tara,
so
you
vile.
don't say that. You have no proof of that, And she said, oh, well, we don't know if it was or it wasn't. Yeah, but you don't say that. That's wrong. And that's just one example, And I'm sorry, but we have one of the Krasenstein sisters on stage, and they do this all the time. Brian, you guys gaslight the public constantly with your tweets, and I'm just tired of it, and I'm going to have the courage to call you guys out when you do it. So I'll wrap up with that.
Texas, go on, Lone Star State. No, what I wanted to say was Tara, from what I understand, states she is an attorney. She should know better than to outright do that kind of slander. That is outrageous. I don't go to those spaces. That is the Jerry Springer of Twitter spaces. We try to steer clear of that. It doesn't mean that they aren't good. I mean, every space has its own purpose, its own flavor, its own vibe, right? I see those more for entertainment kind of purposes, not information really. But I appreciate the contribution. If anybody wants to comment on that, Brian, I know that your name was brought up. Please feel free to go ahead. Otherwise, we can move along.
I will say that Tara, in one space that I was in, it was a pretty large space. I was talking about working with Andrew Huff, the EcoHealth Alliance whistleblower, and she followed up and said, and tried to discredit it, saying that, well, he's trying to sell a book right now, so we have to take that into account. But in the same breath, she then said, and Pfizer and these companies actually have good intentions, and we can't discredit them just because somebody comes along and tries to say something negative about. And I just thought, how can she defend Pfizer, but then target and try to dismiss a whistleblower who wrote, nobody would listen to him at first when he first came forward. He was trying to get a story out, and someone recommended that he write a book about it, so it gives more credence to his story, and he can put it all in one place. Because even when he did an hour-long interview, he couldn't get through all the details and all the things in his knowledge of working with the lab that was partnered with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So that's what he did. And to try to discredit somebody because they wrote a book about it was laughable. And I actually, in that space, I didn't even get to respond to her because it was a really chaotic space that kept moving people up and down. And it was just really a disparaging moment, but really a total fallacy in her ideology and the whole way she was approaching her attempt to discredit somebody. It didn't make any sense, and it wasn't valid.
Yeah, Texas.
But anyway,
Let me just real quick. A good friend of mine was in that space last night. His name is Michael Ray Corey. He's put together something called the Erickson Report. Laura, I'd love for you to connect with him. He's been on Roger Stone's show. But anyway, these people were straight up making fun of him when he spent like 2-3 years on this in-depth report about our communications and our system in this country and how it's operated by a foreign entity. And the guy is a serious guy. He's not at all a joke. And they were just mocking him. And when
Okay, but let me say something. Let me say something here, because I know I always say this, but I don't know who happens to be in the space when I say it. So you guys have to understand that a lot of these new Twitter spaces are orchestrated. like reality show style. Okay, so
Yes,
they
you're right.
to the point where if you think that and I don't want to really talk about specific spaces too much and get into hot water there, but to the point where, these guys are friends behind the scenes. They're all friends. They all come from Clubhouse. They're all friends. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But, like a space like this, like we're not selling anything. If someone's going to promote something, no one has so far, but I don't even like people to put stuff up in the jumbotron to promote their own stuff. Sometimes that happens, and I take it down. So here's the thing, though. There is for Tara to say that, about like whatever getting paid for something, like that is a huge funnel for the Cardone enterprise. Those spaces, again, nothing wrong with that, but you got to know the spaces you're going to, what their purpose is. Not every space is there for the same reason. Not every space is there with the same intention. And a lot of these, when there's a space and the title is Damar Hamlin dead, and they're literally still doing CPR, you have to wonder what that is. And a lot of this is clickbait. A lot of this is that. Again, I'm not hating on the hosts. This is different because apparently there is a need, or not a need, but a demand for that, right? So, but you have to understand what you're stepping into. Not all spaces are the same. And I know for a fact, for example, Tira is part of their crew as well. So like Jonathan Bing and Nelson, they're best friends. And Grant. So all of this, like they disagree and stuff. This is like very entertaining, and I'm not, it's okay, but it just isn't. If you don't know that, you might wonder, like, why do they keep letting these people up? Like, it's terrible. Like, no, it's part of their thing, and that's what they do, and it's just they're entitled to run their show the way they want to run it. But that's what it is, a show. So who else was next? Cassandra, go ahead.
Things before
Okay.
Andrew goes real quick. I was just going to say, Zach, another Project Veritas whistleblower, he's the one that broke the story on Google. He's also in the audience. I sent him an invite, just FYI.
Yeah, I was going to just acknowledge that Zach's in the space, because one of the things that we've been talking about employees, we've been talking about donors, board members, but one of the other things that would really suffer if James were to be ousted from Project Veritas is the whistleblower program. And I think that it's something that's very close to my heart since I was the first one. I remember working with Zach. I remember working with Ryan. I remember working with a lot of the whistleblowers, Eric Cochran, Carrie Porch, before I left. All the whistleblowers came to Project Veritas and helped expose these organizations from the inside because they trusted James. James was like a person that they could look at and put their trust in. And I think that is another reason why we really need to support and put pressure on the board to, put James back as the CEO of Project Veritas. Because without that, where are these whistleblowers going to go? There is no other organization that protects them, that helps tell their stories, that, make sure that they're safe. Like I remember that, people helped whistleblowers move if they had to leave where they were living. They've, helped with legal situations. They do protect their whistleblowers. And so I think that's a very important point to bring up as to why it is so crucial for the future, really not just of Project Veritas as an organization, but us as a country, that whistleblowers have a place where they feel comfortable going to. And without James at the head of Project Veritas, I just don't see that happening.
I called on someone. I don't know who it was. I did invite Zach up, by the way. Zach, feel free to come up.
And Sphinx, in the just to be a better person here, Brian, I did bring up your name, and I would like to say this. You sound like a very respectful guy, and I want to like you, and I want us to find common ground as Americans and be friends, and I think that that's important. I just think it's also important to have an even scale. Like, if one of our side does something horrible, that we say that person did something horrible, even though they're right, center, whatever the case may be. I just don't see a lot of that from you guys. Like, I would like to see a little bit more of that. So if I was disrespectful, I apologize. I'd like to more find common ground than not.
Well said. Zach just joined us up here. Zach, welcome. Glad to have your voice weigh in.
Welcome,
You
Zach. It's great to have you. Thank you for joining us.
want to unmute and chime in here?
You unmute lower left.
I don't think we have to tell him that he worked at Google.
Well, how do I know that? I'm not all up on his likes, stuff. Jesus.
He
You
might
see,
he
you
might not
guys
be able to
see,
talk right now.
Texas is going rogue again. Co-host going rogue. Hashtag co-host going rogue.
I come by my ruthlessness, honestly. What can I say? Break his back. And then we have another speaker. Okay, I guess Zach is going to be mysteriously quiet here. So who's going to chime in next?
I know, Brick, you were trying to get back up. If you want to chime in, feel free.
Yeah, I'm getting a couple DMs from people who are giving Jim pushback, and I just want to say, I understand Jim's perspective. I think that he and I are, obviously disagreeing viewpoints, and if you're just getting in the space now, you're not going to get the gist of it. But I'll just say that he was kind of devil's advocating for what the board has, the task the board has ahead of them right now, and he and I both agree it's tough, but I think where I diverge from him is that I feel the board's going to need to look at, do they stay constituted as they are, and does that serve Project Veritas going forward? That's an unfortunate reality of the situation in my book. And I don't want to dwell on it too much because Jim isn't really here to say his opinion, but just want to let people know that I don't really fault Jim for having that opinion. It's just a little different than mine. He's looking at it from a mechanistic standpoint from the board's perspective, and I'm looking at it from the perspective of the public looking in. And it's not, I don't find it unusual that we would have different viewpoints in that regard.
100%. And I think he defends the board more because of his relationship with Matthew. And he didn't say anything disparaging about James, but I think that when you have close relationships with one person's viewpoint is going to bring a little bit more weight to your opinion. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting dynamic. I hope that it gets resolved soon. I just don't know how it gets resolved without a few heads rolling somewhere.
And time's of the essence. I mean, they can't, this can't be something that gets strung out for weeks. They need to act on it fast. I mean, they had another meeting today. I don't know how many more meetings they plan on having, but this is something they got to nip this. I mean, it's already, it's gone on. It shouldn't have been this public, but it is. So they need to nip it in the bud, and they got to get it fixed.
Amen to that.
I just want to say that if I had the power to get rid of the CEO of my company every time I thought that my boss was mean to me, that would be completely insane.
Yeah, somebody brought up last night the whole demasculinity issue in our society as well, where there's a lot of men with this soy boy mentality. Maybe some are afraid to say it, I'm not, who are very thin-skinned and easily offended and need a safe place, at work. So I've worked in car dealerships and in very tough environments where the owner, the boss, wasn't the nicest guy. And I'm not saying James isn't, but it's not an easy situation. But at the same time, you need a certain level of that to be successful in life. So that's all.
I just wanted to say also, for the record, I have stolen my employees' lunches before, more than once. So sue me, but don't, because I don't want to deal with the bills and the hassle. But
You're that person, Sphinx. I cannot believe you just admitted that. This is being recorded.
I
And there
have, but
are
you know
attorneys
what?
present.
Did I order them a better lunch that day? Yes. Did they ask me the next day to please steal their lunch again? Yes.
But
So you
what
know what
was
I'm
it,
saying?
Sphinx? What kind of food was it?
What criminal are you?
She ordered a steak. She's one of my interns, and she ordered a steak. I said, "What? You had a tuna sandwich? Why are you ordering a steak?" And she was like giving me these puppy eyes, and I felt bad. She was like, "Well, I really was looking forward to that sandwich, and now what am I going to do?" So I said, "Oh my God, stop." Anyway, I want to welcome Fiddy to the stage. If you guys don't know him, he's in Web3. He's a friend of mine. Welcome, Fiddy. What do you got for us?
Hey, how are you? Thanks for having me up. I follow Web3. I follow NFTs. I don't watch the news as much as I used to after the politics stuff was over, I was hoping. But I do know that there's 11-page testimonial from anonymous employees who were describing O'Keefe as a power-drunk tyrant, like I think that was done in February. So usually when you've got letters and things going around like that, there's some merit to it. So I don't know. This could be a little political, or this could be 100% true. And, I think they're looking for a reason to get rid of him. I'm not 100% sure if that's the right thing to do or not the right thing to do. I'm still kind of like watching this carefully.
One thing I will add is, like, anytime you're in a newsroom, it's referred to by a lot of organizations as the war room, and you have to have thick skin to be on the ground floor in the war room for any news agency. People yell, they get fired up because it's a rapid, fast-paced environment. And if every news person quit because they got their feelings hurt, or whatever the other allegations were, they would move on. There wouldn't be a board trying to push somebody out because somebody yelled at somebody. It's just like so elementary, in my opinion. If that was, yeah, I can't even believe that was listed as a complaint. Name calling and yelling. It's a heated environment, and they call it a war room for a reason. So there's that. But Laura,
I just want to say I'm concerned for the mental well-being of this space, because I don't know why a bunch of you followed me when I said that I stole somebody else's lunch, and I'm concerned about that. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. So Laura was going to speak. Go ahead,
you
Laura.
upgraded that. You upgraded the person you stole from. So everybody wants in on that action. Everybody wants a good upgrade, Sphinx. That's what it is.
Well, I want to know, did you do this during COVID or after COVID or pre-COVID? That's
No,
important to know.
this is like a couple weeks ago.
Well, that's even now this escalates the situation even more.
It does, because if you had eggs, that's like gold right there. With the way prices are going, I mean, it could have been very valuable lunch that you stole. Those are needed on this. Maybe we should have Project Veritas investigate.
If it was a cannoli, Sphinx, I would have had a problem with it.
All right. Laura wanted to speak. Go ahead, Laura. Laura, you might have to
yeah, same thing's happening to her that happened to me.
You might have to drop down, and I'll bring you right back up.
Yeah, hit the leave button and restart your app.
And Sphinx, you should not be sorry for anything. You know that you're a sucker for puppy dog eyes.
I know. This is a fact. I've actually, you know what? My employees actually really like me, but it's funny because they tweet at they run my business account, and they'll tweet at it, like they'll like shitpost at my tweets, right? They'll be like, I'll be yelling at them and stuff. And sometimes, like one time and we have the camera rolling because we're doing this documentary. So we always have a camera rolling when I'm in the studio. And a couple times it's caught me. Like, I'll yell at them and I'll look at them like, are you going to sue me? Like, as a joke, but it catches it and I look dead serious saying it. Anyway, moving right along. Laura, let me send you the co-host invite.
Oh no,
And Zach.
that's all right, because I'm in the middle.
It looks like it's doing it again where there's nothing.
Can you hear me?
Mic option on Laura's.
I can hear you, Laura.
I can hear you, Laura.
Why can't I hear you, Laura? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I'll mute.
Can everybody hear now?
Yes,
okay,
we
sorry.
can hear you. Everyone except the road
I was just going to say, this has been an awesome space. I appreciate the opportunity being in here. I'm, in the middle of a very big lawsuit right now, my RICO case against big tech and the FBI. So I got to go because I have a lot of stuff I need to do and I have to wake up early and, get a lot of work done. So, but I'll be around this weekend. But I just wanted to say thanks for having me in this space. But unfortunately, I have to go take care of some work now.
Hey, Laura, you're welcome anytime. Thank you for hanging and thank you for all that awesome information you gave us.
Yeah.
Always
what
appreciate
did she say?
it.
Yeah.
I'm dying to know.
She said she's leaving because you're bugging her.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, everybody was.
I'm just kidding. She said she has to go. She's gonna go because she's getting ready to sue me for being a bad host.
Hey, Laura, I just wanted to say I'll be saying some prayers for you in your journey, and you really do inspire me. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and shout out to the two Project Veritas tech whistleblowers in here, Cassandra and Zach from Facebook and Google. So I wish I could stay for more of the chat, but they've done very great work exposing big tech. From working with Project Veritas, of course, and that's what I'm hoping to do now with my my RICO case. So hope everybody has a good night.
Thank you so much, Laura. Texas, Lindsay, can you hear me?
Hear you. I just can't hear Laura.
Okay, well, it's okay. She has to go. She had to go. So anyway, she just had to go and work on some stuff. So, so I don't know where we were except that Zach was trying to talk, but I don't know if he can. Let's see if his mic is there. Hi, Zach.
There. How you doing?
Hi, Zach.
Great. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Cool. I accepted the co-host. Can you guys hear me?
We sure can. What do you think of all this that's going on?
Well, I do want to say that the people within Project Veritas do love James O'Keefe, and I do know what's going on, and I really can't comment on what the specifics are, but I do know that most everyone's hot takes miss sort of like what's going on, and I think that they'll let everyone know what is going on when it gets resolved, and I hope that it does get resolved, and some of the things that are coming out are a little bit concerning that it might not get resolved, and I hope that it doesn't blow up.
So I want to ask you, do you mean when you say it's concerning, do you mean it's concerning because it may not get resolved, or what's coming out is concerning?
All of the above. I mean, it's the stuff that's coming out is concerning, and I hope that it can get resolved. But, when you see headlines like James O'Keefe is, not present and his lawyers got it. I mean, I always try to keep the lawyers out of it. And so when I see something like that, I get concerned. I think we all are. And I hope that they can resolve this issue and get back to their very important work that they do of exposing pure evil.
And I feel like you were a whistleblower for one of the most evil companies of all, right, in line with Pfizer. Whistleblowing against Google, that takes so much bravery Did they ever do anything to you personally or try to attack or discredit you when you went forward? Google?
Yeah, so I got raided by the FBI, the Sheriff's Department, the Bomb Squad, and a bunch of others, law enforcement agencies within San Francisco. And then that was when I decided that I needed to come out personally and sort of call them out, because Google was not going to stop until the target was off my back. And once, we exposed all of the 950 pages of documents that I had, then at that point, YouTube sort of let it go. The big thing that they were coming after me for was the laptop that I had used to exfiltrate all the data. And I talked to, some counsel, and what they said is, well, isn't that evidence of the crime that they were committing? And I was like, yeah, actually it was. So I decided that it's better in the hands of the FBI and DOJ. So when Google came after me for the laptop, I told them to contact law enforcement to figure out how to get the laptop back. And then they came after me one last time with a strongly worded letter asking me to search through my personal data to see if I had missed any of the documents or if I still had them. And I told them that if I were to do that search and I happened to find any documents that I hadn't previously released, that I felt that it was my obligation to release those because I felt that Google had done a crime. And after that, they just pretty much left me alone. Never heard from them again. And for all you other people out there that might be whistleblowers, I want to let you know that the NDA does not cover criminal activity. So if you're calling out criminal activity, that's your escape hatch. The NDA does not cover criminal activity. And so, taking that stance was pretty much the thing that saved me. And I know that Kevin Cernacki, who was the 2017 whistleblower, he really didn't understand how this whole thing works. And so he went to the National Labor Review Board. And instead of keeping everything confidential, they just turned around and gave all the evidence to Google. And then Google drained him of all of his finances, fired him, and then concocted this sort of theory that he was actually committing criminal espionage. And so I pretty much realized a long time ago at the start of this that Google would try to do the same thing to me. So, I wanted to, pretty much come clean, let them know that I felt that this was criminal activity, and get that laptop to the Department of Justice so that they could use it in a criminal investigation. It seemed like it was actually going to work. 48 attorney generals.
And what year was this?
This was 2019.
What year was this, Zach? Okay.
And so there was sort of like a class action lawsuit, sort of like launched by 48 different attorney generals for the states. But nothing really actually came of it. And I don't know if there was some sort of extortion. I assume that some sort of extortion was used on Google to get them to pay out. And that essentially was what was the ultimate case of it. Now we see that Google is facing antitrust again, and they're coming after the ad revenue part of the company, which I think is pretty much the best case scenario, because Google, despite all of their, signals that they're a multi-tech company, really what they're about is their ad revenue. And once you lop that off, the rest of the company just sort of shrivels up and dies. And if that's not successful with the government action to chop off their ad revenue department, I think that essentially Microsoft is getting ready to do a really, really huge hit by making Google search obsolete with their AI. And Google's now scrambling to try to fix that by offering their own artificial intelligence boost to their search engine. But, they're playing catch up. And what's happening now is, Microsoft is aggressively replacing Chrome with their open source alternative called Edge, which is ironically also based on Chrome. And also there are rumors that Apple is renegotiating the amount of money that Google has to pay them to keep Google search on the iOS devices. So this was something that's really good. We need to, punish Google for their evil activity. And honestly, I wouldn't have done this if it weren't for the fact that Google came out when they went IPO and made all of these, grand statements and pretty much a constitution mission statement to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. That's the exact words, and it got burned into every employee's heads. Unfortunately, that was just, a bunch of lies. Should be false advertisement. The stockholders should get together and sue Google for that. And I'm really happy that Project Veritas, and in particular James O'Keefe, gave me their platform to stand on to expose this horrible, horrible corruption that was going on within the company, to basically rig elections as a unregistered lobbyist. And at the very least, they should open an investigation into these in-kind donations that they gave to the Dems, because we all know that Google was flooded with misinformation during the Trump administration to get rid of the guy. And they also used their monopoly in search to try to bend the fabric of reality so that, they covered up this Hunter Biden laptop. I mean, they are engaged in horrendous election interference. And so this is the reason why I'm so upset about what's happening with Project Veritas and this power struggle that's now ensuing. They need to resolve it, because if they don't, Project Veritas may cease to exist as we know it.
I feel like if anybody can rise from the ashes like a sphinx, haha, pun intended there, it would be James O'Keefe, because he's gotten, the Project Veritas offices, I think they got flooded or burned down. Do you recall which one of those it was? And I know he rebuilt it.
Flooded, yeah.
Flooded, okay. And rebuilt new offices. I mean, there's been a lot of roadblocks and things, and legal cases really have been like taking on a huge chunk of Project Veritas's time, effort, and energy, but they still prevail with the stories that they break and they cover. And I think it's really odd timing, though, by the way, Zach, that you came forward in 2019 and nothing really transpired of what you brought forward to the FBI. But the FBI, we now know, with ample evidence, that the FBI is working in cahoots with Google. So this might have been a public-private partnership strategy to say, hey, we will not pursue these charges. We will not pursue this investigation as long as you work alongside with us. So that if I were on the FBI and I were not holding myself to the highest integrity and morality with my job, which I think we've learned, thankfully, to several whistleblowers that have come forward from the FBI. One of them is Kyle, who's in the audience right now. We know that they're not acting with integrity, and they're not acting in a neutral manner as far as from a political standpoint goes. So they've really it's wild to see how Google and so many other big tech companies have partnered with the federal government in order to achieve an end goal. So that might be why your case has never actually moved forward. I hope that the antitrust moves forward this time with some real action. It really needs to happen.
Yeah, I agree with that. And what's interesting is that with the Twitter files, as I looked through the Twitter files, I realized that there was a very sort of similarity with what was going on with their blacklists and what, I saw within Google and YouTube with their blacklists. And now I'm starting to suspect that the blacklist that I saw was actually a portal that the FBI was entering information into in order to suppress things like searches for all of these mass terror attacks, which I think is a big pill for people to swallow. So feel free to not believe me. But the things that I saw within the blacklist were the attempt to suppress information about people looking for, information on these mass terror attacks. A full 20 out of 40 pages of the blacklist that I released all had to do with the Las Vegas massacre. And for anyone that's sort of dug into that, you'll know that there's some really crazy stuff that happened. George Soros is even part of the story, where he put a put option for 33 million, shares or units or whatever against the MGM on August 14th, 2019. You can go and look at the SEC filings. They've got like an XML access, and I didn't want to believe it, but I went in and looked at it, and sure enough, George Soros did put a put option of 33 million shares on the MGM, and he made quite a bit of money when the stock price of the MGM dropped as a result of this mass attack.
Zach, I
That's
wanted to
amazing.
ask you a couple of things. First of all, sir, do you recognize the guy? He's in the listeners. His name is Kyle. Was he or was he not, to the best of your recollection, one of the guys who raided your place?
The FBI guy?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. It was a local
Okay,
San
cool.
When
Francisco.
you're accusing Kyle of raiding Zach's
Okay, cool.
house.
Kyle can stay. Kyle can stay in this place. Also, Kyle has decided that it's more important for him to spend time with his wife than talk to us. I guess so. Moving right along, I wanted to ask you, in all seriousness, Zach, if you were to guess from what you know now and what we don't know. Okay, co-host, you do that one more time. I swear to God, I don't know what I'll do, because I do love her smile. Doesn't she have a great smile, everyone? Give her a hand. Give her some applause, everyone. Texas thinks she's got a great smile. Okay. Don't do that shit again. What I was going to say, Zach, since you know more about this situation than we do, if you were to guess how this would play out without telling us anything, what would be your guess going forward?
Oh, that's a difficult question. My hopes are that both parties come to an amicable agreement and they continue on with their shared mission to expose corruption and be, pretty much the last real investigative unit in America, possibly the most important one in the world. I think that it can happen, but right now they seem to be at an impasse. So I hope they get it resolved. I don't know much more than pretty much everything that I know is already public information already. But I really hope that they can work it out and continue on, get back to work. I know that James hasn't taken a break since the Google leaks, and possibly before, right? Like, he hasn't stopped working at all. And I can imagine that a lot of that working has gotten to the best of him. And I hope that, he does take a little bit of a break, because I think that he needs it. He's a tremendously hard worker. He doesn't know how to put the brakes on himself. And I think, and my hope was that, everyone was going to chillax. He was going to take a week or two, maybe go on a sailboat, and then come back refreshed and say, oh, that was just silly. And everyone was going to be able to continue on. But it looks like, there's a bigger fight brewing. And so I hope that.
Well, I want to ask you about that. And then I see the hands. Rachel, you're next. But the point was, and I think it was a very good point, was brought up in this space earlier, I think before you came in, which is that that it's unlikely, I think it was Bricksuit who initially mentioned it, that it's unlikely that this can just sort of go back to, the board making a statement saying, hey, guess what, you guys, we talked it out with James, everything's okay. We ironed everything out. We're just going to go forward. Do you think that if James stays, there will need to be some change in the composition of the board, or do you think simply those employees that complained may need to go?
I think they can resolve it. Yeah, from what I know, I don't see how this can't be resolved. I think that, that there's I see a path towards resolution, and I think that everyone could be happier with that resolution, and I don't think that anyone needs to lose their job. I don't like the fact that Project Veritas seems to have insiders that are leaking information. I think that that's causing a tremendous amount of harm, and if they are listening to this, I think you guys need to stop. It's fueling a bunch of conspiracy theories, and it's and we don't want to see, the company destroyed over an internal dispute. Like, this should not have poured out into the open, in my opinion. And the fact that it did is something that's very concerning. And, if that person's caught, they may have to, they'll probably be fired. So, stop leaking information about what's going on. It's not helping anyone. And I know that James has assembled a tremendous team of highly talented and highly motivated undercover journalists and support staff. And it would be a shame if they were to part ways. I do know that a lot of the times when an institution is built like that, it can continue to function without its charismatic and hardworking leadership. Apple is a really great example of that. Like, I thought that Apple was going to crumble after Steve Jobs left and died, but I was proven wrong. And if James were to leave, it's possible that Project Veritas could continue with the structure that he's built. And I know that if James were to leave, I think that whatever he would build would also be equally, or if not so, maybe even more successful than Project Veritas was, because the guy is just a machine and he doesn't stop. And that can be a double-edged sword, that intensity. And so I really, 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 really hope that they can figure it out.
Go. Thank you. Go ahead, Rachel.
Hi, thanks for letting me join the conversation. I'm a total outsider, but I have been following James O'Keefe ever since his first sting. I think that was Acorns, when he dressed as a pimp and did the undercover bit there. And he is, in my opinion, a national treasure. We're at a time in our nation's history where we're beginning to see that, yes, the deep state is real, and we do have arms of our government, especially the FBI, that are targeting citizens. And so our very freedoms are at stake here. And so for me personally, as has been stated in many ways, James O'Keefe is Project Veritas, and Project Veritas is James O'Keefe. And with those that are close to him have disclosed, he's a hard worker and he's driven, and personalities like that often find it difficult to step back and take some time to refresh and regroup and come back recharged. And so regardless of whatever the incident is that happened, it doesn't negate the fact that James O'Keefe is Project Veritas and Project Veritas is James O'Keefe. And if I could just sort of make an analogy for a moment and compare James O'Keefe to Trump. In 2016, I did not vote in the presidential election for the first time in my life. For 40 years, I'd been a faithful voter every single time there was an election. But I really could not decide who would be worse for the country, Hillary, who I could not vote for in any good conscience, or Donald Trump. Trump won, much to my surprise and dismay, but he won me over with the way he governed. And his personality on display was not always pleasing, sometimes downright embarrassing, but yet to me, the important thing was not his personality, but the policies that he enacted and how he governed. So in the same way, James O'Keefe may have his detractors within the company who don't like his personality in different aspects of that, but the important thing is not his personality, but the job that he's performing. And I personally would not pay attention to Project Veritas if James O'Keefe did not return to it. And I would follow him and his career and the stories that he breaks in the future, because I like the work that he does. I like the style that he uses to get it done. And I think that he is necessary for the well-being of our republic at this point in time.
Thank you so much for that, Rachel. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your patience waiting this whole time. Brandy, I believe you were next. Go ahead, Brandy.
Hi, thanks for letting me on.
Hold on one second. I just want to say something. So James is in the space. James, I just want to say, I know that you haven't really been speaking out, but you are welcome to come up and speak or not speak or give us emojis if you want. But I just want you to know that this space has been supporting you for hours, and you are more than welcome to come up and remain silent and just hang if you want. So go ahead, Brandy.
Thank you very much. What an honor. So I have to say, I just have to get off my chest about everyone talking about like being able to work it out. I don't think that's possible because Zach brought up the point about Apple. But the difference with Project Veritas is that you're sponsored by donors. And with all the distress and everything going on in the world, what the board did was undermine that trust in Project Veritas. But we trust James O'Keefe. Someone on that board is dirty. And the other guy who was speaking earlier, Jim, like he said, oh, they've got plenty of money. They wouldn't do that. Like money's not an issue. Okay, well, Bill Gates has a lot of money too, and he's poisoning half the world for more money. So that's not really relevant. A lot of very, very rich people do a lot of very bad things for more money. The other thing is it could be someone's blackmailed. It could be that they, when James O'Keefe breaks the type of stories that he's breaking and against someone like Pfizer, you have a tremendous amount of resources that are going to come in and they're going to be looking at everybody who works there. And maybe they found a weak link. But I don't care what it is, whether it's blackmail or whether they took money and they did it to undermine the organization, because regardless of how it turns out, it undermined the organization. The only way that it can get resolved is for the board to resign unless James O'Keefe personally says, I want this one or two people to stay, to give trust back in the organization, because the people won't trust it. I've been a donor of Project Veritas for 5 years. That is my personal opinion.
Thank you, Brandy.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Brandy. You were also very, very patient. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Brick, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, Brandy started out with kind of on a negative note, but I think she finished on a positive one. I think, if I recall, she said it can't be worked out. I believe that it can. I'm optimistic that it will be, and I'm looking forward to it, and I'm hoping that it's done soon. And first and foremost, we need to have James back at the helm of Project Veritas. And once that occurs, then we address the situation of trust in the organization going forward. And, my standpoint is James has never lied to me. I'm going to believe what he says. If he's back in as chair in his previous position and says we can go forward as is, this was a hiccup, I'll ride with him. I don't claim to have any psychic powers to say what's going on inside the organization. His word is going to be good enough for me. But, if at the same time, if the board and James collectively determine that some changes need to be made, then I view that as a positive thing as well, because those changes will be made and they'll be described to the public. So I just want to say I believe it totally is that people who are abandoning Project Veritas and unfollowing them right now, in my opinion, are doing that prematurely. You need to hang on. They've done so much great, fantastic work over the years. You can't just be jumping ship at the first sign of a swell on the ocean. Okay? Ride it out a little bit. Let's see how it goes. and I'm pulling for him. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, thank you, Brick. And okay, I wanted to say something that James definitely was not in this space when we started. So when we started, I sort of I gave my opinion of this, and which is clearly based on very limited information on what's out there in the public. But my take on it was, I really have a problem with if somebody started something, okay, and built something, okay, and is involved in the heart and soul of that thing, still on a day-to-day basis, and I mean really involved, like he is, with the investigations and everything. He is not like, this is the chairman, he just comes in like once a month. To me, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth for the employees to try to take him out, or which seems like this complaint, whatever came across. And apologies if I don't have all the facts right. That is all I was sort of saying. That to me, I would just say, just go. Like, clearly, if you're at Project Veritas, you're talented. If it's that bad, go. And I say that because I know that, just I researched for this space. I know that he started he started the space. He started the organization, I think, in the back of his parents' house. That to me is like, you guys, you want to remove him? Like, it's not like he's just like, he's the best CEO they ever had. This is like his organization. So I don't know. It just seems to me. But then the point was made, if donors are threatening to withhold funding and this and that, the other. So I just wanted to say that, and I want to go to hands. I'm going to go to people who have not spoken before first, except I just do want to go to Cassandra for a minute because she has worked there. Go ahead, Cassandra.
I just want to say that one of the things that's pretty disturbing about this situation is that I personally found out about this when another former employee who I'm still very good friends with, and I know James is in the space and it's not the person you're thinking of, it's a different friend, sent me the New York Magazine article. And the fact that that was the first thing that came out in regards to the situation, that leads me to believe that it's something nefarious. Because why would any of the board members or any of the employees, if they had the best intentions of the organization at heart, why would they go to New York Magazine or something like the Daily Beast? That really upsets me and bothers me.
Yeah, it's really bad that they would actually go and leak information like that. It's just terrible. Like, it doesn't do anyone any good to bring this out into the open. And unfortunately, I have to go for a interview, but it was really, I really want to thank you guys for giving me the platform to speak here and share my thoughts.
Thank you so much, Zach.
Thank you,
Anytime.
Zach.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate you.
And thank you, James, for giving me a platform to expose this corruption that Google was doing. It was the most significant thing in my life I have ever done, and nothing will be able to match that. I feel that my life, the most important thing I've ever done in my life was being able to tell the American public what was really going on. And I want to thank you for that opportunity. If it weren't for you, I would not have been able to do that. I would have had to kept this all inside of myself, and it was killing me. And every day I'm thankful for the opportunity that you've given me to be able to do this. So thank you, everyone. And I got to go.
Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, can I just jump in?
John, I
Very
think.
much.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think John
Yeah. So John Pierce,
wanted
can
to
I just
chime
jump
in.
in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So to be very direct, which I typically am,
I don't know James personally. I know people who are very close with him, including Laura Loomer and Shane Corey and, Russ Fernie. Obviously, what's happening here is a brazen, coup d'etat. I've been through it with my own law firm. What happens is when you have a visionary who is the entity who creates everything, who has a mindset of looking forward, sort of 100%, like Alexander the Great, not protecting their 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock and 6 o'clock. You have these pit vipers who get involved as you grow it a little bit, and they try to steal it from you. And, I don't know James. I'm a huge fan. I just like to say, at this point, honestly, it sounds like those organizations are full of, just snakes and vipers. And, he created something great. And, if he goes and he comes to another place, he's going to do the same thing. And Project Veritas would be valueless overnight. And candidly, I think that's what they deserve in light of what they've done to James. And so, I think he should move on and, create it again and let those people, just ride away, which is what will happen to him.
Thank you, John. I'm going to go to Marissa and then Just Curious and then back to Danny. Go ahead, Marissa.
Well, my personal opinion is that James opened a Pandora's box by busting
Did he
Jordan
cut out?
Walker through. Hello?
No, we hear it's Marissa is talking. We hear her.
He basically opened Pandora's box by busting Jordan Walker. Jordan Walker worked at Boston Consulting Group, which is a group that I have been investigating for over 2 years. And their involvement with the pandemic is concerning, to say the least. I have basically tracked over 250 million of no-bid contracts that they received just in the United States in the past 2 years. It's not just in the United States. They had no-bid contracts throughout the world. They were involved with the green passes. And I think that they basically took out James because if people start looking further into Boston Consulting Group's involvement with the pandemic, it will just lead to everyone finding out that this was a coordinated event. I mean, Boston Consulting Group is a huge, huge partner in whatever's going on right now in our country and basically our world. They're involved with the Green Pass in Australia. I mean, and it just goes on and on and on. That's it.
Thank you so much, Marissa. I think I said Just Curious would be next, and then Danny. Go ahead, Just Curious.
Is it me, Sphinx, now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I have a dog barking in the background. I'm not sure what I can do about that, but what I really
It's okay. My dog's barked in half the space.
Yeah, hold on one sec. Okay, so what I really wanted to say is that I had a big turn in my life when I started listening to Andrew Breitbart. And I was a Democrat all my life. I worked in Hollywood like everyone else. I was a Democrat. Husband, take the dog. Okay, sorry. I wasn't really paying attention. And then, one day I started paying attention and it was Andrew Breitbart, as I said, and James O'Keefe. And it really was, it was extraordinarily, like my life changed when I started thinking about how people are perceived and what news is okay and what news is not. And I never even imagined, I have to admit, I was very naive. What news was real and what news wasn't. Like, it wasn't part of my life. But Andrew Breitbart changed everything. And Andrew Breitbart introduced me to James O'Keefe. And so I know James is down there. I don't care what has happened in the last week or 2 weeks or whatever. I worked for GE, I worked for NBC Universal, I worked in corporations, and I gotta tell you, and I know many of you on this call, or sorry, on this space, know what I'm talking about. This nonsense is nonsense, truly. And there are gremlins who want to come up and say, who want to destroy people they're envious of. And I will stake my everything on James O'Keefe because this is literally an existential threat for us. I really mean it, truly.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you sharing. Danny, do you have something quick to say?
Yeah, quick,
Okay,
very
sure.
quick.
Please go
Indeed.
ahead. No problem. Go ahead.
Very quick indeed. Thank you, Sphinx. I just would like to share that when I was a young man, my uncle told me a little catchphrase that goes, "Loose lips sink ships," and there's a large amount of people on this planet who do not want the Project Veritas ship to sink. I think that we were all absolutely in love with and just amazed by these most recent pieces that came out. I think they're vital for the forward motion of society as we know it and the change that is needed in this world. And so I think there's a lot more to this, like Sphinx said, than I know there is. So I can't comment on specifics because I'm not aware. But I know one thing, that this is a ship that the people don't want to sink. So I agree with Bricks in that I believe, to picture the glass half full, that this problem can and will be solved. And James, you have the courage of a lion, and you're in my prayers, buddy.
Thank you so much, Danny. Let's go to UMGD. Welcome to the stage. Thank you for joining us. What you got?
Hey, thanks for having me on. Absolute pleasure to be here. I've been following Project Veritas since 2020, since the pandemic, and I just wanted to give a shout out to James and for all of his work that he's doing and shedding light on this darkness and all of this corruption going on with the vaccine, with the election, and of real journalism that he's doing. And he's being, like everyone said, he's being pushed to the side. They're trying to do everything they can because his power grows. And, it's the truth. It's facts are facts, and people need to wake up and look at the real information. The media swings everything one-sided. We all know that. I just started thinking outside the box, like how things have changed over the last 2 years with like all of these restrictions on guns happening and all of this other stuff happening. It's just like they're taking words out of our Constitution. Like, what is really going on? And like a lot of these people just need to just be shut down. And I just want to say it's an absolute honor to be here tonight and be able to share. I'm all in support of Project Veritas and everything that they do as a team, and just basically printing out facts pretty much. And I'm with you all the way, and that's never going to change. So I appreciate it.
Hey, Sphinx, I forgot one thing I wanted to just add is that we could have every hearing there is to have, every congressional hearing there is to have, every exposure like Project Veritas is doing that there is to have. But I really believe that a lot of people feel that unless there's a large amount of people actually held accountable in front of the whole world for my little 5-year-old boy to see these people paid for what they did, a lot of people feel that it's just, what is it all for?
Right.
That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I'll push back on that a little bit. I mean, I don't think that we should expect to see people in jail immediately. I mean, we're looking at these Twitter hearings that are going on right now, these FBI hearings. To me, it's going to be enough if they're exposed. Would I like to see people who are culpable in the censoring of all this information held accountable in a court of law? I absolutely would. But I'll tell you what I'd like even more. I would like for everybody to know what they have done wrong, because that is even more effective than them being locked up in a jail cell and nobody realizes what they did to us. I want that truth to be laid bare so that everybody sees it and knows that it's a fact that our government was censoring us through private enterprise, that organizations such as Pfizer were lying to us. All of these things, I want the curtain pulled back and the truth revealed. And to me, that is more important than the number of bodies that go in jail. Now,
Yeah,
if
but
we
Bricks,
find
the other doesn't need to
someone
happen
who's
as
super
well.
culpable and
Let
needs to
him
go there,
finish.
if we find someone that's super culpable and needs to go there, like if it gets uncovered that people knew about stuff and were, criminally misrepresenting facts, that's a different story. That needs to be prosecuted. But I'm more concerned with the truth getting out there.
Okay, Bricks, real quick, just to comment back on, I agree that there's a large amount of people that are their fast food mentality, that they want yesterday people to be held accountable publicly. And yes, people want it to happen too fast. But I didn't say immediately. So that's just for starters. Second of all, I do understand it takes time, but I 100% disagree that it coming out as truth is more important than the people. If what this guy said in this latest Pfizer video, this top level executive that Project Veritas exposed this guy, saying that Pfizer, was interested in mutating the virus to basically to sell more boosters, then I mean, if that is true, which I'd venture to say there's a lot of people that think that that's possible, right? I mean, come on, man. That's serious. We're
To
dealing with
me,
serious shit, man.
to me, as heinous as that is, it's more important that everybody know the truth than that one person be in jail for that and nobody know that they did it.
I
That's all
said
I'm saying.
a lot of people need to go to jail and maybe worse. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. And if we rotate, if you've spoken and we rotate you out, don't take it personally. We have so many requests, you can't even believe it. And everyone,
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll
you,
drop down.
you're very welcome. Thank you, and thank you for being patient. And also, if you guys could retweet the space, that would be great as well. We can get more people here. I think everybody here can see this is not a Jerry Springer type of space, but kind of like an earnest discussion, like a community discussion. And I appreciate that very, very much here. Thank you so much to everyone who's joining us. So I'm going to go to people who have not spoken yet. So let's go to
Wojtek.
Wojtek, go ahead,
Wojtek.
sir.
I'm Wojtek Wysocki. I'm originally from Poland. And I'm sorry to see Zach go because I met Zach indirectly when he was promoting his gloves for cycling at Las Vegas bicycle show. And he was ranting a lot, was on Facebook So I just would like to describe his thinking, what led him to blow the whistle about Google. He was ranting a lot.
But hold on a second. This is not focused on Zach or Google.
Okay,
So
let me
yeah.
go back to Project Veritas. And in my country, the people follow Project Veritas a lot. So I would like to emphasize this is not very important work here in the States, but also internationally. So what happened last spring, it was a Polish government-sponsored website promoting vaccination. And when I retweeted the last spring video about someone from Pfizer, that website said it's a lie. And I said, well, look, that's a libel. They can sue you for libel because it's a very strong evidence. And right after that, they got scared and they ceased basically to exist. So that's how powerful Project Veritas is, and that's how important their work is. That's not just in the US, it's international. That's why there's so many views on those videos, and just one of the kind. I don't know any other organization of this kind worldwide. So I would like to give a testimony how important this work is.
I also want to say something small to that. James, I know you're here in the room listening. Everywhere in the world, the American Senate, the European Commission, all the politicians in the world are using your work, sir. Now, no matter how hard it gets, you will always be important. And you did a great deal of humanitarian work for everybody that's walking on this earth. Journalists, investigative journalists all over the world are being attacked, sir, and you're one of them. So please stay strong. You're doing the best job and everybody is counting on you like you're a legend forever, sir. It's one thing I wanted to call out.
Thank you so much, Make the World. Appreciate you as always. Appreciate it and your sentiments. And I think a lot of people agree with that. I'm going to go to elitists and then back to Aaron.
Thank you, Sphinx. I love your space. I was a huge fan of Andrew Breitbart. I think Righteous Indignation, every teenager needs to read it and start there, I would say, in the distrust of the media. But I'm also 60 and I've seen the well poisoned. I've been with companies where there was some negative energy that brought the entire company down. And my only advice as an executive and a business owner to tell James, I love your work and it's so important. But I believe that Project Veritas, I think the hole in the boat is not pluggable. I think you ought to abandon ship. I hope you have an exit strategy. I really think you need to abandon them. And I know people disagree with that, but the well is poisoned. And I think people are going to be after you because clearly they are. And they found a way to stop you so soon after your exposure of Pfizer. And I just think that your following is so strong. There's so many people that trust and respect what it is that you're doing that you could recreate yourself, just call it O'Keefe Veritas, and you would be able to reestablish your company and your 50Cs. They're nonprofits. I mean, you had two 503 and a 504, and they basically found a way to infiltrate your board and to mess with you. And I just think the well is poisoned, and you're going to be walking around your own offices not knowing who to trust. And I think that's really, really hard. And I think if you just said, you know what, you don't want me, I'm going to take my energy and I'm just going to do it again. And I'm sorry, Brick, I just disagree with you. But anyway, I think that absolutely people will leave with you and then you'll be able to set up your organization with some of these safeties in place. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, just as an executive. And I've seen wells get poisoned, and the recovery is extremely hard. And it's not like you can be Alexander the Great or even Cortez and turn around and machete the infidels and get them out of your space. It's very difficult to do. And I just think your your course and your path is so divine and so important that the team that you build has to be not necessarily a loyalty test, but looking everyone in the eye. And I'm sure you're looking people in the eye and you probably like, I can't believe that guy did that to me, or that guy did that to me and I couldn't have him on my team and I let him go. And now he's trying to knife me in the neck. And I hated what happened to Breitbart. I was sad about what happened to Drudge. I've been voting in elections since Ronald Reagan. And I think what you're doing is too important. And I just feel like they did this. It was a calculated move. It's devastating. And I think your power is too strong. You ought to just pick up and go and write the rules of the new company and see who comes with you. Because you're going to have all of us regardless. You're going to have all of us. And we're at a huge number. And we will back you up and set you up. You'll have $10 million in 3 or 4 days. I'm telling you, it'll be that fast. And so I just think that they did you wrong. They blew a hole in your boat, and you're the captain. So get another vessel. That's all.
And I don't think James can speak right now because of an NDA issue. But if anybody wants to get some really good insight on reporting, because we need more Jameses in this world, he has a book called Muckraker, and I highly recommend it. It covers the basis and principles that our current journalists that claim to be journalists no longer abide to. They use more of an advocacy journalism approach to promote an agenda instead of just the facts. Let the people decide for themselves. So I highly recommend it if anyone hasn't read it yet or doesn't own a copy, to go out and get it, because it really puts into perspective what we're up against and what James is up against and the type of reporting and the way he exposes it and why he does it. So just wanted to throw that out there in case anyone wasn't aware. But I think Aaron was next, so sorry to jump in front of you there, Aaron. Go ahead.
Oh, not at all. Texas, I do appreciate that.
It's the smile, right? It's her wicked smile that gets you every time.
Exactly,
Yep, I
exactly.
know. I hate it.
I melt when I see that thumbnail. So what can I do? James, good to see you here, listening to the space. I was here earlier and, proposed my own view of what may have happened. I don't pretend to know, exactly what's going on and why. But I'm someone who, a year ago challenged the biosecurity regime. I challenged the vaccine mandate at the University of California in federal court, where I'd spent my entire 15-year career as an academic physician. I directed their medical ethics program. I was embedded within that university, but as soon as I challenged that particular policy, the university fired me. And so what the last speaker mentioned sort of resonates with me, that you've got everything you need with your own talent, your own experience, and your own courage and the virtues that you brought to the work at Project Veritas. And so you have a future. Whether or not Project Veritas does is, I think, a separate question entirely. But it's the actions, courageous actions of individuals under fire that inspire people. And, a year ago, I was scrambling, trying to figure out how to get health insurance for my family and, set up a practice to see my patients and not abandon them. And, my head was spinning. And a year out, I can see in retrospect that, this is maybe the best thing that happened to me professionally. And all kinds of people have come out of the woodwork to support my work. And, to thank me for standing up for my principles. So, again, I have no idea what's going on, behind the scenes or with your board or what have you. Whatever's been said publicly, it's not at all convincing. The story doesn't add up. And, if I put on my psychiatrist hat, what I always used to teach the psychiatry residents was, look, if the story doesn't add up, there's more to the story. The timing of all of this in relation to the Pfizer videos is enough for me to think that, when you go after Pfizer, you're not just going after an enormous, massively wealthy multinational corporation. In this context, challenging anything to do with this particular product that Pfizer produces, you're actually going after the federal government. You're going after the Department of Defense, which is quarterbacking our pandemic response. You're going after the intelligence agencies who orchestrated the biomedical security response that we saw during COVID, including these vaccines. And so, you're going after people that are very good at manipulation, very good at blackmail, very good at all buying people off, all kinds of dirty tricks. And so I don't know if you're the victim of that, if it's related to Pfizer. I don't know if it's political infighting on the board. But you regardless, you went up against the biggest of the big dogs, which is the United States government and an enormously powerful corporation. The United States government has given unprecedented power to, truly unprecedented power to, and shielded them from all liability and from all responsibility for their product and for their behavior. And they're going to hit back. And so it's disorienting. DM me anytime if you want to talk, or you just need, someone to vent to. I appreciate everything you've done. I followed Project Veritas from your early days, and really love what you've done. This recent story is, I think, the biggest story that you've done. And there's going to be a lot of people with enormous power and enormous money that don't like it, and they're not going to take it lying down. So just keep doing what you're doing, and the truth will out. I think you wouldn't be doing what you're doing unless you truly believe that in a complete David versus Goliath situation, the truth still has power. The truth is still compelling, even if it doesn't have enormous power, at least temporal power, nor money behind it. The truth itself is compelling, and there's still people in the world that are actually interested in the truth and the primacy of truth. So anyway, thank you. I'm sorry you're going through this. I know it's got to be hell and disorienting and, feelings of betrayal and, everything else. But everything you've built can be rebuilt. It can be rebuilt better. And if they haven't destroyed you, then the most important thing is still standing. So thanks for everything.
Wow, you got free therapy session offers from psychiatrists. And I don't know about the Build Back Better line, though, Aaron. We'll have to come up with something better to say.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't the right way to frame it, way to phrase it. This is not the Project Veritas Great Reset. We'll have to find a different meme.
The greatest reset.
So I want to say something. You get the great thing about. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I just put my headphones on. That's why I was able to. So the great thing about this space is that you're going to get a variety of perspectives. You just heard the very wise and mature one from Aaron. Of course you did. He's a doctor. Now you're going to get the other kind, the other side from me, and I'm a strategist. So you, as a strategist, and someone who does crisis management, I will tell you that I get brought into these situations a wide variety of circumstances where we sit down, and you can do this yourself, and decide, for whatever reasons, whatever your reasons are, what you want your end goal to be. And then you can devise a strategy that can get you there. So if you want to stay with Project Veritas, there are certain things you can do. There are certain maneuvers that you can make to essentially, yield the control back into your favor. It's just the way it goes. It's just how the art of war works. It's just how strategy works. That's how political strategy works, and that's how business strategy works, and that's how it goes with boards as well. Anyway, I just wanted to say that. I wanted to empower you there, because whatever you decide, though, should be your decision. But either way, there is a path toward either outcome, obviously. So I just want to say that. And I believe Jonathan has not spoken yet. Jonathan, please go ahead.
Before you go, Jonathan, I'm just going to say I pinned the link for James's book that I mentioned a minute ago up in the nest. So if anybody is interested, it's up there. Go ahead, Jonathan. Sorry.
Thank you, Sphinx. Thanks, Texas. James, I became really familiar with your work when I moved to Chicago back in 2019. Hadn't been much of a follower. I moved to Chicago in November of 19, which is probably the worst time to move to Chicago in the history of moving to Chicago. I got firsthand knowledge of, the shutdowns, and then the Summer of Love riots, and the medical tyranny and everything that was going on. And I started, when we're locked in place and we have nothing to do but work remotely and live with our thoughts, I was kind of looking for outlets and watching YouTube videos, self-improvement, stuff like that to take my mind off things. And I came across Project Veritas, and I knew something was wrong about February. Something didn't feel right. And I started watching your videos and seeing the things that you were bringing to light through some of the most inspiring and, incredible investigative journalism I've seen. I mean, we don't have anybody like you on our side, and it was very inspirational to me. And it made me realize something very important, that it's not enough for us to wake up ourselves. It's incumbent upon us to wake up as many as we can and educate, because we are in an existential fight, not only for the republic itself, but also for, the soul of this country and for our lives. And, I'm doing what I can in Arizona, and I think about, all of the things that, all the times you've put yourself in harm's way, and all the people that you've helped reevaluate so many things that are going on, just mostly coming from the horse's mouth itself. I've never seen anything like that, and it was very inspirational to me. And I wanted you to know that, first and foremost, being in business for myself for about 11 years, a business is the people. It's not the building. And the brand that you have more people than you can ever possibly know that are willing to go into the trenches with you, and go to war with you. And like the good doctor said, you're not going to have problems with funding, because your brand and your reputation precedes you. And I do feel like this was, not saying anything about anybody in particular, but I feel like this was a coordinated big Pfizer sabotage kind of event. We don't know all the ins and outs and the mechanism yet, but this is not by accident, and I don't think at all it's anything, as a reflection on you. I think it's a reflection of the fight that we're in. And I hope that whatever comes out of this, that, you realize that you've been an inspiration to so many people that are finally standing up and putting themselves out there, the ones that didn't want to get involved and want to make a difference. And if you decide, let me just say, I hope it works out the way that you want it to work out. But if it doesn't, then I hope that, you remember that we've got your back, and I hope that you'll shoot me a DM or give me a phone call, because I'd be honored to have the chance to work with you, buddy. Keep your head up.
I think Neil was next. Neil, if you want to unmute and go. Mr.
Okay,
McKinney.
hey.
Hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I worked for James at Project Veritas, and I just wanted to bear witness that James O'Keefe is the most significant journalist of our age. I really doubt the veracity of some of these claims, having been inside that bubble. Some of them just don't strike me as being possibly real. I do consider working for James sort of the highlight of my professional career, and no one has broken, bigger stories than James over the last, say 15 years. And, when people talk about the atmosphere inside of Project Veritas, newsrooms are not nurseries. There's a lot of pressure, and, people respond to pressure in different ways. But, when you have a guy like James, who's basically taking so much of the responsibility himself, so much of, if his credibility is on the line, and his credibility extends, and his credibility is what pays the bills. I just think that I just want to say that, anybody who's experienced a newsroom or a serious news organization would appreciate, what happens to get those fantastic products through. And I also want to say that I've seen James's incredible generosity, concern for other people, his own selflessness, putting himself forward. And no one in the media has caught more arrows than James O'Keefe. And James, if you're listening, keep strong, my friend. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neil. I know we just James, but Cassandra had her hand up. Go for it, Cassandra.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, tell everyone, thank you so much. Thanks for hosting this space. Thank you for everybody who's been speaking and giving support. For me to see somebody who has been such an instrumental part of my life be attacked in such a way that James has been truly upsetting to me. And James, if you're listening, all the crazy things that have happened since I met you back all those years ago now. And I will continue to have your back, whether it be at Project Veritas, anywhere else. You know that I will always have that. Now I need to go tend to my boyfriend who had his ACL repaired on Monday, and he rightfully thinks that I've been spending too much time on Twitter. So I just wanted to say goodnight before I hopped off here.
Good night, and we see where your loyalty lies. Just want to say that. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much, Cassandra. You're awesome. Thank you for coming and sharing all of your info with us. Really appreciate you and hanging out all this time with us, contributing so much. Really appreciate it. Come back anytime, please. All right, Nikki, I don't believe you've spoken yet. Go ahead.
Hey, Sphinx and Gianni and Texas Caroline, thank you so much for hosting this space. I've been listening for quite a while. I think most of all, we have learned that we always stick to our instincts, not the headlines. When Trump's pushing the vaccine, we say no. We might like Trump, but we're going to say no. James has a gift and he can smell a rat a mile away. And I think that's rubbed off on a lot of us through the years. To me, I feel like James has always showed us how important it is to dig into the rabbit holes and find the information that just isn't floating on the surface. He's taught us to do what he does. Not that we could really ever do as great of a job as he has through the years. He knows this. He's got to be like Mr. Suspicious #1, but we're all right behind him, always and forever. To me personally, I feel like this timing is suspicious. I feel like, in my gut and my instincts tell me, the people that are behind this haven't been long-time employees as far as what it looks like. The connections with the Southern District of New York, which we all know is corrupt as hell. Soros' own, Letitia James has it. I mean, like, anything that goes through SDNY is bullshit as far as I'm concerned. And they're pushing him. And they can push, and they can push, and they can push. But the bottom line is, when push comes to shove, he's not going to fall because we're all there right behind him. And we will be, no matter what, because we'll know whatever they say on the surface is likely bullshit. And we will dig, and we will dig until we get to the fucking truth. And thank you for letting me speak. And we continue on, and we'll be right behind you, James, if you're listening, always.
Hey, Nikki, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your patience, waiting all that time to speak. Appreciate you. And James is listening. So I think he appreciates all of the all of the words that people are saying. I'm going to go over to the James that's on stage who unmiked. So I think you're already ready to speak. So go ahead, sir.
This is James Bradley. James, welcome to the club, my friend. You're over the target. We knew Pfizer would come after you. I've been fighting this fight with Bobby Kennedy Jr., Andrew Wakefield, Judy Mikovits, Dr. Judy McCullough for some time now, trying to expose Fauci. I ran for U.S. Senate against Dianne Feinstein in 2018. So you're over the target. I'm saying you're in your stripes. They're going to come after you. They're going to double down. It's what you do next. Shake it off. Know you have the support. Move forward. If you want a clean house, do it. You have the expertise. You can do that. You can shake the tree and get rid of the bad apples. But just be aware going forward. Vet. Do deep dives in the people you bring close to you, because those are the ones that may just turn against you, which apparently had just happened. So my condolences in that sense, but I just say stand up. Your work is impeccable. Many people go to you to the primary source now. Don't let them down. Keep moving forward. I'm always available to talk, and I do work with these folks I mentioned and quite a few others too. We're working on stories that could actually elevate this even further. So my support, I'm always available. James Bradley's my name.
Thank you, James Bradley. I just want to say one thing real quick here. Oh, I see Laura's back. Welcome back, Laura. Can we bring Laura back up? So I'm going to say something. I don't anticipate getting. I never anticipate these spaces leading to anything outside of these spaces for me. I truly don't. So I'm going to say something that may be helpful to you, James, and you can take it and confer with your own people. So what I said to you earlier about if you decide to stay, to come up with a strategy. So basically what I would advise you is if donors are threatening to pull money, if the board keeps you, and basically I would, in the war room, you need to create a war room, essentially, metaphorically, right? And you need to make the board understand that they will lose more money with you gone than the money that those donors have threatened to take. So there's a whole, there are different ways of doing that. But essentially, you're going to have to turn the tables and make this, whatever is being threatened, right? Whatever is being used against you, you're going to have to make it work for you. You're going to have to use it and say, this very thing that you're saying, if I do what you say, I'll make sure that it'll be this much worse. So it's in their favor. They will not, nobody is going to do you any favors or do the right thing or anything like that. This is not where we're at. They need to know that it's in their best interest, the board's best interest, to keep you there, the organization's best financial interest to keep you there. Okay, thanks, Anna, and you can. I'm sure you have great advisors to help you there. All right, so I'm going to go to welcome back, Laura. I don't know if you wanted to. Wanted to say something. James is in the room right now. I see you, UMGD. Just give us a second. So Laura was with us. James.
Yeah, I don't know if is he still in here?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think he is.
Okay.
I got a DM that he just dropped.
Yeah, he dropped out, I thought.
He's trying to come back in, I guess.
Okay, yeah, let him come back in and then I'll say something.
Okay, go ahead, UMGD.
Oh, thank you, Sphinx. Perfect time. I was just going to say, yeah, like with the amount of pressure and heat that's put on James, and just like we all probably have been in that position, and just like with everything that we do, like it's the worst feeling in the world. And like, you start to feel like they, defeated you. And I always honestly, like as a founder on Web3, like it's the same kind of playing field. Like people try to like poke at you and people gang up on you, and one side, like a narrative or whatever it may be, and just make false accusations and just try and pin stuff on you. That is very real, like in this digital, age that we're evolving into. And, like, honestly, like, I just look to, like, God or whoever, your higher power, just to, we'll get through this as one company, and we just need to stick together and just have faith, because, these scumbags will go down eventually. It's just a matter of time. I feel like that's just how the game works in life. You get what's coming to you. And I just wanted to say, to James, just to hang in there, man. Like, it's the shittiest feeling in the world, probably. But what you're doing is literally opening the eyes to the truth and facts about, that's going on with this elite global, corruption takeover that's occurring. And it's really sad that we're at this point, as a country even. And I just honestly, I have faith though that we're going to get through it, and we're going to bounce out of this, and we're going to find a way out, because we always do. And, and that's really all I wanted to say. Just never fucking give up. We, I'm all in support of you, and I know a ton of family and friends that probably can't believe I'm doing this right now, but, we are definitely here, James. Just keep fighting the good fight, my man. Thanks, Sphinx. That's all I wanted to say. I appreciate it's been an honor tonight. So thank you, Sphinx.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing again. I don't know if anyone had their... so I guess the space is really glitching. I sent him an invite. Texas Lindsay, can you send him an invite as well? I think
I'll shoot him a DM.
Yeah, I did. He's not able to come back in the space, I guess.
I'm on it.
I'll send him one too.
Thank you. Anyway, I wanted to welcome some... Oh, Patrick, did you have your hand up earlier? I don't want to skip over you, sir.
Probably. I got dropped a couple times, but I came back. I guess, yeah, I mean, I've been paying attention to Project Veritas since I got out of school, probably. So 2008, 2009, somewhere around there. I've been in a number of these spaces, and something I regularly hear is people from other countries coming in, commenting, saying that we're kind of their last hope for free speech, the last bastion of free speech. So I don't think it's any coincidence that this is going on right now. And it's super important for this to continue on, because there's obviously no other journalists doing this. And I don't know, because I got dropped out, but I would say the biggest piece that stuck out to me from the public statement released was one sentence where it said, "Not everybody who signed this letter has even been subject to or witness to any of the shit that they're claiming." So from my perspective, that's a bunch of bullshit. That's primarily what I had to say. A lot of stuff has come across my mind, but I don't know where we left off.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't want to pick on anyone who's not ready to speak, but okay. What's up, co-host? I see you on micing.
I sent James another DM to see if he could pop back in here for Laura to speak
Oh
to
my God, you
him.
guys, how good is this co-host? I was gonna say, did you mention did you say the secret word? Like, did you say Laura wants to talk to you?
I said Loomer would like to speak to you if you want to pop back.
Great, because I was like, if you didn't say that, I mean,
Well,
what's
when I
going
invited him earlier,
I'll text James and see if he's having a hard time
yeah.
getting in.
Well, when I texted him earlier, I was like, I totally understand if you can't speak. Maybe you can have, your attorney speak on your behalf. But he popped in and listened for a good long while. So there's only one speaker. I couldn't hear what they said. Hopefully everybody said good things.
Yeah, everyone said good things, but I just want to say a lot of people have been dropping out, including the co-hosts. So we really apologize, guys,
Yeah,
and appreciate you guys coming back in multiple times. Really, truly do. So the floor is actually open if somebody wants to chime in. Go ahead.
Hey, Sphinx, maybe you can get rid of what's in the bird nest, and then that might stop the room from glitching. I think if you can clear it might help you out.
I'll clear out some of it.
Good idea. Thank you.
Keep the book one on there if you can.
I'll leave that one up. Okay, Unity Project requested to speak. So
yeah, hi. Good to see you. Hi there. Thanks.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, Aaron. I just wanted to say that this is amazing. The work that Project Veritas and James O'Keefe has done is incredibly invaluable. We've been fighting to protect our children from a lot of things that are happening in this country, whether it's radical gender ideology to the crazy vaccine mandates. I think we've all seen, the CDC essentially trying to add these to the normal schedule of vaccines. I think I saw a post that they're looking to do this 3 times per year, which would essentially mean that a child, by the time they're 18, they've had over 100 COVID vaccines. I mean, it's absolutely insane. And it's people like James O'Keefe and the work that they're doing that are really the front line, standing between what's happening in this country and protecting our children. So I couldn't agree more with all of the speakers, and we're grateful for the work that James has done. It's invaluable. It's protecting our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Laura. Sphinx, I'm going to make one more comment. I don't know, maybe James will listen to the recording later, or somebody else from Project Veritas, one of his friends, would pass this on to him. But it occurs to me, again, just given the timing and circumstances of what's going on, and I'm going to stick with my hypothesis, it's not a conclusion, that this is all about going after Pfizer / Deep State, which is in bed with this company, has empowered this company, that I can't help interpreting this as a warning shot across the bow. Make an example of James O'Keefe for any other journalists that are thinking of going after this regime in this way. And I think when you get hit hard like that. And just, again, speaking from my own experience of losing what I thought was my platform at the university, imagining as a medical ethicist, how am I going to find students if I'm not at the university to teach? How am I going to have credibility if I don't have an academic appointment? All these sorts of things that go through your head when you're fired from a place that you planned on retiring at, or an institution that you've given your whole career to. And I think what I realized over the last year is the best defense is a good offense. So I just decided I was not only going to continue doing what I was doing on COVID public policy issues, but I was going to just double down and do it better, do it with more vigor. And so my advice to James and any other investigative journalist that wants to understand what's going on right now and the kind of regime of surveillance, censorship, control, and weaponization of health and safety that we've been laboring under for the last 3 years, is that the best defense is a good offense. So turn up the heat, keep going, keep pressing. Cowardice, timidity, these things are contagious, and a lot of people in our society were infected with this. I think especially during the pandemic, we know that fear was deliberately weaponized, and very sophisticated propaganda techniques were deployed by federal and state governments all around the world to deploy and increase the level of fear so as to increase the level of compliance. But courage is also contagious. And so when courageous people stand up and stand strong, particularly after they get hit hard, they get knocked down, they get up again, and they keep fighting the next round. And in fact, they fight harder in the next round. I think first of all, that inspires people, but that's also exactly what our society needs, and that's exactly what people fear most who are trying to suppress the truth. The people that don't like what you're doing are the people that don't want their deeds to come out into the light of day. They don't want information to come out into the light of day. They don't want the truth to see the light of day, even if it's just a short video that people can share person to person on the internet. Even that level of truth with very little money, very little power behind it is an existential threat to people who construct a regime or a system built upon lies and built upon obfuscation and confusion and fear. So the best defense is a good offense. Whatever you've been doing, as the previous commentator mentioned, when you're getting flack, it means you're over the target. Whatever you've been doing to draw this kind of fire, keep doing it. Keep figuring out how to do more of it. Keep figuring out how to do it better. Keep that target in your sights and turn up the heat on them. And you'll be amazed to watch what happens in this next phase of your work.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Aaron. And James where's Laura? Oh my God. James is back with us. Laura, if you see Laura come back, Laura wanted to say something to you, James. Thanks for coming back. Let me text Laura now. Tell her to come hurry up and get back in here. Appreciate you for coming back, James. So let's go to COVID 1984. Sir, go ahead.
Hello, thanks so much for the stream and for having me on. Lots of great speakers in here. I didn't catch the whole thing. I got in right when Zach Voorhees basically was just finishing up. And Zach Voorhees is a friend of mine. He's obviously a Google whistleblower, which Project Veritas collaborated with and put out a huge story. Very important work that Project Veritas has done. I've been following them for years. It's kind of like when you've been following a show for so long that you feel like the protagonist, the main person, right? It's you feel like you have that kind of relationship with them, like to where you feel like you know them, you have a connection with them, and I think that that's the point to where James O'Keefe has reached, at least with me personally, and I'm sure that many others feel the same way. The work that Project Veritas has done over the years has been extremely important. And it's very unfortunate to see this fallout take place, in my opinion, between James O'Keefe and Project Veritas. And the only way, like, Project Veritas's record has been exemplary. They've been sued by everybody, and from what I understand, they've won every lawsuit. They cross their T's and dot their I's. Very disciplined organization over there taking place. And like I said, it's unfortunate to see this rift between the two. The only thing that could damage Project Veritas's reputation is a situation like this. And it's very, I'm happy to see that James is in the room here listening. It's the only activity that I have seen of him on Twitter. People have been concerned, and I think rightfully so, about James O'Keefe and his well-being, considering the magnitude of the stories and the people that they're going after, which, as Dr. Aaron Kheriaty had pointed out, they're going up against the biggest and baddest of the establishment. It's not just Pfizer that they're going after; it's the Department of Defense, it's the federal government, it's everybody. So the work that Project Veritas has done has been incredible. And I wish that I understand that there may be legal reasons why either side cannot talk about things. I get that, but I wish that at least one side, James or somebody would come out and say, "Hey guys, I'm good. Like this is there's some stuff going on, and we're going to figure it out." The reason I say that is because the silence from both sides has led to massive speculation, and you know how that goes. Once there's speculation, people start going down different rabbit holes. We're trying to figure it out ourselves because we care. We actually really care about James O'Keefe and Project Veritas. So, and as others have mentioned here previously, the timing of this rift between Project Veritas and James O'Keefe does, that coupled with the silence, the radio silence, raises kind of, the alarm. It's like right after James O'Keefe and Project Veritas break their biggest story ever on Pfizer. And I think that this is one of the most important stories of our time because, excuse me, it affects billions of people. Billions of people are affected by this story. And we have speculated so much about what these pharmaceutical companies have been doing. And Project Veritas is bringing us information that then confirms, some of our worst fears, actually, even beyond that these pharmaceutical companies are participating in, very reckless, dangerous, unethical, and potentially illegal actions. So, Big Pharma, I guarantee you that at Pfizer's headquarters, they were sending out emails or having meetings or, stuff like that about warning their employees about Project Veritas. Now, I'm sure that they had closed-door meetings where they were like, how do we circumvent this? How do we attack this? Basically, I wouldn't be surprised at all if these companies and government agencies or whatever, obviously they've been surveilling. Let's not forget, Project Veritas, James O'Keefe himself and other employees of Project Veritas had their homes raided by the FBI. I mean, they are in the crosshairs here. I'm sure they're being surveilled. I'm sure they're looking at ways to bring them down because they pose a threat to their monopoly on this situation. So, then you have this rift, this fallout between Project Veritas and James O'Keefe, and people are left here to speculate what's going on. And with the timing of the Pfizer expose, people are going to assume that Pfizer had something to do with it. So it raises a lot of questions. I really hope the best for both. I really have. People are going to be quick to side with others, like James O'Keefe. They're going to side with James O'Keefe.
I'm stopping you, sir. I think he left the room.
He did.
So I wasn't looking at my phone. I should have stopped you earlier. No offense. And so did Laura. Okay, we're going to keep things. Thank you very much for your contribution. I appreciate it. We're going to keep things on the shorter side. Maybe they'll both come back in again. Anyway,
Okay.
Billboard Chris, you're welcome. Thank you. Billboard Chris, did you want to share? I saw you had your hand up.
I'll be right back. I just got to take care of something, but thank you.
No worries. Okay. Nikki, are you there? Boy, you know what? I am so goddamn annoyed at that. You guys, can you retweet the goddamn space? I can't believe that. It's my fault. I was not being a good host. I should have been paying more attention. There
What are
you
you
have it.
talking about? You're the best host in spaces.
No, I screwed up, man. I screwed up. It's okay. I screwed up royally. Okay, it's all right. All right, but I love you. I love you guys. All right. So
I wanted to try times, but I didn't want to be accused of
why
going
didn't
rogue.
you? All you had to do was giggle. All you had to do was giggle. When I interrupt people, it's like World War III. All you have to do is giggle.
I know you're like bad cop and I'm good cop, but it's a good dynamic. We make a good team. I want to say COVID-1984 is a great guy, and he was sharing a lot of great information. I didn't want to cut him off, so then I saw James drop at one point, and I was like, "Dadgummit!" And then Laura followed, and I was like, "Oh, I should have had him pause for a minute so that they could, she could have her exchange with him." So I'm sorry.
But you know what? Don't be sorry. Be better. Okay? Be better. Don't be
Name
sorry.
redacted came up here, so he sent me earlier in the space when I was talking about how an FBI agent and a CIA agent are always in the program, whether they're in the program or not. They pretty much own them for life. He sent me a video clip of one of the head guys at the FBI literally saying that once we have you in, you're always in. You never leave. We always own you. So even if they go on to work at other organizations, whether news outlets or social media companies, their loyalty is always going to be to either the bureau or the agency. So anyway,
Yeah,
name redacted.
when I came upon that video, I had to listen to it probably 10 different times in shock of what I had just heard
It's
and just
fire.
how emphatic he was. He was like, "But once we get you, we own you for life." And he just sat
Exactly.
up in his chair and he was yelling it. It was crazy.
I mean, that video is amazing, but it definitely
It
confirms
is true.
what I've heard and read, but to have it come from the horse's mouth is exactly like how Project Veritas does it. Except this guy was on camera and knew he was on camera.
Yeah, he was
No.
24 years FBI, a year at the CIA, and then he was the director of an agency under the ODNI. It's crazy to hear
Wow.
that, but yeah.
Wow. Okay, Freemason. Go for it.
Hey, how are you guys? Part of the problem here is our government at the agency level is completely compartmentalized, whether it's the military war machine, now vaccines and medicinal. And I just find it interesting that anyone would be surprised that the agencies basically infiltrate every reach that they can. I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, today with this thing that we shot down, sure sounds like a Tic Tac to me. Whether it's, self-made by us or China or from some other place. But,
Sir, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. Just
Laura's
because
back.
there's some background noise there. It's very hard to hear you. and I'm just going to take a reminder to please stay on topic. But if you can fix the background noise, it was very hard to hear you. We can come back to you. Billboard Chris, if you are ready to speak. Also, Laura, oh my God, I failed. I'm gonna bring you back up. Like, what the hell? I suck as I failed. Okay. Also, some people I see have dropped your speaker and you dropped. Please be patient with us. The space is glitching. I'm sending invites to those people. So
That's okay.
I appreciate your, I know that you texted James and he came, and then, 1984 wanted to show us what it's
He
like to
might. I don't know if he's maybe
live in 1984 again.
I
You
don't
know what I'm
know.
saying?
I don't know if he's going to bed or so. It says like notifications are silenced, so maybe he has his phone on do not disturb because it is 11 o'clock at night. So I mean, I don't know where he is in the world right now. So but his notifications are off right now. I just texted him.
Yeah, well, mine are always like that, and I'm usually looking at them. But don't tell anyone who knows me, okay? You guys
Oh
don't say.
wow, are you like a little?
Yeah,
Are
that's
you
a
a
trick. That's
ghoster?
a trick. That's so we don't have to write back right away. Don't. I don't know if Billboard Chris, if you want to go ahead whenever you're ready to speak. Go ahead.
Thanks. I don't really have anything too special to say. I just think that this whole thing is a blessing in disguise. I think we should be positive. This is bringing more attention and media upon James O'Keefe, including since what's happened with Pfizer, than he's ever had. If he wants to start a new business tomorrow, he could raise $1 million tomorrow. And he started this whole thing from nothing. And ultimately what Project Veritas is what it says right in their slogan, which is be brave, do something. All he needs is a mic and a camera and some brave people, and he can start it right back up again. And all you really need to know about the state of that company right now is this. He fired the guy with pronouns in his bio, and the board hired that guy back. So that company's fundamentally broken.
That is
He should
so
just start a
funny.
new one. He should just start a new one. The good people that he knows will come with him, and there's a lot of other good people out there. But sometimes when you grow and you get too big, you need to shed your skin, and that's what's going on right now. So he's going to be just fine.
That's so funny that you said that, because when I saw this memo come out and then I looked that guy up, who was being described as the instigator, and it said he, him, I was like, holy hell, how did a pronoun person get hired at Project Veritas?
Exactly.
So I was like,
that's
this
the
is weird.
biggest.
And that was like such a red flag for me too, because I had already left Veritas. Like I left Veritas several years ago. When I first started working for them, it was like 2000 and like the end of 2014 I started, and then was full time in 2015. So I don't know this individual, but I did see the bio, and I just thought that was so bizarre. Like, how do you have pronouns in your bio and work for Project Veritas?
Yeah, we laugh about it. There's something fundamentally wrong with a person when they put their pronouns in their bio. And
Yeah,
I'm
I
going to
agree.
say there's something even more fundamentally wrong about you when you're a man and you do. So, whatever, good riddance to this crazy woke board and start it anew. He'll be fine.
Yeah, like I said before earlier, hours ago, I said James O'Keefe is Project Veritas. Project Veritas is James O'Keefe. So, I just think it's funny, as someone who worked for Veritas, like the board thinks that they have this kind of power to push James out, because just like you said, he could, if he wanted to, he could just start Project Veritas 2.0 and take all the donors, all the money, all of the supporters with him. Like, does the board actually think that people support Veritas because of their board? It's kind of laughable, because when you read the memo, and this is what I had said earlier when I was on the space, it just sounds like such a petty HR issue, something that your typical executive director or HR official could deal with. And earlier in the space, there were, several like former Veritas whistleblowers in, and like they were all talking about the dynamics in Project Veritas. And it's like, this is the most elite undercover journalism entity in the entire world. So you are going to be in high stress situations, and it just speaks more to like the character of the people who, if it's even real, it just seems so manufactured and fake. But if these are real complaints about James O'Keefe, it makes those people look bad. It just shows that they don't really have what it takes to work with somebody as high caliber as James O'Keefe, right? Somebody who is clearly a genius and somebody who's clearly like a journalistic icon, especially when it comes to undercover journalism. So it's just pathetic, because I, as somebody who was undercover when I was at Project Veritas, I was undercover in the Hillary Clinton campaign. Okay, you want to talk about stressful, like leading up to the election? And none
You
of this,
live to tell it too, Laura. Like
I
that
know,
is
right?
an achievement.
I know. I haven't been put as a number or victim on the Clinton
You haven't
body
been
count list.
suffraged.
But no, I mean, that was stressful. And you didn't have these types of issues. And that's why it seems very bizarre to me, because there's always, and any workplace environment, especially in a high stress situation, like people have little squabbles back and forth, and it's just normal, and you get over it. And if it really bothers you that much, then you better find another job, because working for, the most elite journalistic entity in the entire country, when you're, doing high target, high stress situations, that's not going to be for you. So I just think it's a real shame on anybody on the board who tried to push James O'Keefe out. Shame on anybody at Project Veritas who made false accusations against James O'Keefe, because I know James. He's one of my best friends. He wrote the foreword for my book. He's a mentor to me. Like, this is just such bullshit. James doesn't talk to people like that. James doesn't treat people badly. Okay. He's a wonderful person to work for. And I miss Project Veritas. I'd go back to Veritas if I could. I love James O'Keefe. I left because I just wanted to do something independent. And, I was doing undercover work for several years, but it's an honor working for James O'Keefe. He's the best person I've ever worked for in my life. That's all I'm going to say.
Hey,
I'll just
Laura.
add. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
Go ahead, Chris.
I'll just add to that and say the type of people who whine publicly about someone being mean to them are the type of people who lie publicly about someone being mean to them. If they don't like it, they can just quit. That's what people do. They don't like their boss, they quit. Get a life, grow up. Thank you.
Well, and also, how selfish do you have to be? Like, I don't want to sound like a bitch when I say this, but I'm just going to say it anyway. But like, how selfish does somebody have to be to think that they're on James O'Keefe's level, to like make such a petty complaint, to like sabotage, like I said before, the most elite undercover journalist entity in the world for their own feelings? Like, they're on another level at Project Veritas, okay? Exposing the most powerful tech companies in the world. We literally prevented Hillary Clinton from becoming president of the United States with our undercover investigations. Exposing big tech, exposing the pharmaceutical industry, exposing the FBI, exposing everybody. And someone's going to try to jeopardize that, like the future of one of the last hopes for journalistic integrity, journalistic truth, and free speech in this country, because their feelings got hurt. I mean, that's a fireable offense, in my opinion. I just think these people, they just need to clean house and get people who are actually cut from the same cloth as Project Veritas, or as the same cloth as James O'Keefe, and people that can actually handle and respect what it means to work for somebody like James O'Keefe or Project Veritas. It's just, I just can't imagine, I don't know. I guess I would have serious issues if I was still working at Project Veritas and I had to work with people who were that sensitive. I guess I'd have internal issues too, because I can't imagine ever betraying James O'Keefe like that. Imagine having somebody like James O'Keefe give you the job of a lifetime, an opportunity of a lifetime to go undercover, and then you're going to betray him by going to the board and making like petty accusations about your feelings being hurt. It's just asinine to me as somebody
He
who worked
made
for
me get
Project
a
Veritas.
sandwich.
Yeah.
He made me get a sandwich, and then he ate a pregnant woman's sandwich instead.
Yeah. It's really pathetic in my opinion. Like anybody who made a complaint against James O'Keefe, who works at Project Veritas, in this letter should just resign out of embarrassment for the embarrassment that they themselves are, because it's just embarrassing that people would be so petty and just so selfish to the mission at hand. And that's what you learn at Project Veritas. It's about mission first, okay? It's about putting your mission first, not your feelings first. Bunch of snowflakes.
The truth is
Hey,
that the pregnant woman probably had a bite of her sandwich, got heartburn, and he did her a favor by eating it. That's probably what's actually going on.
there you go. Listen, I wanted to just take a break for a moment. Everyone, please retweet the space. Also, everyone, please excuse me for a second. This is from my brothers and sisters in Web3. Yo, Shirley Lowe, what's up? I see you've been in the space since the beginning. If you want to prove you're not a bot, give me an emoji. Let's see some emojis up in here. Shirley Lowe, I'm calling you out. If you're not a bot,
Sphinx.
if you're not a bot, throw up an emoji. Regardless, listen, no hate. I support you no matter what. Don't come after me. But if you're not a bot, you can throw up an emoji. All right. Okay, let's go back to the discussion. That did not just happen, everyone.
But wait, Sphinx, I have to clarify. So COVID 1984 thought you blamed him for James and Laura not being in the space earlier, and I was like, no. She's not directing that anger at you. It was really at yourself, right? For not cutting him off sooner.
Yeah, Sphinx, I thought the same thing. I was like, damn, you came down hard on him. But,
Yeah,
maybe
he's such a
James got
nice
a
guy.
call
Like,
from
he's
his
so
lawyer
nice.
that he had to take because, you never know. COVID 1984, by the way, is a great follow, y'all. So
Yes.
check him out. Yeah, he's
Well,
awesome.
he doesn't.
And so is Sphinx.
I don't know why. He's not that great. He doesn't follow me.
I knew it.
It's all about you, Sphinx.
Well,
All
I
about
think you
you.
can attract
Hey,
more
Aaron,
bees with
that's
honey.
not true. I gave you so many accolades. That's
No, you're
not
the
nice,
best.
Aaron.
You're the best.
No, I love
Everyone
you
should
guys.
follow Sphinx
No.
twice. If you could follow someone twice on Twitter, you should follow Sphinx 3 times.
No, listen,
Make
COVID
sure to follow Sphinx.
1984, it was absolutely not your fault, sir. I appreciate you. It was just that, my frustration was that while you were talking, I wasn't looking at my phone. I was, you know what I was doing? I was retweeting the space. That's what I was doing, to be honest. But I thought, I hope Laura and/or James don't leave, right? And then I came back and I was like, but I don't want to be rude and interrupt him. But then I came back and they were both gone, and then that's why I got frustrated. But it was not your fault. It was my fault. So
No, but
absolutely.
I guarantee you, Sphinx. James is bound to have some bad days maybe in the coming weeks, and he's having one of those bad days. He's going to come back and listen to the recording because he was being lavished with so much love that he's going to need that. So y'all can keep giving support and encouragement to James. And,
We can just have a daily James
he'll circle
O'Keefe.
back on it. Yeah.
Yes.
We could just
He'll
do a
circle back
daily
on
I
it
love
when
James
when he
O'Keefe
needs it.
space. Aaron,
well,
we could just host a daily we love James O'Keefe Twitter space.
There you go, Laura. Yeah, I'm down.
which we
it's
can
like
totally do if we to raise funds.
fan mail. Dial in at the same time every day and pull you up one at a time, and you can send James your fan mail.
Right.
I was in a space and somebody was talking, and I chimed in, and this is a friend of mine, and he stopped. He goes, I was not finished yet. And I DM'd him. I said, what was that about? He goes, I was trying to pull a Sphinx. I said, it doesn't work. Don't do it.
There's only one Sphinx.
That's
only
right.
one
There's
Sphinx
only one.
and only.
Thank God, right?
She gives
Yes.
you the smackdown, and you still like her the next
Yes,
day.
I
You
still like her.
join the space to get
But
another
nobody else
smackdown.
can do that to me. Where I'm.
I thought I
okay with
heard
that.
she had a twin sister though, so I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Okay.
So Tickles next.
Yeah, go ahead. Tickle, not tickles.
No,
Tickle.
I'm
just
gonna have to
Go.
giggle the whole time. I'm sorry.
I know, me too.
it comes from my writing, tickling minds through text. Thank you. This is a great space. Appreciate the time. I first became aware of James through his expose right here in Houston from Planned Parenthood selling baby parts. I think that was around 2014, 2015. And at the time, that was the Pfizer of its day. And he took a lot of heat back then. And occasionally when it comes back up, it still brings a lot of tension. And it was a remarkable expose.
I think
And
that one was actually David Daleiden, but the one you're thinking
yeah,
of, that's David Daleiden. But the Planned Parenthood expose that you're thinking of, because I want to make sure David gets credit, because a lot of
right.
people sometimes accidentally like mix up O'Keefe and Daleiden. That's
Yeah,
the one that James O'Keefe did was the one where they called Planned Parenthood, and they said that they were a donor that wanted to appropriate funds for
right.
specifically Black abortions.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
was about to get into that as well, and
Uh-huh.
I appreciate you jumping in
Yeah,
there.
no
Thank you so
worries. I
much.
just want to clarify.
No. But that's what I was about to get into, and how he took a backlash that wasn't his. Yes, and so he's used to all of this, and he'll ride this storm like he's ridden many other storms. What I do find some humor in all of this is the liberal media using the proverbial indicted ham sandwich. And that's what they're doing. They're indicting him over the ham sandwich with this pregnant lady. And I do find this rather humorous. They're using this wonderful analogy of a ham sandwich and publicly indicting him over it. And it's the one thing that they've grabbed onto. And he is the proverbial guerrilla journalist. He has it on his profile. So don't go and work with a gorilla and expect to be working in a puppy daycare. It's not going to happen. And when you want the best of the best, then yes, you might come away with a bruise. It's not a puppy daycare. When you're working with guerrilla journalists, it's not going to happen. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate everything that you're all doing.
Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being patient. Appreciate you. Appreciate your funny name too. Nikki, I know that you were up on the stage earlier and you were not able to speak, I don't think. If you're able to chime in, feel free to chime in.
I'm just over here listening to all the solid alpha that you guys are providing for me, and just kind of working on the back end, doing some like social media management things. You know what I mean? Just getting the brand out there. Generally speaking, I mean, I know I don't have like the bullseye target brand, but like I'm just doing my thing. Over here in the corner, drawing pictures like an emo kid. And that's what I do best. And I'm just listening to what you guys are saying. I don't even know what Project Veritas is. Can you guys like tell me like a little bit more about like?
Sure, we'll tell you. You
Wait, are
can
you
go.
being serious? Was he being serious?
Sphinx, did you just say yes? We will just tell you why you gave him the boot.
Yes.
He's gone now.
No, he's not gone. He can come back up.
Oh,
But
the ghost.
I
The
need to
ghost of
make sure
spaces.
that when that happens, no. You have to understand when that happens, I need to make sure it's not a troll situation, which I don't think it is. But I appreciate you, Nikki, coming up and telling us literally what you are doing at this moment. Okay. I don't know how we got through this space without knowing all of that. Okay. Honestly. But I appreciate it. But Project Veritas, you can go to any one of our pages and read up about it. But I encourage you to do that. And I do appreciate you coming back up and being patient. Appreciate you.
He's
Yeah.
definitely trolling
Sphinx.
Sphinx. I know Nikki from the Web3 space. He's definitely he's
okay.
I mean, he might not know what it is, but yeah, he's engaging farming.
I can see trolls from kind of a mile away, so I don't take chances. So I don't. But you guys are
I don't know,
mean-spirited
Sphinx. I
troll.
think that guy had CIA written all over him. This is like a super deep fake, like play dumb,
It
act
was
like
like
I'm a troll. What do you
I
think?
see dead people. He was a ghost, so there's that.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the only normal-looking person on the stage. So Tara, would you like to speak?
Yeah, hi. I wanted to say hi to Laura, first of all. It's been a minute.
But
Oh,
Oh,
okay. We're
hey,
all chopped
how's it
liver.
going?
What's up?
I'm sorry. No, I just wanted to say this has been a great space because I used to work for James whenever Laura was at PV, and it's heartbreaking to know that he's going through this because he doesn't deserve it, and he's truly an amazing person. And my eyes have like welled up with tears a few times because just hearing how much support he has and how people see him for who he is in this space. And I just hope that the rest of the world eventually sees that if they don't already, because he just doesn't deserve this, you know?
Tara, were you one of the bait girls that all these nerdy guys would go on dates with? Because your profile pic totally looks like you would be a bait trap for these investigative journalists.
I mean,
No comment?
no comment.
You did fundraising, if I recall, right, Tara?
Toward the end, I
Yeah.
went off the circuit. I was actually traveled with James to all of his fundraising.
Yeah, because we would travel together, like me and Tara and James, because I was always traveling with James, and then Tara would come too, because if I recall, you did a lot of the fundraising work too. So
yeah,
that's why it's so funny, like reading the memo and hearing, then seeing these lies, like, oh, James is like dismissive towards donors. That's such bullshit. Like, I've been to donor meetings with James O'Keefe. I traveled with him, and like Tara can testify too. He's very nice, and most of the times it's not really like, I mean, I don't want to, I want to be careful about like not violating NDAs or anything, but let's just say like I've been to conferences with James where there's donors. I've been in meetings with him with donors. I have been at homes with donors and James before, and he's nothing but respectful, and the donors love him. So it's just they're trying to make him out to be such an asshole, and he's just not. Like, this is not what James is. He's such a nice guy.
It's like you were saying earlier, Laura. It's like he is a certain personality type. He's to the point. He doesn't mince words, and he doesn't have a lot to say. To be quite honest, he does what he does, and people can either hang with him or they can't.
Yeah,
honestly,
and it's like you have high stress situations. So, did James ever raise his voice at me? Yeah. Did I ever raise my voice at James? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everybody inside the office has raised their voice at each other at some point, because it's like, you know, it's very high stress. The stuff that you do there, it's not like working in a local newspaper or a local TV station.
Right.
Like,
we live in this age of like GoFundMe, people, like kids coming up in the world who they have had everything handed to them, and they don't even understand how to operate in a high stress environment. You pretty much covered it earlier, Laura. Honestly, you've done a great job of representing for all the PV,
and you
former
saw it
and
too
present.
Firsthand. I mean, you saw it firsthand too, because you were there when I was there, and things were a lot smaller, and that's when they were just like building the larger office that they're all out of now. And we were in a much smaller office, and it's funny because, I just can't imagine, like, being at Veritas at the time I was, and you were there too, somebody like something like this going to the board. We always had like Russ at the time, right? Like the executive director would have to deal with issues like this, like if something came up. So it's just crazy to me that this is an issue that the board is actually dealing with. I mean, how come I just can't wrap my mind around this idea that there wasn't somebody competent enough, like maybe in a position of like HR director, executive director, that could have handled this? Did it really need to go to the board to the point of pushing James O'Keefe out? I mean, the claims are it's laughable in my opinion.
And it's infuriating because we know how much blood, sweat, and tears he's put into this. Everyone knows it. He knows the story, and it's just, he doesn't deserve it. And I just want to say thank you guys for doing this tonight, and I'm sure that he appreciates it. And he's just keep defending him, because he's the best person that I've ever worked for in many ways, because he's true to the mission always.
Yeah, he's a great person to work for. He's very kind and he's very supportive. And even when people move on to other things in their life, he doesn't like hold it against you. Like, I don't know if you've
100%.
ever had a job in your life where you've left and then things are awkward between you and them. Like, I still felt like I was working with Veritas even when I left, because I was in such regular communication. So he's the best person you could ever work for. It's an honor. I mean, there's days where I miss working for Veritas and I'm like, shit, man, I shouldn't have gone independent. I should have just stayed, because I love everybody at Project Veritas. I love James O'Keefe.
And it was a good group when we were there too. It was a really good group of people. So
yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to let you guys get back to what y'all are doing, and keep it up.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you, Tara.
Thank you.
Elkonon. I don't know if I'm saying your name right or not.
Elkanon. Thank you.
Elkonon. Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys so much. I want to compliment you for just the hosting and how it's all going. 2 points I want to make. I mean, I'm a guy that's been involved in the corporate world and the creative and been a leader at times. And I just want to mention a couple key things. One, this situation and the betrayal and what James is going through right now, is surreal. He has, been, betrayed not only by an employee, perhaps if that's the story, but also the board itself. I'm not quite sure what the board, how it's organized and how it votes, but obviously over a long period of time, people came on board, they raised a lot of money, and people like James that create something, they're not like necessarily managers. Guys like that are producers, they hire people to run the thing and it becomes organizational. But the betrayal here has got to be the board itself as well, because James O'Keefe is Project Veritas and Project Veritas. Everybody said that, but here's the thing, and this is the crisis for him. This is why all the good feelings about him starting again, it's going to take a while for him to get that, because he's been like clubbed from the back. Now he's the guy that feels like the guy sitting at the bar where he comes. I mean, this was totally unexpected. And the guys on his board, whoever they are, they made a choice. And this didn't just happen. It didn't just happen. I mean, at another level, maybe it's Pfizer and people infiltrated and they wanted to take him down. It makes a lot of sense. I don't know how they vet, but all I can say is that the board should have had his back. Okay, unless there were some deep plants on the board that went in there that were from wherever. So James is like feeling gutted.
Well, that's
and
what they're saying, is that this was kind of like an organized coup with ringleaders on the board that kind of coaxed employees into writing this letter. And
that's how that happens. And I have to tell you that
awful.
happened to me. I was running a family foundation and some people in the family didn't appreciate me for whatever reason, but that's exactly what happened. Those letters, if somebody wanted to take somebody out in this day and age after the Me Too movement, all somebody would have to do is say something, and it didn't even have to be true. Your reputation's damaged. This was done from the inside at the top, and they made a huge mistake. And the only other thing I'll say is I don't think the company and James there can be reconstructed. He can never trust these people. I don't know that he can get rid of them. If the board has the votes, they can vote him off. And whether he did something or not, he can never work with these people again. The only thing is he could start all over again tomorrow. But I just think it's going to be hard for him because he's still reeling. Like he doesn't know where he is. It's going to take him a little while to get his bearings, but it's going to take him a little while. A lot of great comments tonight, and I thank you for allowing me a little space here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming up and sharing and being patient. I appreciate you. Brick, go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't think James is that fragile. I think he knows how to handle pressure. I think in this situation, there's probably fewer variables than there are in a lot of things that he's faced and a lot of adversity he's faced in the past. So, I think that he's going to come through this okay, and I don't think that there's any, if this goes on for another week, then that's really looking bad. I really want to be taken care of. I want him to be back in with Project Veritas and finding out, charting the path forward and letting us know what's going on from there. I agree that if he does need to, worst case scenario, nuclear option, start over from scratch, I don't think that scares him. I think that he has the tools and the knowledge to do that. I would hate to see it come to that. I think that there's still a lot of good left for the current Veritas organization to do. And probably, I mean, I saw that press release that said 65 plus employees. Well, if there's 65 employees, I bet you that 63 or 64 of them are perfectly fine. And so I believe there's a solution here, and I'm hoping it's arrived at quickly.
Well, if they're truly good employees, then all 65 of them should walk out and go with James. There should be a walkout at Project Veritas, in my opinion, because
Yeah,
like you
well, we
said,
don't know,
James,
but we also don't know to what extent that they would have, and maybe Laura can tell us what was in effect at the time she was working there. But it's very possible that they have non-compete clauses in their hiring contract. I mean, that might be something standard. I don't know.
Well, I'm not even talking
It
about
might
like
not be
going
that
and
simple.
yeah, I'm not even talking about like leaving for another group. I'm talking about like just the principle. Like if the entire operation thinks that they're going to succeed without James O'Keefe, well, it's a loyalty test. Like it's time for the people that were given that opportunity by James O'Keefe to stand up and say no. Like, we are here because of James O'Keefe, and we are only going to stay if James O'Keefe is allowed to stay. I mean, that's what I would do. I don't know. I think that loyalty is missing in this world. And those people wouldn't even have jobs if it wasn't for James O'Keefe. So I hope that everybody stands by James
100% agreed.
O'Keefe.
Hey, Laura, I want to ask you something I asked Zach. I don't think you were in the space anymore. So Zach had more information.
Off because James is back, so maybe we can have us.
Hey, James.
Okay, never mind. Go, Laura. Go, Laura. Go.
No, we were just having a major, we love James O'Keefe session and defending you and talking about how awesome you are. So, you'll have to come back and listen to the replay of this. It's probably like 7 or 8 hours by now, right, Sphinx? But no, James, we all just want you to know that we all support you. We all stand with you. And whatever's happening, I know you haven't issued a statement, and there's no other statement from Project Veritas right now aside from that, weird statement they put out the other day. But everybody's with you. So whatever happens in the end, you're going to have all your supporters. You'll have all your donors, and we are with you. And I just got done saying that everybody who works for Project Veritas, right, the loyalty test it's James O'Keefe is Project Veritas. Project Veritas is James O'Keefe. So if you want to work for Project Veritas, you go where James O'Keefe goes. So I think in the end, regardless of what happens, you're going to be okay. I'm in here. Tara's in here. There's a lot of people who have worked with you in the past who know that these accusations against you are total bullshit. I know you can't respond right now or probably speak on the space, but I know that, you are a person of the utmost integrity and honesty. You're one of my best friends. You're a mentor. You're like a brother to me. And you have an army of people, right? You have an army of people all around the world who you have inspired through your courage and your determination to spread the truth. And we are with you, and no one's going to abandon you. So I just pray that Project Veritas and the board makes the right decision, and they don't continue to malign and ostracize you, because you don't deserve this. And if there's anything that I can do, I know right now your phone's probably blowing up and you have a million messages, but if there's anything I can do for you, I always have your back. And everybody that I've talked to who has worked for Project Veritas is outraged by this and has your back too. So we love you, James. We love you. I know you're probably dealing with a lot right now, but just know, we're all with you. There is no Project Veritas if there's no James O'Keefe.
Amen.
And
I'll second that.
I'm going to send you a bunch of heart emojis now, James, because I love you.
I'll say I met James back in January of 2022. I was so inspired by the drop that they had on the DoD documents, and I was so moved by their reporting. I flew out to Florida by myself to go meet James because I wanted to meet him in person and thank him for the work he's doing. I went, blown away by the whole event. It was really powerful, so powerful. Like 2 weeks later, I to be brave and do something, and I ended up that's when I started working with Huff on top of my corporate job. I worked around trying to help him get his story out. And then went on to work with Brooke Jackson, and now I'm no longer in the corporate world, and I am doing nonprofit work trying to help people get their truth out. So James's story and James's work inspired me as well. I'm not working with Project Veritas, but I do send whistleblowers their way. So it's all a team effort, and the truth is important, especially right now with the sake that where journalism is today. It's really I spend a lot of time to find ways to call out the propaganda when I see it, but there's to be said about people that seek the truth and want to bring the fact to the public so that they can be aware and make better choices. So you're an inspiration to people. So thank you.
And I'll add on to that and say that, I wouldn't even have a career today if it wasn't for James O'Keefe. So if you're, a Laura Loomer fan, then you owe it all to James O'Keefe, because, I got my career started working for James when I was in college, and James took a bet on me. And ultimately, when I was doing undercover work and I ended up getting expelled from college a month before graduation, when I was set to be valedictorian for an expose I did, I was just, a part-time employee at that time. And James literally went to a donor and raised over $75,000, money that could have actually been used for investigations, and made sure to hire the best attorney possible in Miami to fight my university so that I could get my diploma, because they would not allow me to go to my graduation, and they banned me, even though I was valedictorian, for exposing my university for allowing the creation of an ISIS club. So I'm just saying that, this is somebody who goes above and beyond for their employees. And I don't need to go into all the details of all the nice things that James has done for people that have worked for him, but he didn't need to do that for me. I had only been working for Project Veritas for several months at that time when I got expelled. And the fact that he went above and beyond, that's when I made the decision that I was going to pack everything in my Jeep at the time and drive all the way to New York and, rent an apartment and sleep on the floor for literally 2 weeks, because I was a broke college kid, okay, and had no money for furniture, and slept on the floor of an apartment in Yonkers until I could afford to actually buy furniture, because I was so determined to go work for James O'Keefe. I mean, that's the kind of person that he is. So I just think, shame on anybody who's at Veritas who wants to spread lies about James O'Keefe and accuse him of treating his employees badly. I've never worked for somebody that has been so dedicated to me as an employee, that has been so loyal and so accommodating when, they didn't need to be. So I just wanted to tell that personal story, because it's a testament to James's character, how good he treats his employees, and just to how much of a lie these accusations against him are.
And I just want to say, for the record, I have eaten my employees' lunch more than once, and I'm not ashamed to admit it.
I
So
brought
there
up
you
Carrie
have it.
Port. I brought up Carrie Port to speak as well. He is he just released his book. This is CNN. I think I posted it top. If not, I'm going to post it up here. But it just came in. April Moss, who's one of my good friends, who's also a Veritas whistleblower, tweeted about it today. So I'll post it at the top too, Carrie, if you want to go ahead. Watch out for your lunch, because Sphinx will take.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much to everybody, and Laura and everyone that's hosting this, and for the link. Obviously, I didn't come in here to talk about the book. I just came in here because I saw James was in here, and I'm sure any one of us that has worked for James has nothing but adulation to say to him. Give me 1 second, please. All right, sorry about that. So, yes, I was the CNN whistleblower that came to James in 2019. I was like the fourth or fifth one. Many after me and stuff were just paying it forward. But James, if you're listening, you were the reason that myself, that Tara, that April, that Ivory, that everybody came to the organization. It wasn't some nameless or faceless organization in the ether. It was you. It was you that sat down with me one-on-one after the CPAC. Then over the next few weeks, you sat with me one-on-one and convinced me to do what we all knew was right, but that we all knew that we would be sacrificing our career. I'm not even going to pretend to know the inner workings of the politics of going on and stuff. I only barely know a little bit more than the average Joe internet user, but everything that's said tonight is the exact truth. You are the company, and the company is you, and we all love you and praying for you and hoping the best comes out of this, whatever that next iteration is. We're here behind you. You got so many people that come in and out of the company, like Laura and a bunch of others that come there. We all have your backs. So hope you're doing well. Reach out anytime. And we all love you. I know it's a tough time. I can't even imagine what you're going through, but you have so much love around you that you can't even count it. So anyways, thank you guys so much for letting me speak, and y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Carrie. We also had Tim who really wanted to add something too, if that's okay, Sphinx. Go for it, Tim.
Hey, I appreciate the time. Can you guys hear me well?
Yep, you're all clear.
Okay. I see a lot of people in this chat that are amazing, and it's because of somebody like James O'Keefe. I came across Project Veritas, I can't even remember how long ago, but his inspiration to Billboard Chris for doing what Billboard Chris does, for what Laura's doing, for what everybody on this thing, no matter if they're right wing, left wing, centrist, it's waking people up to be bold and speak out. And that is what we need so much to bring this country together. I see a lot of lefty friends of mine that are retweeting the James O'Keefe, the Project Veritas story with Pfizer. So people are starting to wake up. And you're not going to reach everybody, but what you're doing, James, is the work that needs to be done. I appreciate everything that everybody on this board is doing, and just keep doing what you're doing. We're behind you 100%. Everybody makes mistakes. Even if some of these claims are true, I'm not saying they are. I have no idea. I'm not making any claims. But everybody makes mistakes, and it does not matter. It's how we learn from our mistakes and we move on and we keep doing the good fight. I appreciate everybody's time in this space, and the floor is everybody else's. Thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, Shukri, if you'd like to go.
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear me? I'm having a hard time hearing everyone. Thank you so much for this wonderful space in support of Jim O'Keefe. And thank you for giving me a moment to contribute and let him know how much he means, his work means, and how much I support him. Truly, there is no Project Veritas if there is no Jim O'Keefe. I know you're listening and I know you can't speak to us, but I want you to know that you have done something exceptional here for the American people, and you have that in you wherever you go or wherever this may lead. So I want to encourage you to be encouraged and comforted by all the outpouring support that you have. The support you have is boundless. I see many leftists, even people, speaking up on your behalf. For me, your work means so much to me on a personal level, especially your last Pfizer, investigative work, because I lost a brother from the vaccine, from Pfizer, 7 days after he took the injection, and had a blood clot while he was holding his firstborn in the delivery room, and 2 hours later he was pronounced dead. And if that work has been was conceived prior to his death, I believe you would have saved him. But even more so, you saved so many people just through that work of the Pfizer investigative work, let alone all the other work you have done. Please don't be discouraged. I want you to be empowered. I want you to know you have the talent, the desire, and the passion that you always had, and the vision for Project Veritas, and no one can take those from you. That is yours wherever you go, and we stand with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shukri. Okay, who was next? I think our voices matter. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Hey guys. So James, I just want to let you know, mate. Your influence is not just purely in America only. You've inspired people all over the world, specifically me as an Australian that isn't a journalist. I was one of the first people in the country and possibly the world to do a mini series like Died Suddenly and Safe and Effective: A Second Opinion, very similar format. Back in August 2021, I got inspiration from you, mate. Like you and Ivory Hecker, the way that she walked out of the meet, walked like pretty much exposed everything live on air, and then walked out of her job. I found an Ivory Hecker that worked with me, that faced similar challenges from the Channel 7, the mainstream media broadcast network here in Australia. And we went out and we went into people's homes, James, and we documented the injuries, 18, 19-year-olds in wheelchairs being told that it's their mental health, that sending them to a psychiatrist. Mate, you've inspired people around the world and you gave Australians a sanity check. We suffered the hardest lockdowns in the world based on data that ended up all being incorrect. Everything they said ended up being incorrect. And had it not been for your incredible work, many of us would have still been pondering. As a matter of fact, there are certain things on my supposed conspiracy theorist list that I didn't have. I didn't think that Pfizer would be, doing directed evolution. That wasn't even on my list. You've uncovered things that weren't on the radar for us. And the whole world thanks you, and thank you so much for having me on, guys. Love your work, James. Thank you so much.
So I am going to actually hop off. I jumped on this space right after my plane landed, my luggage in the door, had a whirlwind trip to San Francisco, and I need to get ready for bed. So I'm really sorry to hop off, but I'm so grateful for everyone on here. And Sphinx, thanks for putting this together and coordinating it with my schedule. That was really nice of you. I
Be
appreciate it.
careful on the sidewalks tomorrow.
No,
hear
I
this.
just got back from there. I survived it. I saw a
Oh,
man
okay.
pull his mask down to light a crack pipe, and in broad
Yeah.
daylight.
I was in
Awesome.
San Francisco. I was in San Francisco last week, and honestly, I don't want to sound too graphic when I say this, but you can't even go into a restaurant and eat without the lingering stench of human feces lingering into the restaurant. It was so disgusting. I literally just I think I fasted for 3 days in a row when I was in San Francisco because I just couldn't stand the smell of the restaurants. It's just so gross.
It's the one time I've wanted to wear a mask was just walking down the street there just to try to maybe prevent the smell slightly. I've never seen or experienced anything like it, but it's everywhere. It's
So
just total
gross.
human depravity. It's heart-wrenching and awful. And I mean, this guy lit a crack pipe on the steps, right by the steps of the California federal building. This is massive building. And then there's another lady that looked like a zombie and was just bent over at the waist and was in that position the entire time I was walking down the sidewalk. And people were walking by like nothing was happening, and I had to try to not leave my jaw hanging open the whole time because it was just so shocking. But
yeah, it was gross.
It's sad. It's really, really sad. But I'm grateful for this space tonight and to get to know you a little bit too more, Laura, and for everyone's kind words. I'm sorry to hop off, but I'm sure Sphinx will find a giggly rogue co-host.
Oh, no one's got your giggle, Lindsay. I mean, I'm just gonna say it right now. If anyone thinks you can giggle like Lindsay, you can't. Lindsay, it's okay. I guess we can forgive you for wanting to get some sleep after a 7-hour marathon space. But I appreciate you so much. You're the best. You're so much fun to host with. And I appreciate all of your help as always. And you're just a delight to hang with.
So are you, Sphinx.
So
I know you're lovely. It's usually stealing lunches and people off when they interrupt you. So I read well now. All right. Well, good night, y'all. I will talk to you.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night. Thank you so much. And I agree, Laura. It's been really nice to hear more about your experience with him. One thing I was saying when, oh, James is back. Okay, well, I'm not going to get into that again. So he is back. So Naeem, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm glad James is back. I just wanted to say two things. First, James has been the biggest inspiration to investigative journalist types like Laura. You know what I'm talking about. I know you've been doing it for many years and working with James, but especially for someone like me, I know I'm anonymous on here, but it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is the things that I do and the little impacts that I could have. And that's the impact that, James, you have had on me. And every time you and your company puts something out, it literally fires me up to work harder and find even more stuff and try to make, as much of an impact that I can have as, even being anonymous. And it's just, you've been a major inspiration. And I want to remind you of one thing that you said that just, again, fired me up after your Pfizer story, and you were doing a space, that night or the next night. And you were on talking, and someone made a comment of, well, I wish the news would cover this. And then you stopped them, or they said the media, and you stopped and you were like, wait, hold on. We are the media. And that just hit me, because you are the media, and the stuff you are doing, people don't watch the mainstream media, and the things that you do at Project Veritas, even if you are, you stay there or you go, you're still going to be doing hard hitting stuff that has an impact. And, it's just, you're just a great person, and just keep going, and we all support you.
Amen to all of that.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay.
Hey, thanks. First, I just want to give massive thanks to James, to Laura, to all of Sphinx, all of you guys, complete rock stars. Honestly, you all give me faith in humanity. It can be a dark place out there, especially over the past 3 years, obviously. And I think something that I always remind myself, whether you're religious or not, I see humans as souls having a human experience. And I think right now, to me, at least, it's very obvious we're in a spiritual battle and things are starting to ramp up. And evil exists on this planet, and it's a part of our soul's evolution to come here and learn and to evolve and to spread consciousness. And evil isn't going to come out like a Sam Smith Grammys, show with horns. It's going to be someone with a suit and tie on that runs companies like Pfizer, like Moderna, like the CDC, the FDA. And what Project Veritas is doing is showing people this is what evil looks like. And just that is, it's hard for people to wrap their brains around, because it's like you look at someone like Albert Bourla, who, to me, he actually does look evil, but to the regular person, they would think, this guy's just a, hardworking CEO. But that is what evil looks like. It's a sociopathic, psychotic mentality, and they know what they're doing. They know how many people are dying right now because of their products, and who knows, it's my opinion that a lot of it's on purpose, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole. I'm sure you all understand that, but anyway, just massive thanks to everyone who's doing what they're doing, and just stay in the light and keep fighting the good fight.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming and sharing, and your patience hanging out with us.
Sphinx. Go for it, girl.
Yeah, it's just a moment of silence. That's what it was. It was a moment of silence for us to just like take in and appreciate how amazing James O'Keefe is. We're all just so overwhelmed. So we all had to have it's rare. There aren't many moments on Twitter Spaces where people aren't jumping to speak. So that was a rare Twitter Space moment of silence.
Yes, indeed, Laura. And, James, you're the forefront and the avenue to truth. And all we can do in these spaces is spread our love and add lanes so you can continue spreading the truth. Spinks, I wanted to let you know that I'm not able to press check marks anymore, and the speakers have shortened, but we have a long list.
Gotcha. Okay. Just FYI, if you tap their pictures, you can add speaker manually. That's what I have had to do all day, but I'll be adding them.
I can jump in if you guys want.
Go ahead, Zach. Thank you.
I have 2 points. One is with the type of money we're talking about with Pfizer, like billions and billions of dollars, it does not cost that much money to target people. I'm wondering if the people that are signing this document have not been blackmailed. That's one point. And then the other one is the greater picture. Is I was having a conversation with ChatGPT about who I am and who it is. And I gave it a list of books I liked, and Lord of the Rings was one of them. And I suggested that it name itself, and it picked Gandalf. And then I told it to pick somebody to compare itself to. If it is Gandalf, then who is Sauron? And it gave me a lecture about how it's not appropriate to pick somebody, and I told it to stay in character. And if, quote unquote, if it was Gandalf, who is Sauron? And it said the same thing. It's not appropriate for it to say somebody. But then it gave a different answer at the end. It said, it is important to understand that in our world, tyranny does exist, and we have to do our best to fight it in our own way. And I just found that really fascinating that even the chat AI understands that, but somehow people on the left don't.
Chat GPT, there was a reporter that texted me the other day, and I don't know if you can hear. Can you hear? It just kind of paused.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so I'll read this text message to you. So I got a text message from a reporter the other day, and he actually posted this on Twitter, and it was his.
Oh man, I don't know what happened, but
I'm gonna go out on a limb there and say I broke it.
Okay, you're being removed. No, just kidding. That was so weird. I don't know what happened. It just, all of a sudden, it said, here's your recording. But it let me reconnect to the space. It says, reconnect to your space. So then I tapped it and I was like, oh my God, can you guys hear me? And then I didn't hear anything back. And then anyway, you guys, sorry about that.
Yeah, I said the last thing I said, and then it just said the space has ended, and it kicked me out.
The feds were following you.
That's right. You know that? You know what that means, you guys? That means I'm secretly important.
They're glowing.
Hold on a second. Okay, Zach, why don't you go ahead and finish whatever you were saying, except if it was blasphemous to any 3-letter agencies, please don't say it.
No, I mean, it was just about the data sets pulled by the AI and the bias that it has in the poem. Like you can trick it to work around that. If you ask it the question in a different way, it will make a poem praising someone on the right. It's just about input. If you put input garbage, output garbage. But if you actually sit down and have a conversation with the AI, it's pretty fun. Don't treat it like Google. Treat it like a person, and you can actually learn a lot.
All right, great. Thank you. You guys, retweet the space. I feel so bad because I don't like spaces ending like that. I know that some hosts actually do it because they get frustrated and they're like, I don't know how to end it. Like they're like passive aggressive and stuff. Not me. You know, when I'm sick of it, I'm like, you guys, guess what? Bye. And I end it. I don't know what the problem is with these hosts. Like, they have a problem ending spaces. They DM when I co-host for them. They DM me. They were like, "I gotta go. I don't want to do this anymore." I'm like, end button is on the top right. What is the matter with you? Anyway, you guys, you never have to worry about me. I don't have those problems. I'll just be like, guess what, guys? Gotta go. Bye. Okay. So I hate it when that happens. But you will only catch me here because I want to be here. Anyway, yeah, so invite your peeps so they can come back so we can resume our discussion. I invited Laura back. Let's see if she can come back. If not, it's okay. If not, we can just have our regular smaller community discussions. Go ahead, Nikki.
I've never really talked much with you in space. I'll listen. But when that space ended and I saw what happened, I felt like I heard you swear all the way from where you are to where I am. Like, no, motherfucker. Like, I could just feel it in me. Like, I'm like, oh no, this isn't good. So I just
Wait,
wanted to
did
say,
you really hear me swear that?
no, I like you. I knew.
Oh, because that's
I
something I
knew
would
it.
say.
I know. I just knew it. I was like, oh no. I looked and I was like, play recording. I was like, oh God, I hear the swearing. I felt it in my bones because, it happened to me. It's funny you talk about like not ending spaces because I had one that lasted 6 days. Long story. Anyway, I had it running on 2 phones and, I had something happen that got squirrely. I blocked and removed somebody and like within like 30 seconds, both crashed and it was a mess. And so I could feel your pain, man, when that happened. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. And I felt that. So, thank you for what you do. And, I'm sure people will come back in here. So.
Oh gosh. Well, you know what? I'll thank you, Nikki. And you know what? The only thing I'll say to that is, we usually do these spaces, okay, Eric, you're gonna have to go on mute when you come up on the stage, and when we call on ya, okay, then you unmute. All right, that's how it works. So what I was gonna say is, yeah, so I'm used to having spaces that are like maybe 100 to 200 people, right? Regularly. So I don't really care. But what I do know is, and what I really felt bad about, to be honest, is that people like a resolution. And I just know that. And so when you have that many people in a space, not that it matters if it's that many people or less people, but when you have that many people in a space and the tensions are high and it's been going for a while, it's important to end it, to give an ending rather than just drop off the face of the earth. So that's why when that happened, I thought, oh, that's not good for like the people who are listening, because they deserve, no matter how long, when you came into the space and how long you were listening, you were invested in a bit, and you deserve some kind of ending, proper ending. And I like to end my spaces with something other than just flatline. So anyway, Elitists, go ahead, please.
I had just put my hand up and I was so proud to be on the top row. I don't know how everybody else's stuff shows up on their iPhones or something. And I was putting my hand up to say goodnight and to thank everybody. And then all of a sudden, bam. So anyway, I really loved this space. I was so glad that James came in to listen. It was so wonderful to think that he maybe actually heard some of his fans. I just thought that was so wonderful, and to see so many advocates, and to see that maybe even Laura Loomer might have heard me or something. And I just was trying to make the point before that he's the captain of the ship, and a couple of people didn't like what I said, because I thought that, just 2 people was more than a leak. It might have been the iceberg to sink the Titanic. And I was just thinking, you know what? You're the captain, James. Just get on another boat, because we're all going to get onto your boat no matter what boat you're driving. or steering or whatever. And so anyway, I came in to say good night, and I put my hand up and I thought, oh, wow, I'm on the top row. And then all of a sudden, bam, and I thought, oh, crap, the Sphinx doesn't want to see my dog, and she doesn't want the elitist to bite anybody because that's what my dog does. And she killed the whole thread. Anyway, you guys are awesome. Everybody around in this space, you and Barry, Phenomenon, I think are my two favorite spaces. And it's just one of those things where you get into bed and you're like, am I going to watch Gutfeld? No, I'm going to go on Space and see who's jabbering. And I love coming in here. So anyway, I really wanted to tell James, please start finding someone to tell the truth about why they're leaving the border open, because we in Texas are having a really hard time with it. And I was just thinking, if I could point them in a direction, find somebody to actually admit why they want illegals to vote and why they want them to come into the country. And, now we're reading about 700% increase in Chinese people sneaking into the country. So it's just it's really scary. And I think he's one of the only ones out there defending us. And he's pointing out the failures and the liars like Andrew Breitbart did. And he was such a hero to me. And I guess it's almost 20 years ago. So anyway, I'm going to say goodnight. And Sphinx, I really enjoy it. And I think you're funny. And I'm glad you have dogs. I'm not a cat person. I have to admit it.
Elitist,
Yes, sir.
before you go to bed, brother, I'm going to give you a chance to be starstruck where you should be starstruck. Instead of with Laura, you should be starstruck with Sphinx because she loves your dog and she would do nothing but give that baby elitist nothing but spoiling love. And you should retweet the space and follow Sphinx, everybody in this room, because there's not enough retweets in here. We need to refill the room.
Well, Sphinx, I'll just tell you that I will DM you a little video that my arborist, we had a huge snow ice apocalypse and all these trees fell over, and I'm calling my arborist and he's like, Jeff, just send me a video of you and your dog. And so my dog is a big moaner. And so if you start to hug him, he'll just make all these moans. And so Sphinx, I'll send you
That's not,
he's a moaner.
You know what? That's not right. That's not right. That's not a nice thing to do. And I'm going to want to come and hug your dog now. That's not okay with me, but okay, fine. You're going to start this kind of nonsense now. This is the kind of thing. All right. By the way, I love black labs. I love all labs. I love yellow labs. I love all dogs. And also you and that Saint Bernard. Where is that Saint Bernard? Where are you? Where's that goddamn Saint? Yeah, Frosted. You and Frosted, so freaking cute, man. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing. I appreciate you always. Also, Victor, you are not coming up. Get out of here. I'm not throwing you out, but you're not coming up. You're the guy who came and started singing what is the witnesses? What is it? That Jehovah's Witnesses songs to me. Victor, I don't care how many times you request, you're not coming up. Okay, let's go to Christian. Please don't be a nut job. Go ahead, sir.
I am crazy, though. I can't help it. Anyways, thanks for having me up here on this platform right now. I just wanted to say a quick word about, listen, if you don't fuck with James, unfollow me. It's as simple as that. He is such a legend, whether it be the coverage he's done for Acorn or Pfizer or, the voter fraud stuff he did a couple years ago. It's just legendary journalism work. And I also respect another thing about James, too. There's been this kind of orthodoxy, this normative ideal in journalism for the past probably, century, really, of this very, I guess, moot way of operating within it, where, you get an interview with somebody and you sit them down and you talk to them one-on-one about things. And I just think simply that is not enough in the advent of the modern age. We need people that are more, willing to push the boundaries, willing to operate more of a guerrilla journalist mode, for lack of a better term. And yeah, his shit is just fire. Every single thing that he posts is very, very well researched, very, very well edited. And they keep trying to come after him with lawsuit after lawsuit. And he keeps catching W's. So we love James. And P.S. One last thing. Thank God Billboard Chris is back in here. Shout out to Billboard Chris. By the way, I saw a tweet from you recently saying that you were thinking of doing something in the Waterloo area soon. I go to university out here, so if that is true, if you're willing to do that, please reach out to me. I'd love to help you out with that. I'd love to get my people out there to help if you were to ever come out here. And yeah, that's all I got to say. Thank you, guys.
Can I respond to that quick?
Of course you can. You are always de facto co-host, sir.
Oh,
Go ahead.
thank you. Yes, I need to get back to Ontario soon. It's been too long. My counter-protesters in Ottawa love me so much. I want to get back there and show them some love. Last time I was there, I was mobbed by 200 university protesters who punched me in the head a couple times, painted on me, keyed my car, spat on me, and destroyed my signs. All with police watching, doing nothing. So I love it. They improved my platform so much because all of that made the news, top news story on the news at night, front page of the Ottawa Citizen. So I need to go back and do that again. But Waterloo is a total mess. All of Ontario is a mess. All of Canada is a mess. And I'm not forgetting about Canada. I do most of my trips into the US because it's very simple. There's way more support down here. There are more organizations fighting this. There are no organizations fighting this child abuse in Canada. And the strategy is to reach as many eyeballs and ears as possible because this also reaches people in Canada. So when we fix things in the US, Canada will eventually follow suit, but we'll be the last country with our current government who are the de facto cult leaders of this gender ideology nonsense. So we're making progress in the US. Thanks to some great people I've met in Oklahoma, they're passing legislation to ban these childhood sex changes down here, which is incredible. The governor's already said he's going to sign it, so that's happening. And many states are passing legislation to stop this now, and eventually the whole world will stop this because word's getting out there. So thank you, and I'll definitely be in touch.
Thank you very much. Let me just say one last thing, though. I actually held a rally last week in Waterloo. I go to Wilfrid Laurier, and they still have mask mandates. They're one of 4 institutions that still has them. So me and a buddy of mine, along with an organization called Students Against Mandates, we organized this big rally. We had probably about 20 professors, academics, researchers out there as well, and about 400 people showed up. So you would definitely have a lot of support out here. You know, you would have the counter protesters, you'd have some haters, whatever, but there's a lot of people out here that are like-minded, and I just want to help facilitate a environment within the community of, helping dissident voices and people who are afraid to speak out actually be able to do so and give them a platform. So yeah, definitely get in touch with me. That'd be dope. Thank you so much.
That's incredible. And just to give hope to everyone listening to this, 2.5 years ago, I started going out on the street, having real life conversations with people to spread awareness about this. My first trip to Ontario, I went to Ottawa, I went to Toronto, then I went to Montreal and Quebec. One person in a week came out on the street with me. And I walked around those cities by myself, just doing my thing, having these conversations. I didn't record anything back then. I didn't have a body camera or any of that. But look at how much this landscape has changed. Nobody, even in the conservative movement in the US, was talking about this a year ago. Now it's one of the number one issues on all the airwaves, on all these podcasters' minds every single day. So we've moved the Overton window. We've made this an acceptable thing to talk about, and we're just going to keep moving it. And this will come to Canada one of these days. So, Christian, thank you so much. Let's do it, man.
No, thank you, man. Yeah, reach out. I love what you do. Your shit's awesome. Yeah. Big ups.
Thank you so much. If anybody wants to speak, please request. This is our part 2. We got rugged with almost 1,500 people in the space, and I'm gonna say this. I never say this. They were all like legit famous people, except for me, of course. Okay, so who was next? Let's go to. Okay, the dead guy. No, I'm sorry, Josh. Never mind. Sorry, that wasn't funny. Go ahead, Josh, and then Tony.
Thanks, Sphinx.
I just wanted to say, all of you guys are firebrands. You guys help keep, I think, everyone sane. And I had a question earlier before we got rugged for Laura Loomer, but maybe Sphinx can help answer this question. I was on a space with George Webb, the investigative journalist, yesterday evening. He got kind of angry with me because he was it sounded like what he was saying, and maybe you can give more context to this, but he was basically saying that O'Keefe should be apologizing for having incorrect information on Jordan Walker, and basically the fact that he flunked out of school, that he's not technically a director, he's a contractor with a fairly large firm called Boston Consulting, and anyway, he was implying, I think, in a indirect manner, and actually it was very direct, that O'Keefe should just come out and apologize and say he got the information wrong. And I just wanted to ask a question, really. Just, does anyone have any more context? Because when I brought up the point that I asked George, I said, George, this is infiltration. This is a coup. I don't see how we can paint this any other way other than the timing is just so suspicious. And it made me start doubting even George's, and before I even continue, I am a huge fan of George, by the way. And it was very striking to me that he was taking this perspective, and he seemed to be almost in a way a Pfizer apologist. And I don't think that's what he was doing. I think there was more nuance to his what he was trying to say. But I just wanted to ask if anyone has any more information on specifically where George was coming from, why he was saying that James O'Keefe should be apologizing, and where this exactly was coming from, because he kind of got angry at me and just ended the space, and it seemed like he took it personally. And I don't know him that well, obviously. I'm just a nobody. And you guys help me keep me sane. I've been telling people in my grassroots, basically my local community, and I just want to get more of the word out. But in this particular situation, does anyone have any more information as to what George was referring to and why he had that particular take?
I have information on George Webb, since you're not familiar with George Webb. And I really, I don't like coming on and publicly like bashing anyone or defaming anyone, but anyone who's familiar with George Webb for many, many years going back, he's a real conspiracy theorist. Some of us think he's like maybe even like a CIA agent plant, and maybe this is funny, but he purposely injects into stories to like spread disinfo. That's been his reputation for like ever since I heard of the guy, and this goes back to like at least the last 7, 8, 9 years, and that is his reputation. And I think a lot of people that don't know that will put him on a panel, and so don't even hearing that he's saying what you said about Project Veritas and Pfizer and whatever totally doesn't surprise me, because that's literally what he does. That's what he does for every major story, going back as long as I've heard of the guy. He runs a YouTube, goes around and he purposely puts out disinfo to try to credit stories. So think about that, and think about who he might really be working for.
Thank you so much. That's exactly what my suspicions were. He seemed to be a plant, and
yeah,
thank you.
Listen, don't even take him seriously. And I don't like talking bad about people publicly, but these are just facts. And I'm sure there's people up here that know who he is. I'm sure he's a very nice gentleman, but that's just a fact of what he does. And I've seen him operate in this fashion for the last 8 years, ever since I've heard of this guy. So.
And my personal opinion is James O'Keefe should not apologize for telling the truth, because the truth will set us free. And with that, I would like to go to Tony, and I hope that helped you out, Josh.
Thank you. I just
Yes,
wanted
thank
to
you so much.
bring just the average person that has people that don't follow politics say what everybody else says, and it's nobody I know follows it, but they all know when James O'Keefe releases a story. They think it's perfect. They think it's great. They love it. They watch it. They talk about it. They don't watch the news. They don't follow politics. They're all conservatives, though. And I just wanted to bring that to the table of the everyday American in the Midwest does take what he does seriously and appreciates it and as truth as it goes on. I haven't really heard that said tonight, so I wanted to bring that to the table. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. COVID 1984, I brought you back up because I hurt your feelings earlier and everyone said you're such a great guy. So I don't know if you want to continue finishing up what you were saying last time. Feel free to do so.
Sphinx, thanks. No, it didn't particularly. You didn't hurt my feelings. It just was strange to me the way all of a sudden I was cut off. The point that I was trying to make, though, right at the end there, was that the only thing at this point that could damage, in the view of the people, that could damage Project Veritas and their reputation is what exactly is taking place right now. Because the media, the government, everyone can come on and tell you Project Veritas is bad, they're Russians, they're evil, they're whatever they're going to say, domestic terrorists, or whatever. The people aren't going to buy that shit. People have, Project Veritas and James O'Keefe has earned the trust of the people through their reporting. They've been very transparent the entire time. And now all of a sudden, there is no transparency. Everyone's sitting here wondering what's taking place. And the only thing that could damage Project Veritas's reputation is exactly what's taking place right now. And we would be fools to think that these very powerful groups, organizations, government agencies, whatever, whether it's Pfizer or the FBI or whoever, we'd be fools to think that they would not try to infiltrate Project Veritas. I'm sure that Project Veritas is very aware of this, and I hope that they have very good vetting processes in place as they recruit people. But Project Veritas has done a lot of good stuff. Now, what I would like to say is that if the people are forced with the decision whether to choose between James O'Keefe or Project Veritas, the people are going to choose James O'Keefe. And then what concerns me about this is the divide and conquer strategy. This is how you discredit Project Veritas and all the great work that they've done. I'm a major fan of Project Veritas. They've been around for a long time. They've been doing great work. And so it's just very concerning to me to see what's been taking place. And the silence is very concerning as well. I don't think that either O'Keefe or Project Veritas has come out and directly addressed this. I think that their supporters and their fans deserve to know, hey, if they can't talk about it due to legal reasons, internal legal reasons, then just say that. Just let us know. Hey guys, there's some stuff going on. We can't talk about it, but until today, until James O'Keefe was here in this space as a listener, that was the only time I've seen him active on Twitter since February 4th or whatever, right? And so that's he's just sitting here listening. We just assume it's him. We click on it. It says verified. It says it's him. I'm following him. 1 million followers, whatever. Okay, so we assume it's him. Do we really know? Does someone have access to his account? I don't know. I was in a space the other night, and Project Veritas's official account was doing the same thing, just kind of coasting, hanging out down there as a listener. So it's very interesting.
COVID-19.
They're obviously interested in what people are saying. Yes.
COVID. I want to clarify something for you. James O'Keefe, that was him, and Veritas, that was them, and they've been in spaces, in and out of spaces, actually speaking probably for the last month. So I just wanted to clarify
Until
that.
this
So
drama has
you can
taken place.
continue.
Yes, no, it's them. It appears. Oh, thanks for clarifying that for me. It appears to be them. Yes, certainly. We don't know who exactly is controlling, has access to the
But
accounts and
but that
everything.
was
It looks
James
like that.
tonight in here because people in here were texting him, not DMing his Twitter, but texting his phone, and he
Sure.
was coming in. Yeah.
Sphinx, let me ask you a question. Why do you think, they have been listening and dropping in on spaces like yours, but like it seems very uncharacteristic from my point of perspective for O'Keefe to remain so silent. Of course, it would insinuate that there is some sort of legal stuff, NDA stuff, and whatever. But why not just tell us that? Like, well, what's your take on that, Sphinx?
I agree with you from a PR perspective. One could say from sitting on our side of the fence, right? Having limited information, that yes, why not just come say that would like to make a statement, but not able to do so right now for due to legal reasons or whatever. Sometimes that's part of the NDA. Like, you don't say anything until it's resolved. Sometimes, people actually listen to their lawyers and their strategists when they say, do not say a thing. And a lot of times that happens when there's an active, when a situation could sort of go either way, right? Which makes me think that quite possibly, even they don't know how this is going to pan out, right? So there are things that are still to be determined. And so they kind of want to see how things will play out. But I do agree with you that would be, from our standpoint, that seems to be like the best cookie cutter presentation. But one thing that I would say probably is, I think that James going into spaces, I know that tonight he was, I know that Laura and Lindsay, at least those two, were texting his mobile phone, his actual phone number. So I know that he came specifically when they did that. But I would think that, these are smart people. Project Veritas, if somebody had hired me, I would say that he probably wants to let people know by coming here in the spaces, even if he can't speak, let people know that he sees them, hears them, and he supports their support of him. That is one reason to do so, because I will tell you that when I'm brought on board on some of these kinds of cases and stuff, to kind of find ways to deal with this stuff, sometimes I just will tell you, James could be in a Twitter space at all times and we wouldn't know it. He could be on another account. He could be on an alt account, but he chose to come on his main account, on his account. So he was making a statement there, basically letting people know, I'm here, everything, I'm good, I hear you. And that was his way of interacting with people. So I think that it's important to kind of consider that was a statement. On the other hand, so was Project Veritas, if they were going into spaces, which I believe they did a couple days ago. So you have to understand, they can very well, both could be in here right now. So that's one thing to consider. And when, I'm as a strategist, when we go into crisis management mode, you better believe it. If there's a situation and it's up in the air, like it could go one way or another, I would have somebody on Twitter Spaces listening. Is the other side in there? Are they going up to speak? But on another account, I'd have my people doing that. So just to be clear, that is something like, that's a routine thing that we would do. But him coming in himself was, I just think, a genuine sort of wanting to be here, and I think communicate with us in a way that he could. I don't know if that answered your question at all, COVID, but I hope it answered a bit.
No, I appreciate that. And from what I understand, you are somewhat versed in crisis management. And so, it's just very peculiar, like Dr. Aaron Kheriaty mentioned earlier, the timing of the rift between Project Veritas and their front man, their face of the organization, James O'Keefe, and right after their biggest story. That raises a lot of speculation. So, again, I wish the best for Project Veritas and for James O'Keefe. I have the utmost respect for both of them. I hope really that Project Veritas's reputation is not tarnished through this, or James O'Keefe's reputation is not damaged by this. But it certainly doesn't look good. And at this point, especially with all the silence, the questions, everyone wondering what's going on. I understand, again, legally, they're probably being advised if there's some sort of stuff going on behind the scenes not to talk about it. But, people were asking for, like, even, it got so bad that people were asking for, like, proof of life from James O'Keefe. Like, people are that worried about him because he just took on the biggest, deepest, biggest, baddest people in the establishment. And then is getting sidelined essentially from within his own organization, as so it appears. So it's very strange, very concerning. I hope the best for Project Veritas and James O'Keefe. And like I said, the only thing that could really damage their reputation is something like what is taking place right now. And of course, I think, like I said, I know I'm repeating myself at this point, but we would be fools to think that these organizations, these very powerful groups, would not try to discredit their opponents. I mean, that's step one in warfare. They're going to try to discredit them, and I hope that that's not what's taking place right now. So thanks again for letting me back on here, Rachel. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming back and sharing with us. I'm going to go over to Al and then Scottish. Go ahead, Al.
So, a couple of things. One, I wanted to ask, did James O'Keefe say anything to shed light on this situation? Okay. The other thing I wanted to say is that, and a couple people touched on it a little bit, is it seems like this is all a setup, especially after the Pfizer thing. There can be no way around it. I don't care what they accuse him of. It just seems like a fucking setup. Pure, plain, and simple. Also, I wanted to ask, what happened to the last space? I saw it said play recording, but I didn't know what happened.
So I mentioned this. What happened was that somebody was speaking, and then I looked at my phone screen, and suddenly I was speaking, and a bunch of 4-letter words were coming out of my mouth, screaming. And I'm glad that I was on mute. So,
It was the federales.
That's right. So the feds infiltrated. I don't know which one of you mofos brought the feds, but when I find you, you better believe I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to eat all your sandwiches. And I mean it. And listen, I have been called, and I mean this. Don't look at me and say, oh, she's thin, blah, blah. No. I have literally been called a bottomless pit before, okay, by a dude, okay? So consider that when you do stuff, bring the feds up into my spaces. Al, what else you got for us, sir?
That's all I wanted to say, but I will add, when you do find them, let me know and I will help you, because I will kick their ass with you.
Oh my God, okay, here we go. We have officially gone off the rails, everybody. Okay, Scottish, you're next. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, everyone. I'll start by saying that I'm a huge sandwich lover as well. So any battle that takes place in sandwiches, I'm ready for it. Regards O'Keefe and Veritas. It may have been said, I've come to this space quite late. It may have been said already, and if it has, I apologise. But my view is there are forces at play, informationally and digitally, that mean that the good guys have to play subversively. So my view right now, until I understand otherwise, is that, and I hate to say this, O'Keefe, if you're listening, and Veritas, if you're listening as well, I don't mean to give away the gameplay, but I don't think anybody in power believes this. But I think this is a deliberate charade. There's a distancing between Veritas and O'Keefe, deliberately planned. And I think they're doing that so that those who are seeing O'Keefe as the front man, in inverted commas, of Veritas, those who can't see past celebrity, those who can't see past fame, if you distance yourself from that front man, then you can continue to work. So what I will be interested to see is whether or not Veritas continue to do the work that we've come to like them for in their exposition of, the pharmaceutical industry or whatever else they do. If they continue to do that with O'Keefe on, in inverted commas, paid leave, then the work hasn't stopped and O'Keefe remains, his reputation remains intact because he's never been wrong and they've never been wrong. The idea that there is a rift, to me, seems implausible, because as you will see from my profile and my Twitter handle, I've been searching for the truth and will continue to search for the truth forever, and I haven't seen them sway from that mission. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you for coming up and sharing. Thank you for your accent, and thank you for being Scottish. I appreciate all of that about you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to go to Dawn. Dawn, welcome to the space, the stage, and thank you for being with us. Go ahead. You need to unmute on the lower left. Dawn, on you to unmute. It's Dawn. There you go.
Can we get in a round of applause for Sphinx singing to Dawn, please?
I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear anything. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go
ahead,
Dawn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, I couldn't hear you guys at all. So, sorry. And again, I'm usually late to the game, so I apologize, but today I saw something on Twitter of O'Keefe being interviewed and saying he'd given, I guess, testimony to Congress people investigating Fauci, and that Fauci had lied to Congress. And then he said, and I just want you to know, I'm not suicidal. I love my life. Was this all discussed before I came in?
No, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Gianni, you run this
No.
one.
Yeah, no, it was not. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try one more time and then I'll just step back. I saw on Twitter today an interview with O'Keefe where he was...
We heard all that, honey.
She can't hear you. Dawn, we heard that. You asked us a question if it was talked about in this space, and I said no.
I couldn't hear you. Okay, I'm gone. Thanks. I'm just telling you that that's what I saw, and I'm just wondering, why is he saying that? Why is he testifying? Why is this stuff coming to him, happening to him? Is it because of this testimony that he's given, apparently about Fauci? That's what I'm wondering about.
I don't know. It was more involved within Project Veritas, and that's all we know for right now.
Okay, but so nobody has seen this video on Twitter today.
I have not. No, I have
Okay.
not.
Okay, well, I tweeted about it, and I asked what's happening to him. Is he getting replaced? And he's very specific in saying, I testified to Congress folks about Fauci lying to Congress. So that's what makes me wonder if this is part of the plot against him. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming up. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. I don't think Loud has spoken yet, so go ahead, and then we can go back to Nikki.
Thank you, Sphinx. I thank you all of you for supporting James. I think at some point maybe, well, just my own personal knowledge of James. I remember when his original Acorn story went big, and that was quite a while back. You know, for a lot of you may not have been active back then, and I was just barely getting active in politics at that time, and James' work with the Acorn story was very radical. It was very off of the norm. Let me put it this way. He set a completely different paradigm when he opened up with the Acorn story, and I think we still have a lot to learn from that. I never got to meet him back then, but I had a trip from New York City to Boston to campaign for somebody, and his cohort, Hannah Giles, young, beautiful Hannah Giles, came along on our trip with us, and we got to work alongside of her in Boston that weekend. So I remember those days, and it was James that I credit to get me active in writing and actively hooked up with Breitbart for a very short time, had my own little splash. So I'm just saying that not all of us are super active, and some of us citizen journalists do a little bit of work here and there, not very prodigious, but people like James, I'm telling you, he has inspired armies and armies and armies of people going back years now. So I hand it to all you for your support. I might think at some point we get a couple leaders in the group now to stand and give us, I think we all could use a quick little recap of what we actually know, because there's weird tweets going around that James is or isn't in the room. It is or it isn't him. Somebody's tweeting me that it's not. Some people's tweeting me that it is.
No. I'm going to stop you right there. I don't know what's going on in other spaces. Only one person, and I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I just want to correct this. Only one person said that tonight, and I corrected him right away. No one is saying that at all. So in tonight, two people were texting him to his phone, and that is when he came in. They did it multiple times. So he came in and he left several times. And what happened was he came in, and then Laura Loomer was in. Laura had left. Then Laura wanted to. Somebody was speaking. Laura had come in, and then what happened was he kept leaving. We couldn't get them in here at the same time so that they could speak, so that Laura could say what she wanted to say to him. So what happened was Laura and Lindsay, who was my co-host, were both texting him to his phone, not his Twitter account. And then he would come in at those times. So no one, that is a fabrication that people are, I don't know what anyone's saying about any other space, but if you're seeing him on his account, there's no reason to think that's not him, even on other spaces. Because let me explain something. It'll take 30 seconds for anyone to go and create an alt account on Twitter. Okay, so there is nobody would want to do that. It makes no sense. So I don't want to start that kind of stuff. So no, none of that is going on. I don't even know who it was who was talking. I just wanted to correct that. No one is talking about that. That is not an issue. It's a non-issue. Yeah, it was him, and yeah, it was Project Veritas in the other spaces as well. Okay, go ahead and finish, please. Is he still up here? I don't know who was talking. Oh, Lord.
You have everybody muted.
Oh man, you guys, you see what you do to me? All these good-looking
Sphinx,
people.
okay, Sphinx,
Oh,
thank you so much. I'm back. Don't worry.
no
So
worries. I
just
just wanted
listen,
to.
just listen.
Oh no, hold on a second. 1 second. I just wanted to say, all these good-looking people on the space, I got all flustered. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
It wasn't anything I heard in a space, okay? Just take that off the table. Let's not even go there. It was simply a tweet I received, and that's all. So I don't want to open up that can of worms, okay? But I think now if we can refresh what's going on, and I think that because, as I understand it, James has not really made any statements, which is good. We are concerned, but not overly frightened for him. But like we're all praying for him, and I think he's going to be cool. He's a good guy who can take care of himself. I think at this time tonight, we just all need to be calm and like be reassuring that we're going to love each other and not worry. None of us are in charge of James O'Keefe, so he can take care of himself. But we're all here to support him 1,000,000%. He's proven himself, and let's try to focus on what we actually know is happening, and which may not be a whole lot. And maybe tonight we're just giving our prayers and thank you to James because we know he's out there listening somewhere. And thanks for giving me the speaker desk for a moment. I stepped down.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you for coming and sharing. Appreciate you, sir.
Much welcome.
Yes, and I'm just so you know. First of all, Chris, I sent you a co-host invite in case you're interested. I'm gonna go to new people first, and then we'll go back around to second timers. That sounds a little sleazy. I didn't mean that in a sleazy way, you guys. You guys have really dirty minds. I don't know what's wrong with you. Okay, let's go to Tony. You guys, stop being all weird. Go ahead, Tony.
Hi, Sphinx. Thanks for giving me the mic. I'm second timer. I don't think it's slutty. It's okay. Hey, regarding the Veritas thing, the whole thing, all I would recommend is anybody, that we're looking at this thing, and it doesn't smell right. And and I'm sure your listeners, because they're hip, your space is hip. You know what? Bounce back and forth between George Webb and what's going on here to see what the real deal is. If you don't know George Webb is, he's another investigative reporter. He's been around for many, many years. And he tried to add some insights, and he wanted to talk to James O'Keefe. He was able to have a chat space with one of O'Keefe's top lieutenants within their organization or whatever. And I think that happened a couple days ago. I didn't catch all of it, but I think that would add to people's information and understanding of what's going on here.
Hey, Tony,
So
sorry to cut you off. I just want to get some clarification. Name, is this the person that came up with? Okay.
Same guy.
So I'm gonna stop you, Tony. Name, could you just go over that really quick, please?
I was just talking to Abe down there, and George Webb is anyone who knows George Webb, who's known about him for years, knows that he is literally he is a disinfo operator, or operative. We suspect he's like a CIA guy or whatnot, but he interjects himself in the big news or quote conspiracy of the day, or in this case, the Pfizer Project Veritas things. And he sort of interjects himself into a space and starts dropping all this nonsense and disinfo. And I have seen him doing this for at least 8 years, over and over, repeatedly. Started it with that shooting in Vegas in 2017, and it's just every single thing the guy pops up, and he's a disinfo agent. He just interjects himself into this and just starts spreading falsehoods on purpose to confuse people. So I'm not trying to talk bad about the guy. I'm sure he's a very nice person, but that's the facts of what and who he is and what he's been doing for a number of years now. So, if you guys are fans of him, good luck with that. But it's just I would not listen to him.
I appreciate that input. I'm not a fan of George Webb. Okay. I just thought that it might add to someone's interest in trying to dissect what's going on.
No, because he's bringing in disinfo.
But like I said, okay. I'm not a defender of him when you say disinfo. Okay, well, I mean, when I hear
what I'm trying to say, Tony, is that he purposely puts out just fake, stuff to sort of steer the story a different direction and cause doubters, and that's why he's doing it.
Can I ask?
Fair enough. And
can I ask Name Redacted to also speak on this again, because he spoke on it before and it was really good of what he had to say, because he knows who he was as well.
Yeah, I literally just went through that. If you didn't hear, Tony.
No, that's fine, and I'll take that, because I'm not a George defender at all.
Yeah, just be.
Well, I'm cautious with everything.
Exactly. Yeah, especially with him. If Laura Loomer was up here, she would know. She understands. She was around during that day.
I've been around the block. No, I understand. I just thought I would bring it up a little bit, because I thought the Veritas.
Yeah, but to be fair, Tony, to be fair, you said if you want to know what's going on, go back between what whatever he is saying and what O'Keefe is saying. That is what you said. So that's implying that the truth lies somewhere in between. So it is important that the reason I went to Name Redacted is because it seemed this name did come up before you entered the space tonight, and several people chimed in that this person Webb is not a credible source, a person. That's why I wanted to bring that up again, because of the way that it was presented. I don't believe that the truth always lies in the middle. I don't believe that. I think the truth is the truth. It's wherever it is. It might be what I say. It might be what you say. It might be what somebody else is saying. It is not an average. It's not the median. It's not the mean, right? So I just wanted to clarify that. But if you want to finish up, go ahead, Tony.
Can I add one thing first, Sphinx?
Sure.
Just the thing with adding on what you said, the truth is what Veritas put it on Pfizer. The guy's on video. I mean, that can't be disputed. So, and what George Webb does is he'll interject into. When I saw him up on the Spaces the other night somewhere, I was blown away. I didn't even know the guy was still around. And now he's obviously made an impact with the questions he's raising over the Project Veritas investigation over Pfizer, that there's numerous people in here, talking about it and maybe like listening to it. And that's exactly the goal that he has of what he's doing.
Yeah, no, those are great points. Those are great points.
If I may, I'll just interject 2 sentences here. One, Sphinx is absolutely right. I hate it when
I'm
people
sorry.
say...
I'm sorry to do this, even though you're complimenting me, but I'm going to have to let Tony finish.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Scottish, we'll come back to you.
Excuse me, Tony. My apologies, Tony.
Yeah, those are good points. Like I said, I'm not a George Webb defender. I'm not a proponent or anything. I thought he brought some questions that needed to be looked at, regarding the gentleman that was in the video and who he really was. I think that's fair. The other thing I think about regarding the Veritas and now James O'Keefe, I mean, they're going after this guy, and so are the deep state tentacles? Are they trying to shut this down? And who's part of their board members? You know what I mean? I mean, I got nothing against James O'Keefe. I think he's great. I mean, I love investigative reporters like this. In the 70s, we had investigators like this. And sometimes they would bring it to Sunday TV shows, like fucking Mike Wallace, when the TV was great, when it was okay, before we had prostitutes that were lying, you know what I mean? So I just want to be clear. I'm not a George Webb defender. I'm not into that kind of thing. I want to know, I really want a good vibe of where it's going, and that's why I entered the space based on the title, and I appreciate you letting me talk, Sphinx. I like listening to all of you. I really do, okay? So I just want to be clear, and thank you much, okay?
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate you. Scottish, you wanted to comment on what was just said? Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to say a couple of quick things. Tony, I appreciate you're not defending this George Webb. I personally don't know who that is, but what I do know is that if someone is to be believed or disbelieved, if we're to get to the truth, then we should share verifiable information that suggests that either he or she has told the truth or has lied. So for this George Webb, anybody who is discrediting him, I'd like to, I kind of direct this to you, and I don't say you're wrong because I don't know this guy, but I would like if you could post me some things that I could see that suggest that this guy's a liar. I don't know who he is. And conversely, James O'Keefe has been verified to be telling the truth. So I think those two things in comparison should be looked at. And Sphinx, as I rudely interrupted at the time, and I'm sorry for that, I agree with that. What you said, I hate it when people say, there's my side, your side, and the truth, or my truth, your truth, and then the truth. I'm a big proponent of there's only, one thing that we should take to be real, and that is the truth, and what we think is immaterial. Thank you.
Hey, Scottish, thank you. I appreciate it, and I'm every time you call me ma'am, I don't know why. I just think it's adorable. But thank you for chiming in again. Name, I see you are unmuted. Did you want to? Sorry. Did you want to comment? Speak again, Name?
Yeah, just for what Scottish said. I just because of how long I've known of George Webb, I'm not. Project Veritas puts out a report or a bombshell on Pfizer, and everything they have done, it is all backed up with source documents. Maybe not all public, but like they do their work. Like no one can even question their work. So then you have hold on. Then you have a George Webb come in and start, yapping, and he's got nothing to back up what he's saying. He's just trying to throw a wrench into the story to get people look in a different direction. That's just what he does. So, but I have nothing to send to you because I know this person's history, and I literally do not want to waste a second of my, brain energy to
I
start
understand.
things. I'm sorry. You can just Google George Webb and you'll probably find stuff.
Yes, sir.
But all good.
Okay. I'm going to go to Eric. Please, sir, do not be a nut job. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm certainly not a certified nut job. So you can't hear me, right?
Can hear you perfectly well. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, anyways, I've been listening for about an hour, I guess. So sorry I missed out on the beginning. But first off, I just want to say I feel amazed that I'm in the presence of all of these people I fully look up to and have total respect for. And I'm certainly gaining some for you, too, being the hostess here. And Johnny, I also have followed to your Twitter account. I've followed you, so I'll get your notifications and like your outlook in your profile. So right on, brother. And also thanks. You've been followed by me as well. And I'm incredibly honored to be in the presence of Billboard Chris, because I've been following his tweets and all of his events that he's accomplished, and the libs of TikTok and the whole schmack. Everything that you do is just amazing, and you have my full support and prayers. And there's one other person I want to throw a quick shout out to, and that's Colorado Patriot. I see you're here in the audience, so I'm really honored to see that we're sharing in the same space here. Nonetheless, the thing I wanted to contribute is, as I think about what's going on, is I look at James as a pioneer, but the real pioneer, I think, that got all this started was Rush Limbaugh. And so I'm really looking at, James is just following in the waters that Rush laid the pavement towards. And, just I look forward to the day when President Trump is back in office, and during a State of the Union address, he'll award James a presidential award, just like he did to Rush. And that's my vision for what's ahead for James. So, but yeah, I've been following James for a long time, and I'm just amazed and blown away by what he's accomplished. And I'm just so grateful that he's been gifted with that drive and vision, and, to stand for justice. I mean, I myself, even as a little kid, my favorite cartoon was Underdog. I always stood up for all the people that were bullied, and I stood in the way and I paved the way for them. And so I definitely have that heart for standing up for justice. And that's why James has my full support as well. So that's pretty much all I had to say, but I've enjoyed being able to sit and listen. I've been impressed by your professionalism, Sphinx, and Texas Lindsay, or was that who it was?
Yes, it was.
Okay, yeah, and then certainly Laura Loomer too. So I just am impressed at all the arrows you guys take, and you keep on going. And I trust that you're all guarded up in your spiritual armor. So because I did agree with. I forget exactly who it was that was talking, but this is a spiritual warfare, and it's not about religion; it's about faith, and so that's what drives us. Anyways, God bless you all, and have a wonderful evening. And I'll finish listening to the rest of the spaces here.
Thank you so much, Eric. And I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for coming up and sharing. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for that Oscar acceptance speech in the beginning where you thanked us all. And that was really cool. Also wanted to say, just so you know, the reason I said I hope you're not a nut job is because a lot of hosts won't bring up people who don't have profile pictures. I happen to, when the space isn't crazy, when I can, I just click on people's profiles and try to make sure, because I know that a lot of new people are coming on to Twitter. So I could see you retweeted the space, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know that's the only reason I cracked that joke. But
Sure.
yeah, but it might be the reason I'm saying it to you is because if there's I do see quite a few people in the space who also don't have profile pictures. So it's probably because you're new. It might be keeping you from getting onto a stage to speak, because a lot of a host just won't even consider that. They'll just they'll just cancel out your request. So it's very easy to add a profile picture. So might want to consider that. Okay. I'm
Sure.
going to
Well,
go to.
I was just going to say that I chose not to have a profile picture, but I want you also know you have the honor of knowing this is the very first time I've ever participated in a space. So I've not had any defeats with any other efforts. So this is my first time, and I'm
Good for you.
grateful for your grace.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Anytime, sir. And you know what? A lot of people think if a profile picture means like a picture of themselves, it doesn't. It could literally be a picture of a sky, but it's just something that isn't that placeholder that shows that you're not a bot. So, but thank you very much. I appreciate you coming up here and sharing. I'm going to go to.
I'll
A
throw this out.
sphinx.
I'll throw this out to you real fast. When I put a profile picture up, it'll be of my 4 cats. I love felines. They're incredible. They act like dogs, actually.
That's
Okay.
all you had to say, buddy. You can come here anytime.
All right. Cool.
All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna go to
A
where did he go?
sphinx.
Yes,
Sphinx.
sir.
I just wanted to share with you. I'm going to stay a few more minutes. I just wanted to help you load up the room a little bit so I can go to bed, because I got to be up at 3:30, which is in 3 hours. So, but you really have a guy in this room that has got the hugest crush on you, because he must be a midget, because I see him bouncing up and down, trying to raise his hand and grab a mic. And his name is Victor. And I know you already warned him, but he just keeps jumping up and down in this room. It's driving me nuts.
I know, but Victor can't come up because he was poorly behaved last time. So Victor is in the doggy house, okay? But don't worry, because my doggy house is like people consider it like, a guest house of a mansion. Don't worry, it's a nice doggy house. He'll get fed and everything. But he just can't come into the main house tonight, okay? But he can listen in. But yeah, he came up talking some gibberish. So I appreciate you, Victor. You're great. And Gianni, you're amazing. I appreciate you always. But thank you so much. I love having you in spaces. I love your energy. I love your kindness, your tone of voice, the vibe. You guys, can we just say Gianni is director of vibes in all the spaces. He's just the director of vibes, okay? That's all I want to say right now. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I just like keeping things positive, because we are living in a toxic world right now, and a lot of people are worried, and I'm an optimist. So I try to keep things positive in the room and try to uplift spirits. That's what I try to do.
And you do it naturally. You really do. You have a way about you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for all your help. Thank you for sticking around for part 2. this marathon space. Whenever you need to go, feel free. Appreciate you so much, Gianni. Thank you. Who did I say was going to be next? I think I said, you know what? I don't think I've heard from, Gig'em. Gig'em, you should have been here when Texas was here. Texas Lindsay, you should have been here. She would have called on you first. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, great. Appreciate your time. I've enjoyed hearing everything so far. I just wanted to bring something up. I'm 30 years old. I'm expecting my first kid here in June. I'm having a daughter. And I think, as citizens of this country, it's our job to defend, the innocent, particularly minors. And there was an article that came out in the Free Press the other day on Thursday. The author of the article describes herself as a queer woman left of Bernie Sanders. And she worked at a gender clinic. And basically for 4 years, she just saw how gender affirming care, as they call it, has been pushed onto teenagers who struggle with anxiety or other mental health issues. And, whether or not the vaccine causes infertility or not, the gender's still up, or the jury's still out on that. I think it could be the case based on James O'Keefe's reporting. But I can say with certainty that, the hormones that are being pushed on these kids and the surgeries, those are permanent and they do cause infertility. And once that's done, you really can't go back. And so I was just wondering some of the people's thoughts here on that. I just think a lot of that is, these innocent people being taken advantage of by, big medical practices.
So I know that Chris is going to have something to say about that. In fact, I was going to host a space for him, but he's just far too important. Mm-hmm. He didn't have the time. But here's the thing. That is kind of going off topic. I'm fine doing that. But I don't want everyone in the space to start DMing me saying, can we go back to the topic, please? So I'm actually fascinated by this myself. I think it deserves its own space. But let's. I do want to hear from Chris though, because I like I said, I'm quite fascinated by this. So go ahead, Chris.
Go ahead. I want to make one more point in a sec.
All right,
go ahead.
Gig'em, I'd say maybe give me a follow. Not that I ask for followers, but this is the one topic that I talk about, and I travel North America trying to create awareness about this one specific issue. So, yes, was it yesterday? That was a huge day. That's the biggest day we've had since those Boston Children's Hospital videos went viral last year.
Mm-hmm.
And what's going on in gender clinics, in children's hospitals, all across the Western world is an absolute abomination. These children are being sterilized. Their future sexual function is being destroyed. They are cutting off the body parts of children. They're doing double mastectomies on 12-year-old girls in California at Kaiser Permanente. And yeah, we don't want to sidetrack this discussion too much, but we should host a space about this soon. And if anyone's waking up to this issue, please do give me a follow, because this is the one thing I talk about all the time. And I don't do this on Twitter. I do this out in the real world, out on the street, talking to people from all walks of life, because we have to get out of our echo chamber and we have to spread awareness, and it's working. And legislation is now being passed in all sorts of states to ban this practice. But thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Thanks, Billboard, for what you said. I just followed you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. If you're in a space, let me know, because we'll be right there.
So what you do?
Okay, so there's an echoing going because there are too many people unmiked. I'm gonna unmute everyone, but just let's go one at a time. But what I do want to say is, if this issue concerns you or interests you, this is the guy to follow. I mean, he devotes everything to this. So I literally, when I said I was going to host a space, I wasn't going to host a space and just like hope he comes. I was going to host a space for him to talk about it. So he is a gold mine. I suggest, and I don't usually tell people to follow other people, like I don't care, but if you care about this issue, that's the guy. So I saw him on his page. He said he was almost in tears over this very article. I went and I read the article. Chris, if you want to do a space, I don't know, Sunday or at some point, I would love to do it because I think what's happening is abominable myself.
Yeah, I can do a space Sunday, actually. I've been extremely busy the last few days, but Sunday I'll be more free.
I'm just about to dip, but I've been looking for someone like yourself for a long time. Here in Scotland, the government is pushing this particular agenda on our children, and I've had to pull my 3 primary school age children out of these types of things. So I'm glad to have been introduced to you. I will follow you, and I hope we can connect over time. Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thanks. I've been contemplating coming to Scotland and Ireland and England on one trip, actually.
My door's always open to you, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, Nicola Sturgeon, your prime minister, whatever she's called. What a disgrace.
She's a joke.
Total disgrace, sending male rapists into women's prisons because they're so loving and inclusive.
Absolute disgrace. Like I guess the word is abomination. I know it's been used before, but yeah, it's stirring up the fire in a lot of us fathers in this country, and there's going to be a turning point soon, because a lot of the fathers that I talk to, we're just not having it. And look, I have to pull my children out of 2 classes a week in primary school. I have a 7, an 8, and an 11-year-old, and they are ostracized slightly because there are these weird sexual health classes that include this kind of talk that I have demanded that my children are taken out of, and they go to an extraneous math class instead. But they are in the huge minority. There's one other Muslim boy that goes with my son, and there are no other little girls that go with my daughters when they're pulled out of these weird classes. And I need to make a change. And Nicola Sturgeon is, in my view, a demon pushing demonic agendas. I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, Chris. I was just going to say, be sure to follow Chris, and then Scottish. Well, I'm going to schedule the space pretty soon for Sunday, so you probably don't want to miss that. And I can't wait for it myself. So, but yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Chris, for talking about that. Christian, go ahead, and then we'll go to Josh.
Thanks. I just wanted to add one thing that what's his name, Scottish Patriot, was talking about. If you think that that kind of if you think that stuff is bad in Scotland, oh my God, you've never been to Canada. I'll just give you one example. I'll pull one out here off the top of my head. In the town of Waterloo, I know a guy named Mike Ramsey, good friend of mine, big tall black guy, and he used to sit on the Waterloo Regional District School Board Council for about, I think it was about 7 or 8 years. He's recently retired, and he told me a statistic before, like right after he left. There was a statistic that he learned about that from 2010 to 2020, the rate of quote unquote LGBT identifying students went from about like 1%, which is around like the norm for any Western society, to now almost 30%. 30%. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of students per annum in the school system that are going to school counselors and trying to obtain gender affirming care resources. Like they're going to the school to try to help them to get these resources, and their parents are going along with us and everything like that. Like there are dozens of kids out there who are getting fed down a pipeline, which essentially leads to, as Chris has said, endocrinal destruction, chemical castration, physical mutilation, and so forth. On top of that as well, recently there was a group of parents in Waterloo who went to the school board and complained about this practice, this behavior, this trend, and also about some of the other kind of sexualized material that they like stuff like being taught in curriculum and some of the literature that was being provided in the libraries of some schools. And I swear to God, Waterloo released a letter, and it essentially boiled down to if you're one of these parents who has an opposition to these ideals, this ideology being taught, you're racist, you're xenophobic, you're a bigot, essentially. So yeah, it's fucking bad. I don't know what else to say other than that, but it's just
Yeah,
it's shocking what is happening.
yeah. I think that testimony there, just quickly, that testimony is proof positive that if you're a parent who thinks, nah, not my kid. I teach my kid at home. That's all right. They won't be influenced by the school or the board or the education system. If you're one of them, then I beg you to reconsider, because this education system is out to get your children. Make no mistake. They're out to get them, and they're out to change them, and they're out to change them towards ideologies that you do not agree with. So take some action, and I appreciate your testimony there, brother.
Thanks. Yeah, it is a very corruptive and corrosive force. Even at the institution I go to, the post-secondary institution, Wilfrid Laurier, they released an EDI, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion statement last November, and one of the main tentative goals that they have that they want to promote now is to they stated, what was the quote? Let me pull it up here. Here, let me have a bookmark. It says right here, to rid the school of whiteness in order to advance decolonization. So they basically explicitly stated that they want to rid the school of white culture and identity in order to pursue whatever decolonization means. Like that is the state of Canadian education right now. It is fucked.
There's a
All right. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Canada's a mess. Everywhere's a mess. This leftist agenda, these people are going to die on the hill of sterilizing kids for their agenda, and they're going to lose. But we're going to have a space on Sunday. So I just want to keep this space honoring the objective it's here for, which is talk about Project Veritas and all that. But we're going to have a great space on Sunday. I'm going to invite a bunch of good people to join. Sphinx is going to host it because she's amazing. So maybe we can bring this all back up then. But thank you guys very much.
Thank you, everyone. So let's go to Josh. Josh has his hand up, has had his hand up for a while.
Yeah, going back to Project Veritas, and there's a couple things that have come to mind over this discussion. I've been seeing a lot of comments from Project Veritas supporters that I agree with, that they will not fund Project Veritas without James O'Keefe. And my concern is and this might be first a question for Sphinx with your background, but my concern is that if we are pulling funding from an organization that is captured in some sense by this board seems to be captured. Is there, by pulling that funding and bringing into and onboarding that onto whatever James O'Keefe wants to do, let's say if he does want to move into a new direction, my first question is, I guess how do we prevent this issue of now whatever is available, the Project Veritas becoming now a new captured media source that taints exactly what James O'Keefe is attempting to do. And because I imagine they're going to get funding somewhere else, right? This board, I can't imagine Project Veritas is suddenly going away if James O'Keefe isn't there just without funding. They're going to secure funding elsewhere. You have your George Soros and these guys that have been able to infiltrate over years, and it reminds me of how eBay secretly changed their background color. Right? We think that these things just happen. But just to give you the analogy here is that eBay used to have a yellow background, and then they switched it, or I'm sorry, a white background, and they switched it to yellow, and people were like, "Hey, we don't want this background color," and then they secretly over a year just slowly changed the color back to white, basically. And so this creep, this like incremental change, right, over time. Is what we're seeing. This strategy, right, is just unrestricted warfare. That's just part of the paradigm here. So my point is that to get to the deeper point, James O'Keefe brought on a year ago an executive producer from CNN named Patrick Davis. And you guys don't even remember this. They announced it at CPAC. And he was very apologetic. He said that CNN had become quote unquote, infotainment. And my question is, if you have these incremental changes that entrench themselves into an organization, what can we do? Someone earlier was talking about this, where we may have to use some version of subversion ourselves to flip this on, use what they're using against James O'Keefe against them, and use it as a way to rally the troops, so to speak, without violence. That's not what I mean, but and I think actually, Sphinx, you brought this up earlier, that you said he has to be able to convince the board that losing him, they're going to lose more money. My question is, how do we know that these incremental changes in this dark money won't fund Project Veritas and actually continue to perpetuate down the road more disinformation? And I'll step down.
So one thing I will say is that, okay, there are two possible scenarios here, just to step back for a moment, just from a strategic standpoint. If I were brought into this, there are and not knowing anything else, there are two possibilities here, right? One is this narrative that, some of the biggest donors are sort of threatening the board that if the board doesn't get rid of James, that they will pull their funding. And the other is that the board really wants to get rid of him for whatever reason. What makes me think that it's not the first option, meaning it's not a matter of the boards coming up to approaching the donors approaching the board with some sort of ultimatum, is because donors don't usually approach boards because of what may or may not be going on with respect to, like, internally within an organization, right? Usually unless it's like so egregious that it becomes public, usually it's the output, right? It's what is the organization getting done with those funds. And I think people would agree that, at least from a public standpoint, people are pretty happy with Project Veritas and with James specifically heading it. However, if that were the case, let's say I came to the conclusion, let's say I did my due diligence, let's say James said, okay, I want to know what's going on here. How do we, I don't want to leave. this is my thing. What do we do? Let's say we came to the conclusion that, okay, some of the donors are saying that. Then what I meant by what I said was, then I would systematically, essentially begin a, it's okay because it's not like anyone's hired me. So basically what I would do if I were him is basically, and I didn't want to leave. And that was the real situation, that the board was sort of saying, oh, we got to let you go because, we're being friends. I would say, okay, well, here's the thing. If you let me go, you're going to lose this much money. And I would get a list of all the donors who are willing to withdraw their funding if I were to be let go. And that is what I mean by that campaign, that strategic campaign. So it's the reason I call it a campaign is because, essentially, you kind of have to, it's a campaign. You got to go to them and say, okay, so you have like the top 3 donors. Okay, well, I have the bottom 97. Okay, so here's how much money you're going to lose, blah, blah, blah. Also, one thing I would say is part of that strategy, and this is the fight, talk about the fight or flight. And when I say flight in this situation, it doesn't mean running away, like running away from a problem. It's not what that means. It just means if you decide, hey, I'm not leaving. This is mine. I built it. I don't care. I don't want to start again, which I'm going to be honest with you. My personality, I would be like, oh, hell no. I'm not going to go start anew. You guys go start again. This is my baby. So another thing I would do is all those people in the organization who are loyal to me, okay, I would let the board know, okay, you have X number of people complaining about me. You also have X number of people, which I guarantee you is multiples of the complainers. You have X number of people who are devoted, okay? So if I go, sure, maybe there's a non-compete clause for 6 months or 9 months, but how can you trust those employees? You think they're not gonna? I mean, how can your donors trust those devoted employees that they won't come to me with information? So what is the purpose of that? The purpose of that is to show the board your credibility as a board goes down if you get rid of me. Okay, so if I'm James, that is kind of the approach that I would take. So, you open yourself to show the board that if I leave, so does the credibility of this institution. And here are the other ways, because guess what? You're opening yourself up to all these attacks, because then, guess what? There are all these employees that are still there, that were devoted to him, that are loyal to him. How do we know they're not talking to him now? Who's with whom? So the sort of thing is, I would just stress to maintain stability, to maintain a stable reputation, a stable brand. We don't, I would convince them. I would say, essentially, it's your choice. But if I go, the brand goes. That's what I would do. And you need to show them that with concrete stuff like numbers and dollars. I hope that made sense. I apologize for rambling a bit, but you asked me something about my favorite topic.
No, that's very, very helpful. I think where I'm coming from is if that option isn't on the table, that meaning he isn't able to convince them because of, like you said, maybe those top 3 donors are providing the bulk of the investment portfolio, and he has to walk away. If I'm James O'Keefe, why wouldn't I not allow this, my baby, right? It's like you said, building a business. I'm building a business myself, and it is a baby. And if how do you not allow? You can't allow it to just burn to the ground. But for the mission, it seems that James O'Keefe would make a drastic change like that to keep it from being manipulated for the public, right? And I think public pressure, is one way we could do this. I think public pressure has to be the number one force that would prevent the Project Veritas from becoming another CNN, for example, right? If this is the route they are going, I don't know. But what I mean is, if that's that option on the table, I mean, it's just hard for me to believe that he couldn't bring the bulk of his employees with him that do believe in him, and literally let Project Veritas burn to the ground. Say, I'm no longer associated with this anymore for this reason, because it's no longer following the mission, and just brand something brand new and bring everybody with him. I've seen that in other corporations that I mean, in 2022, this actually happened to me in my company. But if you have that sway with your employees, and I believe that James O'Keefe does, because of his legitimacy should be able to bring over the vast majority of his employees over to a new company, right? And wouldn't that be an option? If what you're saying is not on the table, if the board is saying, no, there's no way that these numbers will convince anyone. No, we've already made the decision. He has no way of convincing them. Wouldn't there be a better option just to start something new, bring everybody over, and just boom, we're starting the mission right now. Nothing stopped, right? And everything gets completely halted, or their plans get halted, because now they're, in the public's eye, viewed as no different than a CNN or whatever. I think he has that enough sway to be able to do that.
So, yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. Yes, if it came to that, he can burn it down and go with, hey, Nate, you know what's not going to get you on the stage? Throwing those stupid ass laugh emojis. They're annoying as hell. And when you request and you're in my line of sight, bro, it's annoying. Okay? So stop doing it. Every time Josh is saying something, you're throwing laugh emojis, and he's not telling a joke. So try to be respectful. He can do that. He doesn't even need to take the employees with him. That's what I'm trying to say. If they have non-compete clause, even if the employees have non-compete clauses, he doesn't have to take them with him to do that. He can absolutely, he can take Project Veritas, the brand, with him, even if they keep the name and the corporation, if he wants. I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do that, because I'm not going to, I don't know who's listening to this. But of course he can. Hopefully it won't come to that. But, yeah, I'm telling you right now, if I built something from the back of my parents' house, I put my everything in it, and then I get pushed out, I'm leaving with bodies. I'm just letting you know, I'm leaving with bodies, and they're not alive. Scottish, what's up? You unmiked.
Thank you, ma'am. That's ruthless, and I like it. A couple of things here. The groundswell of the public who are interested in the truth is growing, and therefore someone like James O'Keefe, as Sphinx has just said, could move that whole brand if he wants. He could just set up P Veritas or Project V on his own, and the people that are interested in truth would follow him. But it's a very simple breakdown, really. We'll see, as I said when I first joined the space, we'll see whether or not Veritas continues to expose the amount of truth and the depth of truth that they have done with James on board. We'll see if that continues, and if it doesn't, if if there's a dip in the veracity of the releases that we see, then we'll know what's going on. My view is there's a little bit of subversion going on. I think there are forces at work that are going against James, and before he is cancelled by outside forces, they're smart enough to cancel him themselves. And I say cancel in inverted commas. So it's not these kind of this kind of vernacular doesn't come natural to me. I do think there's a little bit of subversion and tactics at play here, but all will be revealed by the content that comes in the coming weeks and months, I believe. But yeah, I totally agree with you, Sphinx. I think James could quite easily move, and if it is a genuine departure, he could set something up, continue a connected but non-illegal brand, and very quickly regain the following that he's amassed.
Yes. Thank you very much again, Scottish. I'm going to go to Nate, and then I'll go to Nikki, since Nate has not spoken yet. Go ahead, Nate. I'm watching you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. No hate at all, and I appreciate you letting me talk, Sphinx. Yeah.
I appreciate you not throwing the emojis after I said that. You see, I was paying attention, so I
Yes.
rewarded you.
I appreciate you so much. Yeah, thank you. I truly appreciate it. You know what? James O'Keefe, Project Veritas, probably the best thing that is out there for news media and for a live action looks at the lens, So I thought it was really weird that Project Veritas tried to get rid of James, this past week. I think we all did. James is I'm not going to say I know him, but I've talked to him. He is a guy that likes to look at the lens, and he likes to, find the information that we all want, right? So I just don't get why people hate on him so hard, and why people or certain organizations like to dig on his Project Veritas. I just, if you look at it, Project Veritas has recently they've grabbed some new people that are competing with what James is trying to do, and that's what we're looking at. So James and his people versus new people that got money and they're Project Veritas people. That's what we're looking at, and in my opinion, I just cannot believe that anyone for 2 seconds would believe anything against James. So my opinion is I love James. I think he's the real deal. So
Thank you so much. And I was just messing with that. I never tried that one thing on the soundboard, so I was trying it. Sorry. Thank you so much, Nate, for sharing. Appreciate you. And thank you very much for coming up and speaking. I'm going to start to wind it down, and if people on the stage want to think about this, I'd like to go around and ask people what they think. I would like to know what people think if you had to guess. Elkonen, you're going to have to stay on mute, bro. So Nope. That's right. Mute. That's right. Don't touch it again now. You're on mute now. Don't touch it again. Okay. So I would like to know what people think. If you were to guess right now, how this would, what the outcome would be, what would you guess the outcome would be? I know we have very limited information, but just based on what we know now, if you were to guess, and put the whole house on it, what do you think it would be? I'm going to go to Nikki, and then I said I would go to Nikki, then we'll go to you, Cindy. Go ahead, Nikki.
So if I had to bet the house on it, I would say he's going to come out on top either way. The thing I'm looking at, though, is one of the one of the people that got fired and then rehired was Tom O'Hara, who he is basically like a co-defendant. They're being sued by employees right now in an active lawsuit. So I'm kind of curious, like, if that plays into this at all, because the two guys that were fired by him and then they whined about it and got rehired by the board, there needs to be some sorting out done with that. And I think that plays a part into all of this because he didn't just get booted, he's on paid leave. So it was like, let's take a break and separate and figure this out. And I think in the end, he'll end up on top. I just have a bad feeling of the infiltration, like everyone else does. But either way, I think they're going to know that without him, they lose the brand. Like you said, I would take it with me, and I would fight till there was dust left to take something that I had started from my parents' garage or whatever. So that's my take on it. But I feel like there's just, between Pfizer and, nobody's talked about Ashley Biden's diary. I don't know whatever happened with that. So there's all these untold stories yet, and he's not going to let that go. So that's just my take on it. And again, thank you for the space. It's been awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and sharing with us. First time I've heard you speak in a space that I'm in, and I really, truly appreciate it. Let's go over to Cindy. Cindy, what do you got? Cindy, where are you?
Hold on. Here I am. Okay, I'm going to be can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to be very methodical about this because I'm as old as dirt. And I worked the state hospital asylum system in 76 with the swine flu vax. And at that time, all those people, as they had no family, they'd been made or wards of the state, were lab rats for pharmaceuticals. They all were given the swine flu vax because they have no rights.
I'm sorry, I'm going to come back to you in a second, Cindy. I just want to know, am I the only one totally confused about what's going on right now? Because I don't know what she's talking about. And I just want to know, I know it's late. I've been doing a space for hours. So it seems to me you're talking about, I don't know what, asylums, hospitals, swine flu. I'm lost. So I'm going to just say, I'm curious what you think, how you think this situation will play out with James O'Keefe and Project Veritas, given what we know now, which is very limited. Do you think he will stay with Project Veritas? Do you think that he will leave and start a new thing? What do you got for me? I don't know about swine flu. I don't know about that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Cindy.
Because I'm sure he owns it, and he may have started it, and I'm sure he owns it. So they would have to negotiate with him giving up his brand. But what I was trying to say was about Big Pharma, which is what he was investigating, and the vaccines, which I understand perfectly. because there's 3 movies everyone should watch. One is called, and this is a documentary. It's called Crime of the Century about Oxycontin, which is really quite damning for Big Pharma and the medical profession. The other one's Body Brokers, which is, both of these are true stories. Body Brokers are about the substance abuse of facilities, which are owned mostly by doctors who prescribe these drugs. So there's lots of money to be made. And the third one is a movie I found from Germany that everyone's concerned about deep state and is Soros in this and all of this. And it was made in 2014 or 12. And it's called Labyrinth of Lies, based in 1961. And everyone should watch it. It has German subtitles. It'll explain a lot of what happened in the U.S. happened in 61. I won't tell you the.
Hey, I'm sorry, Cindy, but you're breaking up. It's very choppy. You're coming in and out. So I'm going to move on. But shoot, sorry about that. So I'm going to go to Name. Go ahead. Save us from this shit show. Go ahead.
I think Project Veritas knows, the board knows that, without James, there's no Project Veritas. All the money they get will go direct. James will start his new thing if this happens, and all the money is just going to follow him. Project Veritas is done, and that's it. So what I think will happen is whatever is going on. I read a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm not reading too much, but I see what's going on. People are putting out. I think they'll figure out internally what's going on and solve the issue, and he'll stay there and it'll continue. So, because these board members without O'Keefe, they don't have jobs anymore. Like, no one's going to pay attention. They won't get any funding. So I think James will stay there. They'll work through whatever differences of what issues are going on, and that's that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say one last word before I'm gonna go to bed soon anyways, it's getting late. But yeah, these people are basically biting the hand that is feeding them. I think this is an extremely idiotic move by these higher ups at Project Veritas. Evidently, I do think there is an element of nepotism here as well that maybe we don't understand yet. I feel like there is an ulterior motive that it is coming. It's going to come to light eventually, but I think it's unfolding behind the scenes right now. But I'm kind of done with Project Veritas right now. I mean, my feeling is fuck these people, essentially. Like, they're literally biting the hand that feeds them. James is the face of this brand. They would, as everybody else has said here before 100 times, they would be nothing without that man. And for them to even put him in this position right now where they are jeopardizing his livelihood I've lost all respect for them. So I stand with James, and I don't stand with Project Veritas anymore. It's as simple as that.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Scottish. Go ahead, sir. What do you think? Final remarks?
Yeah, just to compound what our gentleman has just said there, Christian, which is why I'm interested in exploring the avenue that this might be a play by Veritas and O'Keefe, because an organization that has stood for the people and for truth for so long, it seems irrational to me to distance themselves immediately from the one man who we all attach ourselves to in terms of the branding. So it just doesn't make business sense, but it doesn't also make any sense from a ethical and moral and, I guess, mission statement point of view. So there's something else there, I believe, at work. But yeah, I agree with you.
Okie dokie. Thank you. I'm going to go over to Elkanon. Go ahead. You got any final remarks, thoughts?
Yes, thanks, Sphinx. First of all, I got to tell you, you guys have such stamina. I thought I was good, but like Christian up there in Canada, who those hockey playing people, there's no way that they love Trudeau. We're under attack, and it's hard to tell what's going on, but I think Scottish, maybe it's the accent, but he's got something there. Like there's something to this story we don't know, because his board, like Matthew Tiermond, is, really front and center in the movement, very smart. And, maybe what's going on that we don't really understand is that because the damn thing is so visible and the Pfizer story was so hot that, they needed to just sort of, take a time out, but they couldn't do it quietly because it's Project Veritas, and it's, so people knew. I think it will get mended, but the reason is that if they were getting rid of James, they would have done it. It might be that maybe James might have just been, when this thing first happened, I forget the guy's name, but there was, he's very well thought of. You guys might have heard him talk, but a few people came out and said that they thought that this could backfire, that some people questioned whether or not, who are the two brothers, the Dark Horse or the podcast, can't remember their name right now. It's so late, but anyway.
Weinstein.
Yeah, the Weinsteins. One of the Weinstein brothers was like, I don't know. I mean, this could hurt Veritas because this guy, it just doesn't seem credible. And I think that's why they came out of Veritas and said, look, this guy's real. Here's his credibility. Here's his title. And I just think Matthew Tiermond in particular, like this guy, I met James O'Keefe in Arizona I met him many years ago, right after he and Hannah did the thing. And anyway, all I'm saying is I think they're going to try to, I think they'll try to get it worked out. They would have let him go. This is something that's just real visible. So I think it'll be pulled together. I really do.
Thank you so much for that. And now I'm going to go to, last but not least, Chris, go ahead. Any final thoughts?
Project Veritas and James O'Keefe, the board and James O'Keefe cannot coexist anymore. That relationship is broken. That trust is broken. So either he gets a board that supports him or he's going to have to do his own thing. And he'll be fine. He's going to be great. So it's no problem. People like James deal with adversity all the time. When you're someone like James, there's always something, there's always someone coming for you every single day. He's used to adversity. This is nothing new. This is more than usual, but this will pass and he's going to be just fine. And as a final word, I'd say to everyone, tune in to our Twitter accounts next day or two to find out when we're having a space on Sunday, because we're going to have a huge space about this breaking story with this whistleblower out of St. Louis who exposed the gender clinic. I'm going to bring in a bunch of great names, and we're going to blow this thing up some more. So thank you, everyone, for listening.
Yeah, and I want to thank my co-hosts. I want to thank everybody who came tonight and stayed with us, hung out tonight, whether it was for 5 minutes or 5 hours.